The house in Silver Lake stood silent and dark, its windows like vacant eyes staring out at the night. It was an old craftsman-style home with a wide front porch and dormer windows set into the sloping roof, but no light came from within, not even a glimmer above the door. The darkness around it felt thick and heavy, untouched by the street lamp's glow. A person could be standing right there on that porch, Bosch thought, and he'd likely never spot them. "You're certain this is the place?" he asked the woman beside him. "Not the main house," she replied. "Behind it, the garage apartment. Keep going so you can see down the drive." Bosch eased the Caprice forward, crossing the driveway entrance. "There," she said, and he stopped the car. Behind the house stood a detached garage with a living space above it. A wooden staircase ran up the side, a bare bulb glowing above the door. 2 windows showed light from inside. "All right," Bosch murmured. They watched the garage for a long moment. He wasn't sure what he was waiting to see, perhaps nothing at all. The woman's heavy perfume was cloying in the confined space, and he rolled down his window, the cool night air doing little to clear his head. He didn't know if he could trust her story. The one thing he was sure of was that he couldn't call for backup. He hadn't brought a radio, and the car had no phone. "What are you planning to? There he is," she hissed, her voice urgent. Bosch had already seen it, a shadow moving behind the smaller window. The bathroom, he guessed. "He's in the bathroom," she confirmed. "That's where I saw all of it." Bosch turned from the window to look at her. "Saw what? I checked the medicine cabinet. You know when I was in there. A girl's got to be careful. I saw all sorts of things. Makeup, mascara, lipsticks, powder compacts. That's how I knew it was him. He used all that to paint them after he was done, after he killed them." "Why didn't you tell me that on the phone? You didn't ask." He saw the figure pass behind the curtains of the larger window now. Bosch's mind began to race, his heart shifting into a familiar, pounding rhythm. "How long ago did you run out of there?" "Hell, I don't know. I had to walk all the way down to Franklin just to hitch a ride over to the boulevard. That took about 10 minutes, so I really don't know." "Guess it's important?" "I don't know more than an hour for sure." Great, Bosch thought. She probably stopped to turn a trick before she even called the hotline, some genuine concern. Now, there could be another woman up there, and he was just sitting out here watching. He hit the gas, speeding up the street, before pulling into a spot in front of a fire hydrant. He killed the engine, but left the keys in the ignition. Jumping out, he leaned back through the open window. "Listen, I'm going up. You stay put. If you hear gunshots, or if I'm not back in 10 minutes, you start knocking on doors and get the police here. Tell them an officer needs help. There's a clock on the dash. 10 minutes. 10 minutes, honey. Go be the hero. Just remember, I'm getting that reward." Bosch drew his weapon as he moved quickly down the driveway. The stairs up the side of the garage were old and warped. He took them 3 at a time, as quietly as possible, but each step still felt like a thunderous announcement of his arrival. At the top, he raised his gun and shattered the bare bulb over the door, plunging the landing into darkness. He leaned back against the outer railing, gathered his weight, and drove his heel into the door just above the knob. The door burst inward with a loud crack. In a low crouch, Bosch entered in a combat stance. Immediately, he saw the man across the room, standing on the far side of a bed. The man was naked, and not just bald, he was completely hairless. Bosch's eyes locked onto the man's watching as sheer terror flooded into them. Bosch's voice cut through the room, sharp and strained. "Police! Don't you move!" The man stiffened for a split second, then his body coiled, his right arm snaking down toward the pillow. He paused, just a flicker of hesitation, before committing to the motion. Bosch's mind raced. What was this guy thinking? Everything seemed to stretch and slow, the adrenaline in his veins painting the scene with a terrible crystalline clarity. The man was either grabbing for cover or he was going for. The hand disappeared under the pillow. I said don't. Fingers were closing around something hidden. The man's gaze never wavered from Bosch, and in that locked stare, Bosch saw it wasn't fear. It was a cold, defiant glare. The hand began to emerge. Stop! The gunshot was a single deafening crack in the small room, the recoil jolting Bosch's arms. The naked man convulsed, slamming backward into the wood-panelled wall before pitching forward onto the bed, his body seizing. Bosch was moving instantly, crossing the room, his knee driving into the man's back to pin him. He yanked the cuffs from his belt, securing one wrist, then the other, behind the thrashing form. The man was choking, a wet, gurgling sound. I can't breathe, he managed, before the words dissolved into a cough that sprayed blood across the sheets. You couldn't listen, Bosch said, his voice flat. I gave you a direct order. Just end it, Bosch thought silently. Make this easier for everyone. He stepped to the pillow, lifted it, and stared at what lay beneath. After a long moment, he let the pillow drop. He squeezed his eyes shut. Damn you, he shouted at the back of the man's head. What was the point? I had a gun on you. Why would you reach? Bosch moved to see the man's face. Life was draining out of him onto the stained bedding, a sure sign the bullet had found a lung. The naked man was now just a dying man. This didn't have to happen, Bosch told him. Then it was over. Bosch scanned the empty room. No one else. He'd been wrong about a replacement for the girl who fled in the bathroom. He crouched and opened the cabinet under the sink. The makeup was there, just as described. He recognized the familiar brands, Max Factor, L'Oreal, CoverGirl, Revlon. It tracked. He looked back through the doorway at the body on the bed. The acrid scent of gunpowder still hung in the air. He lit a cigarette, and in the sudden, heavy silence, he could hear the faint crackle of the burning tobacco as he inhaled. The apartment had no phone. Bosch sat on a chair in the tiny kitchen nook and waited. Staring at the corpse, he became aware of his own heart hammering against his ribs, a light-headed buzz in his skull. He also became aware of a complete void where feeling should be. No pity, no regret, nothing for the man on the bed. His mind latched onto the sound of a siren in the distance, growing louder until he could pick apart the layers. It wasn't just one, it was several, a converging chorus. You won't find any benches in the hallways of the U.S. District Courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. Nowhere to sit. Try sliding down to rest on the cold marble floor, and a deputy marshal will have you back on your feet before you can get comfortable. The marshals are a constant presence, patrolling the corridors. This isn't an oversight, it's policy. The federal government has no interest in offering the slightest suggestion that justice might be delayed, or worse, absent. They don't want scenes of people lining the walls, slumped on benches or the floor, waiting with exhausted eyes for a courtroom door to open and a name to be called. For that particular brand of weary waiting, you only need to look across Spring Street to the County Criminal Courts building. Each day the hallways on every floor fill with those who wait. The benches are packed, mostly with women and children, wives, daughters, mothers, their men held somewhere inside. Most faces are dark, a sea of weary patience, the rows of seating like crowded life rafts adrift in a slow, bureaucratic current. Some of the courthouse regulars call them boat people, a cynical shorthand Harry Bosch overheard more than once. Standing now on the front steps of the federal courthouse, Bosch took a drag from his cigarette and considered the divide. Those waiting inside, and him stepping out here just to smoke. No smoking in the hallways, so every break meant an escalator ride down and a few minutes by the ash, tucked behind the statue's concrete base. He glanced up at the blindfolded woman holding her scales. Lady Justice, he thought, though the proper name always escaped him. Something from the Greeks, probably. Lately, his morning ritual involved the sports section, losing himself in the clean columns of box scores and stats. There was a comfort in those numbers, an order that felt absent everywhere else. Knowing who led the Dodgers in home runs was a small tether to the city, to a life that still made some sense. But today the sports pages stayed folded in his briefcase under a courtroom chair. Instead, he held the Metro section of the Los Angeles Times, creased into quarters like drivers do to read on the freeway. There, on the bottom corner of the front page, was the story he'd already read twice. His face grew warm again as his eyes traced the lines, "Trial on Police." "To pay shooting to begin" by Joel Bremer, Times staff writer. An unusual civil rights trial opens today with a Los Angeles police detective accused of using excessive force 4 years ago when he shot and killed a man believed to be a serial killer. The victim, according to the suit, was merely reaching for his hairpiece. Detective Harry Bosch, 43, is being sued in federal court by the widow of Norman Church, an aerospace worker Bosch killed during the climax of the investigation into the media-dubbed Dollmaker murders. For nearly a year, police had hunted a killer who painted the faces of his victims, a manhunt amplified by poems and notes sent to Bosch and the Times. After Church's death, police declared they had unequivocal proof Church was the killer. Bosch was suspended, then transferred from the Robbery-Homicide Division's elite unit to a homicide squad in Hollywood, a demotion framed as discipline for procedural missteps like failing to call for backup before entering the Silver Lake apartment where the shooting occurred. Department brass maintained it was a good shooting, meaning justified, but with Church dead, much of the evidence never faced public scrutiny under oath. That is expected to change this week. Jury selection is set to conclude today, opening statements to follow. Bosch refolded the paper to continue on an inside page, his eyes catching an old photo of himself that looked uncomfortably like a mugshot. For a moment, he remembered a conversation he'd had with his daughter just last week, her asking why he seemed so distant lately, a small, piercing detail that hadn't been in any report. He pushed the thought aside, the familiar blend of duty and doubt settling in his chest like stone. The photograph staring back at him from the newspaper was the same one plastered on his department ID. For Harry Bosch, the image was a deeper violation than the article itself, an unwelcome intrusion into a private life he fiercely guarded. He forced his focus onto the text. The city attorney's office was handling his defense, the article explained, because the shooting happened while he was on duty. Any financial penalty would fall on the city, not him. Representing the widow, Deborah Church, was civil rights attorney Honey Chandler. Known for taking on police misconduct cases, Chandler had told the paper she intended to prove Bosch's recklessness made Church's death a foregone conclusion. Detective Bosch was playing cowboy, and a man is dead because of it. She was quoted as saying, "Whether it was simple negligence or something darker, the trial will reveal the truth." That word darker was the one Bosch had circled mentally a dozen times since he first scanned the piece on his morning break. It felt less like a legal argument and more like a targeted warning, a psychological grenade rolled into his path. He knew Chandler was capable of such tactics, but the implication still landed with a cold weight. Signaling this was merely the opening salvo. Chandler further claimed she would challenge the official police narrative that Norman Church was the notorious Dollmaker killer. She argued Church, a father of 2 girls, was innocent, a convenient scapegoat created to obscure Bosch's actions. Detective Bosch executed an innocent man, Chandler stated. This lawsuit seeks the truth and justice for Norman Church's family, something the police and the DA's office have pointedly refused to pursue. Bosch and his city-appointed lawyer, Rodney Belk, had offered no comment for the story. The article listed them among the expected witnesses for the upcoming 1 to 2 week trial. Got any spare change, friend? Bosch looked up from the newsprint into the smudged, recognizable face of the homeless man who'd claimed the courthouse steps as his personal domain. Bosch had seen him all through jury selection, working the crowd for coins and cigarette handouts. The man was layered in a frayed tweed jacket over 2 sweaters, his corduroys worn thin. He clutched a plastic grocery bag of possessions and a giant soda cup he'd rattle when panhandling, always accompanied by a yellow legal pad covered in frantic scribbles. Bosch patted his pockets reflexively and shook his head. "No change on me. A dollar bill works just as well. Don't have one of those either." The man dismissed him with a grunt and turned his attention to the sand-filled ash can, where discarded cigarette filters sprouted like a toxic harvest. Tucking his pad under his arm, he began sifting through the butts, selecting those with a worthwhile length of tobacco left. Occasionally, he'd unearth a nearly full cigarette and click his tongue in quiet triumph, depositing his finds into the cup. Satisfied, he stepped back and gazed up at the bronze statue of Justice overlooking the plaza. He glanced back at Bosch, gave a conspiratorial wink, and then began a crude, gyrating dance, mimicking a lewd act. "How about my lady friend here?" he cackled, then blew a kiss to his hand and patted the statue's cold leg. Before Bosch could muster a response, the pager on his belt let out its sharp electronic chirp. The homeless man recoiled as if struck, stumbling back 2 more steps and throwing up a hand as if to shield himself from some invisible threat. A wild, paranoid terror flashed across his features, the look of a mind where the wires had long since frayed and sparked. Without another word, he spun and scurried off toward Spring Street, his cup of salvaged cigarettes held tight. Bosch watched him vanish into the downtown foot traffic, then unclipped the pager. He knew the number on the display. It was the direct line to Lieutenant Harvey, 98 pounds, at the Hollywood Division. He crushed the last of his cigarette into the sand and headed back inside the courthouse. Up near the 2nd-floor courtrooms, he found a row of payphones. "Harry, what's the status over there?" Pounds's voice came through. "Same old waiting game. Jury's seated, so now the lawyers are in chambers with the judge discussing opening statements. Belk said I could skip that, so I'm just killing time." He glanced at his watch. It was nearly noon. "They'll break for lunch soon," he added. "Perfect."
"I need you," Pounds said. Bosch stayed quiet. Pounds had guaranteed he'd be off the homicide rotation until the trial wrapped a week, maybe 2 at most. It was a promise Pounds had to make. He knew Bosch couldn't juggle a new murder case while tied up in federal court 4 days a week. "What's going on?" I thought I was clear of the list. "You are. But we might have a situation. It involves you." Bosch paused. Dealing with Pounds was always like this. Harry would sooner trust a street informant than the lieutenant. There was always the stated reason and the real reason. This time, Pounds was doing his usual dance, talking in circles, trying to get Bosch to take the bait. "A situation," Bosch finally replied, keeping his tone neutral. "I assume you saw the paper today. The Times piece about your case." "Yeah, I was just reading it." "Well, we received another message." "A message? What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about a note left at the front desk, addressed to you. And wouldn't you know, it reads just like those letters you got from the dollmaker back when all that was happening." Bosch could tell Pounds was savouring this, drawing it out. "If it was addressed to me, how do you know what it says?" "It wasn't mailed, no envelope. Just a single page, folded over with your name on the outside. Someone left it at the desk. You can guess the rest." "What does it say?" "Well, you're not going to like this, Harry. The timing is terrible, but the note claims you got the wrong man. Says the dollmaker is still out there. The writer insists he's the real one and that the body count is still climbing. Says you killed an innocent man. It's nonsense. The dollmaker's letters were published in the paper, in Bremer's book on the case. Anyone could mimic the style and write a note. You think I'm an idiot, Bosch. I know anyone could have written this."
But the writer knew that too. So, to prove his point, he included what you might call a little treasure map, directions to another victim's body. A heavy silence hung on the line as Bosch processed the information, and Pounds waited. "And," Bosch finally said, "and so I sent Edgar out to the location this morning. Remember Bing's over on Western? Bing's? Yeah, south of the boulevard. Bing's, that pool hall. Didn't that place burn down in the riots last year?" "Right," Pounds said. "Total loss. Looted and torched. Nothing left but the foundation slab and 3 walls. There's a city demolition order, but the owner hasn't done anything yet. Anyway, that's the spot according to this note. Says she was buried under the concrete floor. Edgar went out there with a city crew, jackhammers, the whole setup. Pounds was stretching it out again. What a petty jerk, Bosch thought. This time he'd wait him out. When the silence grew uncomfortably long, Pounds finally spoke. He found a body, just like the note said he would, under the concrete. He found a body that's... How old is it? Don't know yet, but it's old. That's why I'm calling. I need you to go out there during the lunch break and see what you can make of this. You know, is it a legitimate doll-maker victim, or is some other nutjob messing with us? You're the expert. You can head over when the judge breaks. I'll meet you there, and you'll be back in time for opening statements." Bosch felt a cold numbness settle over him. He already wanted another cigarette. Bosch struggled to arrange the details Pounds had just dumped on him into something that made sense. Norman Church, the man known as the doll-maker, had been dead for 4 years. There was no doubt about that. Bosch had been certain that night, and his gut still told him the same story now. Church was the doll-maker. So this note just showed up at the front desk out of nowhere. The desk sergeant found it on the front counter around 4 hours ago, Pounds explained. No one saw who left it. You know how it is in the morning, a steady stream of people coming through. We also had a shift change. I sent Meehan to talk to the uniforms at the desk. Nobody remembers a thing until they spotted it. Damn. Read it to me. Can't. Sid has it now. I doubt we'll get any prints, but we have to follow procedure. I'll get a copy and bring it to the scene, all right? Bosch remained silent. "I know what's going through your head," Pounds continued. "But let's not jump to conclusions until we see what we're dealing with. No need to panic yet. This could be some stunt orchestrated by that lawyer, Chandler. I wouldn't put it past her. She's exactly the type who'd do anything to hang another LAPD scalp on her wall. She loves seeing her name in the headlines. What about the press? Have they caught wind of this?" "We've had a few calls about a body being discovered. They probably picked it up off the coroner's dispatch scanner. We've been keeping radio silence. So far, nobody knows about the note or the doll-maker connection. They just know there's a body. I guess the idea of it being found under the floor of a building burned in the riots is a juicy detail. For now, we need to keep the doll-maker angle completely under wraps. Unless, of course, whoever wrote the note also sent copies to the media. If that happened, we'll know by the end of the day. How could someone bury a body under the concrete floor of a pool hall? The whole building wasn't just the pool hall, Pounds said. There were storage rooms in the back, before it was Bing's. The place was a studio prop warehouse. After Bing's took over the front, they rented out sections in the back for storage. Edgar got all this from the owner. The killer must have had access to one of those rooms, broke through the existing slab, and put this girl's body in there. Then the whole place burned down in the riots. The fire didn't damage the concrete, though. According to Edgar, this poor girl's body has been down there through it all. He said it looks like some kind of mummy. The door to courtroom 4 swung open, and the Church family emerged for their lunch break, trailed by their attorney. Deborah Church and her 2 teenage daughters avoided looking at him. But Honey Chandler, known to most cops and courthouse regulars as Money Chandler, fixed him with a venomous stare as she walked by. Her eyes were a dark, burnt mahogany, set in a tanned face with a strong jaw. She was an attractive woman with sleek blonde hair, her figure concealed by the sharp lines of her blue suit. Bosch could feel the collective hostility from the group wash over him like a physical force. "Bosch, you still there?" Pounds asked. "Yeah." "Looks like we just broke for lunch." "Good. Then head over there and I'll meet you. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I hope it's just another crank. For your sake, that might be the best outcome." "Right." As Bosch was about to hang up, he heard Pounds's voice and brought the phone back to his ear. "One more thing. If the media shows up, leave them to me. However this plays out, you shouldn't be formally attached to this new case because of the ongoing litigation from the old one. We're just having you out there as a sort of expert witness, you understand? Right? See you there." Bosch drove out of downtown on Wilshire, cutting up to 3rd Street after navigating what remained of MacArthur Park. Turning north on Western Avenue, he could see the cluster of patrol cars, detective sedans, and the crime scene and coroner's vans up ahead on the left. In the distance, the Holywood sign hung in the hazy northern sky, its letters barely visible through the smog. Bing's was now just 3 blackened walls holding a mountain of charred wreckage. The scene felt like a grim punchline, a bitter contrast to the faded glamour promised by the sign in the hills. There was no roof left, but the uniforms had stretched a blue plastic tarp from the top of the back wall to the chain-link fence out front. Bosch knew the shade wasn't for the investigators' comfort. He leaned forward, peering up through the windshield. He saw them circling overhead, the city's carrion birds, the media helicopters. As he pulled his Caprice to the curb, he spotted 2 city workers leaning against an equipment truck, their faces pale as they took long, desperate drags from their cigarettes. Their jackhammers lay idle on the pavement nearby. They were waiting and hoping that their grim task here was finished. On the other side of the truck, Lieutenant Pounds stood by the coroner's blue van, looking like he was trying to steady himself. He wore the same queasy expression as the civilians. Pounds commanded the Hollywood detectives, including homicide, but he'd never actually worked a murder case himself. His climb up the department ladder was built on test scores and political maneuvering, not street experience. Bosch always felt a dark satisfaction seeing someone like Pounds get a raw taste of what real cops faced daily. Checking his watch, Bosch noted he had 1 hour before he needed to be back in court for opening statements. "Harry," Pounds said as Bosch approached. "Glad you could make it." "Always happy to visit a fresh scene, Lieutenant," Bosch replied. He slipped off his suit coat and laid it carefully on the car seat. From the trunk, he pulled out a baggy blue jumpsuit and pulled it on over his clothes. It would be stifling, but he couldn't return to court, speckled with grime. "Smart move," Pounds said, a note of envy in his voice. "Wish I'd thought to bring my gear." Bosch knew Pounds didn't own any real gear. The lieutenant only ventured to crime scenes when there was a high probability of television cameras, offering a chance for a brief, polished soundbite. Print media held no appeal for him. With a newspaper reporter, you had to form coherent thoughts for more than 2 consecutive sentences, and those words were then printed, permanent, and could come back to haunt you. TV was a safer, more fleeting thrill. Bosch moved toward the blue tarp. Beneath it, the usual cluster of investigators stood near a mound of shattered concrete and the edge of a trench dug into the old building's foundation pad. Another TV helicopter buzzed low overhead, but the tarp would block any useful video. They'd be scrambling ground crews soon. The skeleton of the building was still cluttered with debris, charred beams, broken concrete block, and general rubble. Pounds caught up, and they picked their way carefully toward the group under the shelter. "You know, they'll just bulldoze this and make another parking lot," Pounds mused, stepping over a blackened timber. "That's the real legacy of the riots. 1,000 new parking lots. Try finding a parking spot in South Central these days. No problem. But try buying a soda or a gallon of gas. That's the problem. They burned everything to the ground. You drive through there before Christmas? Christmas tree lots on every block. All that empty space." I still don't get why those people would torch their own neighborhoods. Bosch held his tongue. The very fact that people like Pounds couldn't comprehend those people was precisely part of the reason it happened, and why it might happen again. He saw it as a brutal, cyclical purge. Every generation or so, the city's soul got scorched by the fires of a harsh reality. Then it just drove on, never looking back, like a hit and run. Suddenly Pounds's foot slipped on the loose rubble. He pitched forward, catching himself with his hands before scrambling back up, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Damn it!" he shouted. Then, without Bosch prompting him, insisted, "I'm fine. Really, I'm fine." He hastily ran a hand over his scalp, trying to push back the few stray hairs that had escaped his balding head. Unaware, he smeared a streak of black soot from his fingers across his forehead in the process, and Bosch chose not to mention it. They carefully navigated their way over to the assembled group. Bosch approached his old partner, Jerry Edgar, who was standing with a couple of investigators Harry recognized, and two women he didn't. The women were dressed in the standard-issue green jumpsuits of the coroner's transport team, low-wage workers shuttling from one death scene to the next in their blue van, collecting the deceased for the cold storage downtown. "Where yat, Harry?" Edgar greeted him. "Right here," Bosch replied. Edgar had recently returned from a blues festival in New Orleans and had somehow adopted that local greeting. He used it so frequently it had become grating, though Edgar seemed blissfully unaware that he was the only one in the detective bureau who found it charming. Edgar stood out sharply in the gathering. Unlike Bosch, who wore a practical jumpsuit, Edgar was in his usual crispic attire. He avoided jumpsuits entirely because they ruined the lines of his expensive Nordstrom suits. Somehow, he had navigated the dusty crime scene without a single speck of debris touching the cuffs of his sleek, grey, double-breasted suit. Even though the real estate market, Edgar's once profitable side hustle, had been in a slump for years, he remained the best-dressed detective in the division. Bosch glanced at Edgar's pale blue silk tie, knotted perfectly at his throat, and guessed it probably cost more than his own entire shirt and tie combo. He looked away, giving a brief nod to Art Donovan, the SID technician, but said nothing more to the others. He was adhering to the unspoken hierarchy that governed every murder scene, a tightly controlled, almost cliquish system. The detectives primarily conversed among themselves, or with the SID tech uniformed officers stayed quiet unless addressed. The body movers at the bottom of the pecking order spoke only to the coroner's investigator, who in turn had little to say to the cops. In his view, they were perpetual complainers, always demanding autopsies, toxicology reports, everything done immediately, as if by yesterday Bosch peered down into the excavation trench. The jackhammer team had broken through the concrete slab, creating a hole roughly 8 feet long and 4 feet deep. They had then dug laterally into a substantial concrete formation that extended 3 feet below the slab's surface. Within the stone there was a hollow cavity. Bosch crouched to get a better look and saw that the hollow perfectly outlined the shape of a woman's body. It resembled a mold, the kind you might pour plaster into to create a statue or a mannequin. But this one was empty. "Where's the body?" Bosch asked. "They already removed what was left," Edgar answered. "It's bagged up in the truck. Now we're trying to figure out how to extract this whole slab section without breaking it." Bosch stared silently into the hollow for a long moment before straightening up and making his way back out from under the protective tarp. Larry Sakai, the coroner's investigator, followed him to the coroner's van, unlocked it, and swung open the rear doors. Inside, the heat was oppressive, and the smell of Sakai's breath, a mix of coffee and something stale, overpowered the scent of industrial cleaner. "I had a feeling they'd call you in on this one," Sakai remarked. "Oh, yeah. Why's that?" Bosch replied, keeping his tone neutral. "Because it looks like the damn doll-maker, man," Sakai said bluntly. Bosch remained silent, offering no reaction that might confirm Sakai's suspicion. Sakai had worked on some of the doll-maker cases 4 years back, and Bosch privately suspected he was the source who leaked details to the media, specifically how the killer applied makeup to the victims. One television anchor had seized on that, dubbing him the doll-maker, and the name stuck, used by everyone, even the police. But Bosch had always despised that label. It felt trivializing, turning something monstrous into a cheap headline. The nickname said as much about the public as it did about the killer. It stripped away the humanity, turning real tragedy into a macabre form of entertainment for the nightly news. Inside the coroner's van, the air was cool and still. 2 gurneys held 2 black bags. One was full, the shape beneath the plastic suggesting a large or swollen form. The other bag lay nearly flat. Bosch knew that one came from the concrete slab. "This is the one," Sakai confirmed, nodding toward the smaller bag. "The others are stabbing from Lancashire, North Hollywood Division's case. We were headed back when the call came in on yours." That explained the media swarm, Bosch thought. The coroner's dispatch channel was a live wire into every newsroom in Los Angeles. He stared at the deflated body bag for a long moment. Then, without waiting for permission, he grasped the heavy zipper and pulled. The sound was loud in the quiet van, and it released a sharp, earthy odor. Unpleasant, but far from the worst he'd encountered. Sakai helped peel the plastic back, revealing the remains. The skin was a dark, leathery sheath, pulled tight over the bone. Bosch felt no revulsion. He was a veteran of this view. Sometimes he believed his entire life had been a preparation for looking at the dead without flinching. He'd identified his mother's body for the police before he was 12. He'd seen fields of the dead in Vietnam, and in 2 decades with the LAPD, the count had become meaningless. It left him detached, an observer. He knew that kind of detachment could look, from the outside, a lot like something else. The woman had been petite, he could tell, though the relentless process of decay had shrunk her further. Faded, shoulder-length hair, once bleached blonde, clung to her scalp. A ghost of makeup powdered her cheeks. His eyes were drawn almost against his will to her breasts. They were absurdly large and full on the withered frame. The skin stretched drum-tight over them. It was the most jarring detail, a grotesque parody of life. "Implants," Sakai said with a clinical shrug. "They don't biodegrade. We could probably start a recycling program, clean them up for the next person who thinks they need them." The casual cynicism of the remark landed with a thud. Bosch felt a sudden, profound sadness for this unknown woman. Had she altered herself to feel desirable, only to become desirable to a monster? Sakai, oblivious to the mood shift, launched into a tangent. "If this is a doll-maker victim, she's been in that concrete at least 4 years. Decomp's not terrible for that timeline. We still have hair, eyes, some tissue. It's workable. Last week, I had a hiker found in Soledad Canyon, missing since last summer. He was just a skeleton, out in the open. The animals get in, you know. They always start with the softest entry point." "I know how it works, Sakai." Bosch cut him off, his voice flat. "Focus on this one. Right?" Anyway, the concrete acted like a seal, slowed everything way down. It was basically an airtight tomb. "Can your people give me a time of death? Not from the body. Not precisely. You get us an ID. You detectives can find out when she vanished. That's your best bet." Bosch looked at the hands. The fingers were like dark, brittle twigs. "Prints. We'll get them," Sakai said, a smirk playing on his lips. "But not from those." Bosch caught the look. She left them in the concrete. Sakai's moment of triumphant revelation was spoiled. "Yeah," he said, the glee gone from his voice. "You could say she made an impression. We're going to lift prints, maybe even get a facial mold if we can extract that concrete slab. Whoever mixed this batch used way too much water. It made the texture very fine, which actually works in our favor. we'll get the prince. Bosch leaned in over the gurney, his focus narrowing to the thin strip of black leather knotted around the neck. He could see the clean manufacturer's seam along the edges. It was a purse strap, cut away, just like all the others. He bent closer, and the thick, sweet smell of decay filled his senses. The loop was tight, maybe the circumference of a soda bottle, small enough to do the job. He studied where it had bitten into the darkened skin, a permanent mark of how life had been stolen. The knot was a slip knot, pulled tight on the right side, a left-handed pull. Church had been left-handed. There was one last thing to confirm. The signature. No clothes? No shoes, Bosch asked. Nothing.
"You know the drill just like the others," Sakai replied. "Open it all the way. I need to see everything."
Sakai unzipped the body bag completely. Bosch wasn't sure if Sakai knew about the signature, and he wasn't about to mention it. He leaned over the corpse, his eyes scanning, but really only interested in the feet. The toes were shriveled and black, the nails cracked or missing entirely, but on the toes that were intact, he saw it. Hot pink polish, dulled by time and fluids. And there on the big toe of the right foot was what was left of it, a tiny white cross, carefully painted on the nail, the dollmaker's calling card. It had been on every single one. A sudden heavy thudding started in his chest. The walls of the van seemed to press in, and a sharp, unwelcome paranoia began to needle its way into his thoughts. His mind raced through the logic. If this body matched every detail of a dollmaker kill, then Church was the killer. But if Church killed this woman and is now dead himself, then who left that note at the front desk of the Hollywood station? He straightened up, finally taking in the whole pitiful scene. A naked, shrunken form, utterly forgotten. He had a chilling thought. Were there more out there, sealed in concrete, waiting to be found? "Close it up," he said to Sakai. "It's him, right? The dollmaker." Sakai pressed. Bosch didn't answer. He climbed out of the van, tugging the zipper of his jumpsuit down to let some cool air in. "Hey, Bosch," Sakai called from inside. "Just curious. How'd you guys even find this spot? If the dollmaker's dead, who gave you the tip?" Bosch ignored that question too. He walked slowly back under the canopy. The crew still seemed to be debating how to remove the concrete block. Edgar was standing off to the side, carefully avoiding the dirt. Bosch caught his eye and signaled to Pounds, and the three of them moved to a spot away from the others, near the edge of the trench. "Well, what do we have?" Pounds asked, his voice low. "Looks like Church's work," Bosch stated flatly. "Damn it," Edgar muttered. "How can you be sure?" Pounds pressed. "From what I saw, it matches every detail we documented, including the signature. It's there." "The signature?" Edgar asked. "The white cross on the toenail. We kept that detail under wraps during the original investigation. Made deals with every reporter to sit on it." "What about a copycat?" Edgar suggested, a note of hope in his voice. "It's possible. That white cross wasn't public until after we closed the case. Bremer at the Times put it in his book a full year after Church was dead." "So we have a copycat," Pounds declared, as if that settled it. "Maybe," Bosch said. "It all hinges on when she died. If she was killed after that book hit the shelves, then yeah, you've probably got a copycat. If she was in that concrete before that, then I don't know what we've got." "Damn it," Edgar said again, the word hanging in the damp air. Bosch paused, considering his next words carefully. "We might be looking at a number of possibilities here. It could be a copycat. Or perhaps Church had an accomplice we never identified. Or maybe—" he let the thought hang heavy and uncomfortable. "Maybe I got the wrong man. Maybe the person who sent this note is actually telling the truth." The idea lingered in the sudden quiet, like something foul on the pavement, the kind of thing everyone notices but deliberately avoids. "Where is this note?" Bosch finally asked Pounds. "It's in my car." "I'll fetch it," Pounds replied. "But what do you mean he might have had a partner? I mean, if Church committed these murders, then who sent the note now that he's dead? It would have to be someone who knew what he did and where he hid the body. So who is that? An accomplice. Did Church have a partner in his crimes that we completely missed?" Edgar chimed in, a historical parallel coming to mind. "Remember the Hillside Strangler case? Turned out it was two of them. Cousins, both with the same urge to kill. Pounds took a physical step back, shaking his head as if to dispel a nightmare that could ruin his career. "What about the lawyer, Chandler?" he proposed. "Suppose Church's wife knew where he buried victims," she tells Chandler, "and he cooks up this whole scheme. She writes a note mimicking the doll maker and leaves it at the station. It's a perfect way to sabotage your entire case." Bosch turned that theory over in his head. It seemed plausible on the surface, but then the cracks began to show. The same fundamental flaw ran through every scenario they'd considered.
But why would Church bury some victims and display others?
The psychologist who consulted on the task force was clear. The doll maker was an exhibitionist. Leaving those notes to us and the press at the end was part of his profile. It doesn't add up that he'd hide a body in concrete while putting others on display. "True enough," Pounds conceded. "I'm leaning toward the copycat idea," Edgar said. "But why copy every single detail of the dollmaker's signature only to change the disposal method?" Bosch countered. He wasn't really asking them. It was a question he'd have to answer for himself. A prolonged silence settled over the three men, a shared dawning realization that the most disturbing possibility might be the correct one. The dollmaker could still be alive. "Whoever did this, why send a note at all?" Pounds said, his agitation growing. "If he got away with it, why draw attention?" "Because he wants the spotlight," Bosch said flatly, "just like the original dollmaker did. Just like this trial is going to get." The silence returned, thicker this time. "The key," Bosch stated, breaking it, "is identifying her and figuring out how long she's been in that concrete. Then we'll know what we're really dealing with." "So what's our move?" Edgar asked. Our move," Pounds said, taking command, "is to say nothing, not a word to anyone until we are 100% certain. We wait for the autopsy and the ID. We find out her time of death and what her life was like before she vanished. I will decide our next steps after that. In the meantime, absolute silence. If this gets misinterpreted, it could do serious damage to the department. I see the media's already here, so I'll handle them. No one else speaks to the press. Are we clear?" Bosch and Edgar gave curt nods. Pounds walked off, picking his way through the rubble toward the cluster of reporters and camera crews held back by the police tape. The two detectives watched him go in silence for a moment. "I really hope he knows what he's talking about," Edgar muttered. "Oh, he inspires loads of confidence," Bosch replied, his tone dripping with a sarcasm that cut through the grim atmosphere. "Loads?" Bosch turned and walked back toward the excavation trench, Edgar following. "What's the plan for the impression she left in the concrete?" "The guys with the jackhammers say it's not movable. Whoever mixed this batch didn't follow the instructions. Too much water, the wrong sand. It's set almost like brittle plaster. If we try to lift the whole section, it'll just crumble. So what now? Donovan's mixing up a plaster cast. We're going to try to preserve it that way." They were planning to create a mold from the face. As for the hand, only the left one was intact. The right side had disintegrated during the excavation. Donovan intended to use a rubber silicone compound, claiming it offered the best chance of preserving any prints in the mold. Bosch gave a slow nod. For a moment his eyes drifted toward Pounds, who was still engaged with the press corps, and he found the first faint reason to smile all day. There Pounds stood on camera with a streak of grime smeared across his forehead, and not a single reporter had bothered to point it out. Lighting a cigarette, Bosch turned back to Edgar. "So this whole section was rented storage space?" he asked. "Exactly," Edgar replied. "The property owner was here earlier. Said all this back area was divided into individual lockers. The killer, whoever he was, could have rented one and had all the privacy he needed. Only real issue would have been the noise from breaking up the original floor, but he could have done that at night. Owner mentioned most renters didn't come around after dark. They each had a key to an exterior door off the alley. Someone could have slipped in, done the whole job in one night." The next question was obvious, and Edgar answered it before Bosch could ask. "The owner can't give us a definite name for the renter. Records burned in the fire. His insurance company settled with most of the claimants. And we'll get those names, but he said a few people never filed after the riots, just vanished. He doesn't remember all the names, and even if he did, our guy probably used an alias. Let's be honest, if I was renting a room to dig up a floor and bury a body, you wouldn't catch me using my real name." Bosch nodded and checked his watch. He needed to leave soon. A dull hunger gnawed at him, though he doubted he'd have time to eat. His gaze dropped back into the excavation, where the line between the old, nearly white concrete and the newer dark grey fill was stark. Then he spotted it, a small shred of red paper jutting from a grey chunk at the bottom of the trench. He stepped down into the pit, hefted the chunk, about the size of a softball, and rapped it sharply against the old slab until it fractured in his hand. Inside was a crumpled, empty Marlboro pack. Edgar produced a plastic evidence bag from his suit pocket and held it open. Bosch dropped the find inside. "Had to have been buried with her," Edgar said. "Nice spot." Climbing out, Bosch checked his watch again. "Time to go. Keep me posted if you get an ID," he told Edgar. He tossed his jumpsuit into the trunk of his caprice and lit another cigarette. Leaning against the car, he watched Pounds wrapping up what had clearly been a carefully staged impromptu press briefing. Most of the reporters were from TV. Bosch could tell by the cameras and the sharp suits. He noticed Bremer from the Times lingering at the edge of the pack. He hadn't seen him in a while. The man had put on weight and grown a beard. Bosch knew Bremer was waiting for the TV crowd to finish so he could hit Pounds with a substantive question that would require an actual answer. He smoked and waited 5 more minutes, risking lateness for court, because he wanted to see the note. When Pounds finally broke away, he signaled Bosch to follow him to his car. Inside, Pounds handed over a photocopy. Harry studied it carefully. The printing was that familiar blocky scrawl. The document's analyst had labelled it Philadelphia block style, noting the right-to-left slant likely came from an untrained hand, possibly a left-handed person forcing himself to print with his right. The newspaper reports the trial has just started, with a verdict pending on the dollmaker's case. A bullet from Bosch flew straight and true, but the dolls should understand my work isn't finished. My heart lifts when I think of Western Avenue and the doll resting beneath the ground at Bing's. Too bad, Detective Bosch. That bullet missed its mark. Years have passed, and I'm still very much in the game. Bosch felt the poem's crude style dig into him. It was identical to the others, those clumsy schoolboy rhymes trying too hard to sound important. A confusing tightness gripped his chest. It's him, he realized. It's definitely him. Chapter 3. Ladies and Gentlemen, announced U.S. District Judge Alva Keyes, his gaze sweeping over the jury. We commence this trial with the attorney's opening statements. Please understand, these are not evidence. Think of them as blueprints or perhaps road maps outlining the path each side intends to take. You cannot consider them as proof. The lawyers may make some lofty claims, but remember, just because they say something doesn't make it fact. After all, they are attorneys. A soft ripple of laughter spread through the jury and the rest of the cavernous, wood-panelled courtroom. With the judge's southern drawl, the word lawyers sounded more like liars, which added to the amusement. Even Honey Chandler allowed a small smile from his seat at the defense table. Bosch scanned the public gallery. The high-ceilinged room was about half full. In the front row on the plaintiff's side sat 8 of Norman Church's family and friends, not including his widow, who was beside Chandler at the plaintiff's table. Scattered behind them were the usual courtroom spectators, a handful of retirees with time to spare, some law clerks and students likely there to see the famed Honey Chandler in action, and a cluster of reporters, pens ready. Openers always made for a good story, precisely because, as the judge noted, the lawyers could say almost anything. Bosch knew the press attendance would wane after today, only returning for the closing arguments and the verdict, unless something unexpected happened. He glanced directly behind him. The bench was empty, just as he and Sylvia had agreed. He didn't want her here to see this spectacle. He had told her it was a mere formality, part of the job's burden. But the truth was he felt exposed and powerless, forced to sit and let others take their shots. He didn't want her to witness that. For a moment he worried the jury might notice the lack of support behind him and draw the wrong conclusion. As the quiet laughter subsided, Bosch returned his attention to Judge Keyes. The judge was an imposing figure on the bench. He wore the black robe with a natural authority, his thick forearms and large hands folded over a barrel chest, suggesting a quiet, formidable power. His balding, sun-reddened head seemed perfectly round, fringed with grey hair, as if it contained a vast reservoir of legal wisdom. A transplanted Southerner, he had built his career as a lawyer on civil rights cases, famously suing the LAPD over a pattern of incidents involving chokeholds. Appointed to the federal bench by President Jimmy Carter just before Carter left office, Judge Keyes had been presiding over his courtroom domain ever since, a fact that gave Bosch a strange, ironic sense of the world turning in circles he never asked for. Deputy City Attorney Rod Belk, representing Harry Bosch, had pushed hard in pre-trial motions to have Judge Keyes removed from the case, hoping to land a judge with less of a reputation for being a watchdog on police conduct. Those efforts went nowhere. While Belk fumed, Bosch himself took the news in stride. He recognized that Keyes shared a certain legal philosophy with the plaintiff's attorney, Honey Chandler, a deep-seated skepticism, even a palpable disdain toward law enforcement. Yet Bosch had a gut feeling that beneath that stern exterior, the judge was a man who valued fairness above all else. That was the only thing Bosch felt he truly needed, a level playing field in his soul. He was certain his actions at the Silver Lake apartment were justified. He had followed his training and his conscience. Your responsibility, Judge Keyes instructed the jury, is to determine what the evidence presented actually proves. Keep that in mind, Ms. Chandler, you may proceed with your opening statement. Honey Chandler gave a respectful nod and rose. She walked to the solid mahogany lectern positioned between the 2 counsel tables. Earlier, the judge had laid down strict courtroom protocol. Attorneys were to remain at the lectern with no wandering toward the witness stand or the jury box. Every word spoken had to come from that central post. Mindful of the judge's rules, Chandler even sought permission before carefully angling the heavy podium to face the jurors directly. Keyes granted a curt nod of approval. "Good afternoon," she began, her voice clear. "The judge is absolutely correct. What I'm about to give you is simply a roadmap for the journey ahead." Smart play, Bosch thought from his well of courtroom cynicism. Butter up the judge with your very first breath. He watched as she glanced down at a yellow legal pad resting on the lectern. His eyes were drawn to a large flat pin fastened at her collar, a round black onyx stone that seemed to absorb the light, cold and lifeless. Her hair was pulled back in a severe practical braid, but a single strand had escaped, framing her face. It created a deliberate impression, Bosch decided, of a woman too consumed by the law and the gravity of her case to bother with vanity. A woman focused solely on the injustice she was there to rectify. He suspected that Luce Strand was a calculated choice. Hearing she was representing Church's widow had hit Bosch like a physical blow, a disturbance far greater than the assignment of Judge Keyes. Her reputation preceded her. She was that formidable, which was why the legal community had dubbed her Money Chandler. "I'd like to take you a little way down that road," Chandler continued, and Bosch caught what sounded like a faint new drawl softening her words. "I just want to outline what this case is about and what we believe the evidence will show. This is a civil rights case. It concerns the fatal shooting of Norman Church by a police officer." She paused deliberately, not to consult her notes, but to let the weight of the statement settle over the room, ensuring every juror was locked in. Bosch scanned the panel. 5 women, 7 men, a mix of black, Latino, Asian, and white faces. All were fixed on Chandler. "This case," she said, her tone shifting into something sharper, almost sarcastic, "is about a police officer who found the immense power of his badge somehow insufficient. This officer also wanted your job, and he wanted Judge Keyes' job. He even wanted the state's job of carrying out the sentences you all might decree. He wanted to be judge, jury, and executioner. This case is about Detective Harry Bosch, the man you see sitting right there at the defense table." She extended a finger toward Bosch, stretching out the word defendant with pointed emphasis. Rod Belk was on his feet instantly. "Objection. Counsel has no need to gesture at my client or to use theatrical vocal inflections. Yes, we are seated at the defense table. That is hardly in dispute. The reason this is a civil case is that in our legal system anyone can file a lawsuit against anyone else, even the family of a—" "Objection, Your Honor," Chandler called out sharply. "Counsel is using this objection to continue smearing Mr. Church's character, a man who was never convicted of any crime, because that's enough." Judge Keyes' voice boomed through the courtroom. "Objection sustained, Miss Chandler. We don't need the dramatic pointing. Everyone here knows who we're discussing. We also don't require inflammatory emphasis on certain words. Words carry their own weight, beautiful or ugly. Let them speak for themselves. As for you, Mr. Belk, I find it particularly grating when opposing counsel interrupts opening or closing remarks. You'll have your turn. I advise you not to object during Miss Chandler's statement unless a truly egregious violation against your client occurs. In my view, pointing a finger hardly qualifies." "Thank you, Your Honor," Belk and Chandler replied together. "Proceed, Miss Chandler," the judge continued. "As I mentioned in chambers this morning, I intend to conclude opening statements by the end of the day. I have another matter at 4 o'clock." "Thank you, Your Honor," she said once more. Then, turning back to face the jury, she began, "Ladies and gentlemen, we all rely on our police. We respect our police. The overwhelming majority perform a thankless job, and they do it well. The police department is an essential pillar of our society. Where would we be if we couldn't depend on officers to serve and protect us? But that is not what this trial is about. I urge you to hold that thought as we move forward. This case is about what happens when one officer decides to step outside the rules, the regulations, the very policies that bind the force together. What we are dealing with is what's known as a rogue cop, and the evidence will demonstrate that Harry Bosch is precisely that, a rogue officer who one night 4 years ago appointed himself judge, jury, and executioner. He shot a man he believed to be a killer, a monstrous serial killer, yes, but at the instant the defendant chose to draw his weapon and fire at Mr. Norman Church. There was no legal proof of that. During this trial, you will hear the defense present all sorts of so-called evidence allegedly connecting Mr. Church to these murders. But I ask you to remember where that evidence came from, the police themselves, and when it was discovered only after Mr. Church had been executed. We believe the evidence you'll see is at best questionable, tainted at best. Ultimately, you will have to decide whether Mr. Church,
A married man with 2 young children, holding a well-paying job at an aerospace plant, was truly the killer known as the doll maker, or whether he was simply made the fall guy, the scapegoat, by a police department desperate to cover up the sin of one of its own, the brutal, unwarranted, and unnecessary killing of an unarmed man.
She went on, speaking at length about the department's infamous code of silence, its long history of excessive force, the Rodney King beating, and the unrest that followed. In Honey Chandler's narrative, these were all dark blossoms growing from a single seed, Harry Bosch's shooting of Norman Church. Bosch heard her voice, but had stopped listening. He kept his eyes open, occasionally meeting the gaze of a juror, but his mind had drifted far away. This was his own defense. The lawyers, the jurors, the judge, they would spend a week, maybe more, picking apart a decision he had made in less than 5 seconds. To endure sitting here, he needed to retreat into himself. In his private thoughts, he saw Church's face again. That final moment in the apartment above the garage on Hyperion Street. Their eyes had locked. What Bosch saw were a killer's eyes, as dark and cold as the stone at Chandler's throat. Even if he was reaching for a weapon, would that change anything? Chandler was saying, a man had kicked the door down, a man holding a gun. Who could fault a person for instinctively reaching for what they believed was a means of protection, as the police themselves described? That the object in question turned out to be something as seemingly trivial as a hairpiece only deepens the tragedy of this act. It was a killing without justification. As a society, we must stand against such actions. Bosch's attention drifted from the attorney's words, his mind returning to the new victim, sealed away for who knows how long within a concrete slab. He found himself haunted by the silence that must have surrounded her disappearance. Had anyone ever filed a report? Was there a family somewhere still holding on to a faint hope, wondering all these years where she had gone? Back at the station, he had tried to explain the situation to Belk, urging him to request a delay from Judge Keyes so this new death could be properly investigated. But Belk had shut him down immediately, his face paling. The lawyer was so terrified by the potential ramifications that his strategy became the exact opposite of Bosch's advice. He wanted to rush the trial to a conclusion before anyone could connect the dots to the doll-maker case. Chandler was nearing the end of her allotted hour for the opening statement. She had spent considerable time dissecting the police department's use of force guidelines, and Bosch sensed she might have lost some of the jury's initial engagement. Even Belk, sitting beside him in the overly air-conditioned room, had tuned out for a stretch, nervously flipping through his legal pad and silently rehearsing his own lines. The man carried nearly 80 extra pounds, and he was perpetually damp with sweat. Bosch had often wondered during jury selection whether it was the physical weight or the immense pressure of facing Chandler and Judge Keyes that caused it. Belk couldn't be more than 30, maybe 5 years out of a decent law school, and he was clearly in over his head. The repeated use of the word justice snapped Bosch back to the present. He recognized Chandler's tactic. She was turning for the home stretch, loading every sentence with the term. In this civil arena, justice and financial compensation were essentially synonymous. Justice for Norman Church was brutally brief, Chandler continued. It lasted only as long as it took Detective Bosch to kick in that door, aim his polished 9mm Smith & Wesson, and squeeze the trigger. Justice was a single gunshot. The bullet he selected for this execution was an XTP, short for Extreme Terminal Performance. It's designed to expand on impact. Tearing through tissue and organs, it obliterated Mr. Church's heart. That, according to the detective, was justice. Bosch noticed several jurors were no longer looking at Chandler, but were instead gazing toward the plaintiff's table. Leaning forward slightly, he saw Deborah Church, the widow, using a tissue to dab at her tears. She was a woman with a soft, rounded figure, short, dark hair, and pale blue eyes. Her life as a suburban wife and mother had been shattered that morning, first by the gunshot, and then by the arrival of the police with their warrant and the media with their relentless questions. For a time Bosch had even felt sympathy for her, viewing her as another casualty. That ended when she hired the attorney known as Money Chandler and began publicly labeling him a murderer.
The evidence will demonstrate that Detective Bosch is a product of his institution, Chandler asserted. He is part of a cold, arrogant system that allows him to dispense his own personal brand of justice. You will be asked if this is the conduct you expect from those sworn to protect you. You will be asked to correct a profound wrong and to deliver justice for a family whose husband and father was taken from them. She paused, allowing the quiet of the courtroom to settle. In conclusion, I would like to share a thought from the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who wrote something over a century ago that feels painfully relevant to our purpose here today. He spoke of a warning: whoever battles monsters must take care not to become a monster themselves. And if you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that is the very heart of this matter. Detective Harry Bosch didn't merely look into that abyss. On the night Norman Church was killed, it stared back into him. The darkness swallowed him whole, and Detective Bosch fell. He became the very thing he was sworn to fight, a monster. The evidence will guide you, I believe, to that singular, inescapable conclusion. Thank you. Chandler settled back into her seat, offering a comforting pat on Deborah Church's arm. A gesture Bosch knew was purely for the jury's benefit, not the widow's solace. The judge glanced at the brass clock, face set into the mahogany above the door, and called for a 15-minute recess before Belk would take his turn. Rising as the jury filed out, Bosch caught the unwavering stare of Church's older daughter Nancy from the front row of the gallery. She looked about 13. He averted his eyes quickly, a pang of guilt following, and worried if any juror had noticed. Belk muttered about needing the time alone to review his opening statement. Bosch considered the 6th-floor snack bar. His stomach was empty. But the risk of running into jurors, or worse, the Church family, was too high. Instead, he took the escalator down to the lobby and stepped outside to the lone sand-filled ash can. Leaning against the cool stone base of the statue, he lit a cigarette. He was acutely aware of the clammy sweat soaking through his shirt beneath the suit jacket. Chandler's hour-long opener had felt like an endless ordeal, every second under the weight of public scrutiny. This suit wouldn't survive the week. He made a mental note to check on his other one. Focusing on these mundane details finally began to ease the tension. He was stubbing out his first cigarette and lighting a second when the heavy courthouse door swung open. Honey Chandler, using her back to push it, hadn't seen him. She turned, head bent, as she lit her own cigarette with a slim gold lighter, straightening and exhaling a plume of smoke. Her eyes met his. She started toward the ash can, prepared to extinguish it. "It's fine," Bosch said. "Pretty sure it's the only one out here." "It is," she acknowledged, "but I'm not sure it does either of us any favors to be seen together outside the courtroom." He simply shrugged, leaving the next move to her. She took another drag. "Just half. I need to get back anyway." He nodded, his gaze drifting out to Spring Street. A line of people waited to pass through the metal detectors at the county courthouse entrance. More of what he thought of as the lost souls, the boat people of the system. He noticed the familiar homeless man making his afternoon approach to check the can for discarded cigarette butts. The man abruptly stopped, turned on his heel, and hurried back toward Spring Street, casting one uneasy glance over his shoulder as he went. "He knows me," Chandler said. Bosch looked back at her. "He knows you. He was a lawyer once. Tom. Faraday. That's it. I knew him back then. I suppose he didn't want me seeing him like that. Everyone around here knows his story. He's a walking reminder of what happens when everything goes completely off the rails."
What happened to him? It's a long story. Maybe your lawyer will tell you one day. She paused. Can I ask you something? Bosch waited silently. Why didn't the city settle this with Rodney King, the riots? It's the worst possible time to take a police brutality case to trial. I don't think Bulk, that's what I call him, since I know he calls me Money. I don't think he has a firm grip on this. You're the one who's going to be left swinging in the wind. Bosch took a moment weighing his words. It's off the record, Detective Bosch, she added, just making conversation. I told him not to settle, Bosch finally said. If you're looking to settle this, I'll hire my own attorney, I told him. Feeling that confident, are you? She took a slow drag from her cigarette. We'll just have to wait and see. I suppose we will. You understand this isn't personal? He'd been waiting for that line? The oldest lie in the book? Maybe not for you. Oh, so it is for you. You fire on an unarmed man, and then take offence when his widow files a lawsuit. Your client's late husband had a particular method. He'd slice the strap from a woman's purse, fashion it into a noose, and use it to strangle them during his assaults. Leather was his preference. The woman didn't seem to matter, just the material. She didn't bat an eye. He hadn't expected her to. That was her late husband, and the only established provable fact in this courtroom is that you ended his life.
Correct. And I wouldn't hesitate to do it again. I'm aware, Detective Bosch. That's precisely why we're having this conversation. Her lips tightened into a thin, dismissive line, her jaw set sharply. The afternoon sun caught strands of her hair. With a sharp motion, she crushed her cigarette into the sand before turning back toward the building, shoving the door open as if it weighed nothing. Bosch arrived at the rear lot of the Hollywood station on Wilcox just before 4 o'clock. Belk had wrapped his opening statement in a mere 10 minutes, leading Judge Keyes to adjourn early, stating he preferred testimony to begin on a fresh day to avoid juror confusion between evidence and attorney rhetoric. Bosch felt a knot of unease about Belk's brevity, but Belk had assured him it was a strategic choice. Entering through the back door near the holding cells, Bosch made his way down the rear hallway to the detective bureau. By 4, the place was typically empty. Today was no exception, save for Jerry Edgar, who was stationed at an IBM, pecking away at a form Bosch recognized as a 51, the investigating officer's chronological record. Edgar glanced up as Bosch approached. "How's it going, Harry?" "Just keeping on." "Finished early, I see." "Don't tell me directed verdict." The judge tossed Money Chandler out on her ear. "I wish it were that simple." "Yeah, figured. What have you got so far?" Edgar reported there was nothing yet. No identification. Bosch sank into his desk chair and loosened his tie. Seeing Pounds's office was dark, he lit a cigarette. His thoughts drifted back to the trial and Money Chandler. She had held the jury's attention for most of her argument, effectively labeling Bosch a murderer with raw emotional appeals. Belk had countered with a dry lecture on legal statutes and an officer's right to use deadly force when perceiving imminent threat. Even if no gun was under the pillow, Belk argued Church's own history and actions created a palpable climate of danger that justified Bosch's response. In a final flourish, Belk had quoted Sun Tzu's The Art of War, claiming Bosch had entered the dying ground the moment he breached Church's apartment door, a point of no return where he had to fight or be killed. Second-guessing that decision now, Belk contended was fundamentally unfair. Sitting across from Edgar, Bosch privately admitted it hadn't landed. Belk had been dull, Chandler had been compelling. They were starting from behind. He realized Edgar had stopped talking and he hadn't absorbed a word. "What about the fingerprints?" Bosch asked. "Harry, you listening? I just said we finished with the silicone casting about an hour ago." Donovan lifted prints from the hand. "He says they look promising, lifted cleanly."
He'll start the DOJ run tonight, and we should have similar prints by morning. It'll probably take him the rest of the morning to sort through the matches, but at least this one isn't getting lost in the backlog. Pounds had flagged it as a priority. Excellent. Keep me posted on any developments. I'll be in and out of the office most of the week, I imagine. Harry, relax. I'll update you, but you need to stay calm. You got the right guy, didn't you? Any doubts creeping in? Not until today? Then stop worrying. The facts are on your side. Money Chandler can sweet-talk the judge and the entire jury, but it won't change the truth. Truth is power. What was that? Never mind. Bosch considered Edgar's crude remark about Chandler. It was telling how often a professional woman's threat was diminished by some cops into a sexual innuendo. He suspected many shared Edgar's unspoken belief that her effectiveness stemmed from her gender, not her sharp legal mind. They'd never admit she was simply brilliant at her job, while the city's portly attorney defending him was painfully out of his depth. Pushing back from his desk, Bosch returned to the file cabinets. He unlocked a drawer, reached deep into the back, and retrieved 2 thick blue binders, each about 3 inches. The spine of one read BIOS, the other docs. They were the murder books from the Dollmaker investigation. "Who's on the stand tomorrow?" Edgar called from his desk across the room. "The order's a mystery. The judge wouldn't let her specify, but she's subpoenaed me, Lloyd, and Irving. She's got Amado from the medical examiner's office, and even Bremer. They all have to be there, and then she'll decide who testifies when." "The Times won't let Bremer take the stand. Their lawyers always fight that." "True, but she didn't subpoena him as a reporter. He wrote that book on the case. She served him as the author. Judge Keyes already ruled. He doesn't have the same shield protections. The paper's lawyers might show up to argue, but the ruling stands. Bremer testifies. See what I mean? She's probably already had a private chat with the old judge. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Bremer can't hurt you. That book painted you as the hero who cracked the case. I suppose. Harry, come take a look at this." Edgar rose from his typing station and walked over to the cabinets. He carefully lifted a cardboard box, about the size of a hat box, from the top and placed it on the homicide table. "Handle with care. Donovan said it needs to set overnight." He removed the lid to reveal a woman's face captured in white plaster. The face was turned slightly, the right side fully formed, while much of the lower left jawline was absent. The eyes were closed, the mouth slightly and unevenly open. The hairline was faint. The right eye area appeared swollen. It reminded Bosch of a classical frieze he'd seen in a museum long ago, but this held no beauty. It was a death mask. Looks like he hit her near the eye, caused the swelling. Bosch nodded silently. There was something profoundly unsettling about this plaster impression, more so than viewing an actual body. He couldn't pinpoint why. Edgar finally replaced the lid and carefully returned the box to its perch.
"What's the plan for it?"
"Not sure yet. If the prints don't give us anything, this might be our only shot at an ID. There's an anthropologist at Cal State Northridge who works with the coroner on facial reconstructions. Usually he's working from a skull. I'll take this to him, see if he can complete the face, maybe add a blonde wig. He can paint the plaster too, give it a skin tone. It's a long shot, probably like shouting into the wind, but we have to try something." Edgar returned to his typewriter. Bosch sat down with the murder books, opening the BIOS binder. But for a moment, he just watched his partner. He wasn't sure whether to be impressed by Edgar's relentless drive on this case or deeply concerned by the cold detachment it required. They had once been partners, and Bosch had invested a full year trying to mold him into a homicide detective. Yet he always wondered how much of the training truly stuck. Edgar was perpetually distracted, slipping away to check on property listings or disappearing for extended lunches to finalize real estate deals. He never fully grasped that the homicide squad wasn't merely a job, it was a calling. For some, murder was a twisted craft. For those who answered this call, investigation was its own demanding art. The work chose you. You didn't choose it. Given that, Bosch found it difficult to believe Edgar was pushing hard on this case for anything beyond the paycheck. "What's on your mind?" Edgar asked, his eyes still fixed on the IBM screen, fingers not pausing on the keys. "Nothing. Just lost in thought." "Harry, relax. It'll come together." Bosch crushed his cigarette into a foam cup holding cold coffee and lit a fresh one. "Did the priority status from Pounds unlock the overtime budget?" "Absolutely," Edgar replied with a grin. "You're looking at a man who's got his whole head in the overtime trough. No shame about it." At least his honesty was consistent, Bosch thought, somewhat reassured his initial assessment still held. He turned back to the murder book, his fingers tracing the thick stack of reports bound by 3 rings. 11 divider tabs marked the names of the dollmaker's victims. He flipped through the sections, studying the grim crime scene photos and the brief life summaries of each woman. Their backgrounds were sadly similar: streetwalkers, high-end escorts, strippers, adult film performers who took private appointments. The killer had navigated the city's underbelly with ease, finding his victims as readily as they had stepped into the darkness with a stranger. The task force psychologist had pointed to a pattern in that very vulnerability. But as Bosch looked at the lifeless faces in the photographs, he recalled that the task force had never pinned down a common physical type among the women. They ranged from blondes to brunettes, from heavyset to frail, from addicts to those just scraping by. The victims included 6 white women, 2 Latinas, 2 Asians, and 1 black woman. No consistent pattern there. The dollmaker's only clear preference was for women living on the fringe, that desperate space where options vanish and trust is given too easily. The psychologist had likened each victim to a wounded fish, sending out invisible signals that inevitably drew the shark. "She was white, right?" Bosch asked. Edgar stopped typing. "Yeah, that's what the coroner's initial guess was." "They already performed the autopsy? Who did it?"
No, the full exam is scheduled for tomorrow or the next day, but Corazon took a preliminary look when we brought the remains in. She estimated the victim was white. Why? Just thinking. Blonde. Yeah, bleached blonde, at least at the time of death. And if you're about to ask if I ran missing persons on every white blonde woman who vanished 4 years ago, forget it, Harry. That description would give us 300 or 400 possibles.
"I'm not wading through that when we'll likely get an ID from the prince tomorrow. Total waste of time. Yeah, I know. I just wish... You just wish you had answers. We all do. But sometimes these things just take time, partner." Edgar resumed his typing, and Harry looked back down at the binder, yet his mind kept returning to the face preserved in plaster. No name, no known history. They had nothing on her, but something in that cast told him she fit the dollmaker's profile. There was a toughness there, a resilience that had nothing to do with the plaster itself. She had come from the edge. Was anything else found in the concrete after I left the site? Edgar stopped typing, let out a long sigh, and shook his head. What? Like another cigarette pack. With the other victims, the dollmaker left their purses behind. He'd cut the straps to use as a weapon, but when he dumped the bodies, we always found the purses and their clothing nearby. The only thing not accounted for was their makeup. He always kept that. Edgar shook his head. Not this time, at least, not in the concrete. Lieutenant Pounds had left a uniform on site while the crew finished breaking it up, but nothing else turned up. That material could have been stashed in the storage room and either burned or looted. Harry, are you thinking copycat? Bosch gave a non-committal shrug. Yeah, me too. After apologizing for the interruptions, Bosch returned to the reports. A few minutes later, Edgar finished his form, filed it with the day's thin stack of paperwork, and began his evening ritual, calling his wife while tidying his blotter and message pad. He mentioned a quick stop on the way home. Listening in, Bosch was reminded of Sylvia Moore, and the domestic routines that had quietly woven themselves into his own life.
I'm heading out, Harry.
Edgar announced after hanging up. Bosch nodded.
Why are you still here?
Oh, just brushing up on this stuff for my testimony tomorrow. Bosch lied. He didn't need the murder books to remember the doll maker. I hope you tear Money Chandler apart. She'll probably do the ripping. She's good. Well, I'm out. See you. Hey, if you get a name tomorrow, give me a beep after Edgar left. Bosch checked his watch. 5 o'clock. He turned on the TV, perched on the file cabinet, and dialed Sylvia. I won't make it out tonight. What's wrong? How did court go? It's not the trial. It's a new case. A body found today looks a lot like the doll maker's work. We got a note at the station. Basically said I killed the wrong guy. That the real doll maker is still out there. Can that be true? I don't know. There was no doubt before today. How could? Wait. The story's on the news. Channel 2. I'll put it on. They watched on separate sets, connected by phone. The anchor revealed nothing about the doll maker, showing an aerial shot and a soundbite from Pounds, who claimed little was known and an anonymous tip had led them to the body. Both Harry and Sylvia laughed at the sight of Pounds's charcoal-smeared forehead. For Bosch, the laughter was a brief welcome relief. After the report, Sylvia turned serious, so he didn't tell the media. We have to be sure. We need to figure this out first. It was either him, a copycat, or maybe a partner we never knew about. When will you know which way to go? It was her polite way of asking when he'd know if he'd killed an innocent man. I don't know. Probably tomorrow. The autopsy will tell us some things, but the ID will give us her time of death. Harry, it wasn't the doll maker, don't you worry. Thanks, Sylvia. Her unwavering faith struck him as something beautiful, and he immediately felt a pang of guilt for never being fully open with her about the things that haunted him. He had always been the one holding back. You still haven't said how court went today, or why you're not coming out like you promised. It's this new case. I'm involved, and I need some time to think on it. You can think anywhere, Harry. You know what I mean. Yes, I do. And court, it went fine, I guess, only opening statements. Testimony starts tomorrow. But this new case, it's hanging over everything. He flipped channels absently, but had missed any other reports. Well, what does your lawyer say about it? Nothing. He doesn't want to hear about it, Harry said into the phone. What a piece of work, came the reply. He just wants the trial wrapped up fast, hoping that if the doll maker or an accomplice is still out there, we don't prove it until after the verdict. But that's not right, Harry. Isn't he obligated to disclose evidence, even if it helps the plaintiff? Only if he's aware of it. That's the whole point. He's keeping himself in the dark on purpose. It's a legal shield. When do you take the stand? I want to be there. I can take the day off. Don't. It's just procedure. I'd rather you didn't get any deeper into this mess than you already are. Why? It involves you. No, it doesn't. It's his story. He promised to call tomorrow and hung up. For a long moment, he just stared at the silent phone on the table. Sylvia Moore. They'd been seeing each other 3, sometimes 4 nights a week for almost a year now. She was the one talking about making things more permanent, even had her place on the market. Harry, though, had always avoided the topic, afraid to upset the easy, comfortable rhythm they'd found. Now he wondered if he was doing exactly that. He just lied to her. His part in this new case wasn't completely over for the day, but he was heading home. He needed to be alone, with his own thoughts, with the ghost of the doll maker. He opened the second binder, flipping to the back where clear plastic sleeves held copies of the killer's old letters. 3 of them, the media frenzy had birthed the doll maker name, and the letters started coming after that. One had arrived for Harry before the 11th and final murder. The other 2 went to a reporter at the Times. Harry's eyes traced the photocopied envelope, addressed to him in those stiff, printed block letters. Then he unfolded the page inside and read the poem. Printed in that same unnervingly slanted hand, the words etched into his memory. I feel the need to warn and to forsake. Tonight I hunt a snack, my thirst to slake, another doll upon the shelf to take. She draws last breath as my release I make. Too late for Mum and Dad to weep and wake. A lovely lass beneath my steeple's ache. As purse strings tighten, readying the wash, I hear the final sigh. A sound like Bosch. He snapped the binders shut, stowed them in his briefcase, and killed the television. Out in the back lot, he held the station door for two uniforms, struggling with a cuffed, belligerent drunk who aimed a wild kick his way. Harry sidestepped it without a word. Pointing his caprice north, he took Outpost Road up to Mulholland, then followed the winding drive to Woodrow Wilson. He pulled into his carport, but didn't get out, hands resting on the wheel, the engine quiet. His mind circled back to the letters, and that signature left on each victim, a tiny cross painted on a toenail. They'd only understood its meaning after Church was dead. The cross was the steeple of a church. The next morning, Bosch sat on his back deck as the sun climbed over the Cahuenga Pass, burning off the gauzy morning fog and setting fire to the wildflowers on the scorched hillside from last winter's blaze. He sat there, smoking, sipping coffee, until the distant murmur of the Hollywood freeway swelled into a constant rushing sigh from the pass below. Inside, he dressed in his dark blue suit and a white button-down. Standing before the bedroom mirror, knotting a maroon tie dotted with tiny gold gladiator helmets, he caught himself wondering how the jury saw him. He'd noticed it yesterday. Whenever his eyes met one of the 12, they were always the first to look away. What was that supposed to mean? He considered asking Belk for clarification, but dismissed the idea. He didn't care for the man, and the thought of seeking his opinion made him uneasy. He threaded his tie through the existing hole, fastening it with his silver tie tack engraved with 187, the California Penal Code for murder. After a shower, he combed his damp, salt and pepper hair into place and neatened his moustache. A few drops of Visine cleared his eyes, and he leaned close to the mirror to examine them. The irises were as dark as frozen pavement, circled in red from a restless night. Why do they always look away from me? He wondered once more, recalling Chandler's description of him from the previous day. He understood the reason as he moved toward the door with his briefcase. It swung open before he reached it. Sylvia stepped inside, pulling her key from the lock. "Hi," she said, her face brightening. "I was hoping to catch you." She smiled, dressed in khaki pants and a pink button-down shirt. He knew she avoided dresses on Tuesdays and Thursdays, her assigned days as a schoolyard monitor where she might have to chase after students or intervene in scuffles. Morning light from the porch door caught her dark blonde hair, turning it to gold. "Catch me for what?" She approached, still smiling, and they shared a kiss. "I know I'm making you late, I'm running behind too, but I wanted to wish you good luck today, not that you need it." He held her close, breathing in the scent of her hair. It had been almost a year since they met, yet Bosch sometimes clung with a quiet dread that she might suddenly turn and leave, declaring her attraction to him a mistake. Perhaps he remained a stand-in for the husband she'd lost, a narcotics detective, a cop like Harry, whose apparent suicide Bosch had once investigated. Their relationship had settled into a comfortable rhythm, but lately he'd sensed a creeping inertia. She had felt it too and had even mentioned it, saying the issue was his inability to fully drop his guard. He knew she was right. Bosch had spent a lifetime alone, though not always lonely. He carried secrets many, buried too deep to surrender to her, at least not yet. "Thanks for coming by," he said, pulling back to look into her face. The light was still there in her eyes, though he noticed a tiny smudge of lipstick on one of her front teeth. "Be careful out on the yard today, okay?" "Yes." Then her expression turned serious. "I know what you said, but I still want to come watch the trial, at least for one day. I want to be there for you, Harry. You don't have to be in the courtroom to be there for me, you know what I mean?" She nodded, but he could tell his answer didn't satisfy her. They let the subject drop and chatted for a few more minutes, making plans to meet for dinner that evening at her place in Bouquet Canyon. After another kiss, they headed out, he to the courthouse, she to the high school, both destinations holding their own kinds of peril. The start of each trial day always brought a jolt of adrenaline as the courtroom hushed, waiting for the judge to emerge. It was 9:10, and there was still no sign of him, which was unusual, given his strict adherence to punctuality during jury selection. Bosch scanned the room and noticed several reporters, perhaps more than the day before. He found it curious, since opening statements typically drew the biggest crowds. Belk leaned in and whispered, "Keyes is probably in his chambers reading the Times piece. Did you see it?" Running late because of Sylvia, Bosch hadn't had time to glance at the paper. He'd left it on the doormat. What did it say? Before Belk could answer, the panel door opened and the judge entered. "Hold the jury, Miss Rivera." The judge instructed his clerk. He settled his considerable frame into the padded chair, surveyed the courtroom, and said, "Counsel, any matters to discuss before we bring the jury in?" "Miss Chandler?" "Yes, Your Honor," Chandler replied, walking to the lectern. Today she wore a grey suit. Since jury selection started, she had been rotating through the same 3 outfits. Belk had explained to Bosch that this was a deliberate choice to avoid appearing affluent in front of the jury, particularly the women who might hold that against her. "Your Honor, the plaintiff requests sanctions against Detective Bosch and Mr. Belk," she stated, holding up the folded Metro section. Bosch could see the article had snagged the lower right corner, just like yesterday's paper. The headline read, "Concrete Blonde Linked to Dollmaker." For once, Belk remained silent, respecting the judge's rule against interruptions. Judge Keyes asked, "Sanctions for what, Miss Chandler?" "Your Honor, the body discovered yesterday has significant evidentiary implications for this trial. As an officer of the court, Mr. Belk had a duty to disclose this information immediately under the discovery rules." "Your Honor," Belk interjected, "I was only informed of this last night. My plan was to address it this morning." "She is." "Stop right there, Mr. Belk. One at a time in my courtroom." "You seem to need a daily reminder," the judge cut in. He turned back to Chandler. I read the article. While Detective Bosch was mentioned, he wasn't quoted, and Mr. Belk has rather bluntly noted he was unaware until after court. "Frankly, I don't see grounds for sanctions here, unless you have something else." She did. "Your Honor, Detective," Bosch was fully aware of this development. He was present at the scene during yesterday's lunch recess. "Your Honor?" Belk ventured softly. Judge Keyes turned his gaze directly to Bosch. "Is that true, Detective?" "What she's saying," Bosch glanced at Belk, feeling the weight of the lie now squarely on his shoulders. Typical Belk, he thought. "I was there, Your Honor. By the time I returned for the afternoon session, there was no opportunity to brief Mr. Belk. I informed him after court. I haven't seen the paper this morning, and nothing about this body has been confirmed in relation to the Dollmaker case. There isn't even a positive identification yet." "Your Honor," Chandler pressed, "the detective seems to have overlooked the 15-minute break we had in the afternoon. That would have been more than enough time to relay such critical information to his attorney." The judge's eyes locked on Bosch. "I intended to tell him then, but Mr. Belk said he needed the break to prepare his opening statement." Judge Keyes studied him in silence, clearly weighing the truth of the statement. Bosch could feel the scrutiny. "Well, Miss Chandler," the judge finally said, "I don't quite share your view of a conspiracy here. I'm going to issue a warning to all parties. Withholding evidence is the most serious offense in my courtroom. If I catch you doing it, you'll regret the day you ever considered law school." Now, shall we discuss this new development? Your Honour, Belk said, quickly moving to the lectern. Given this discovery occurred less than 24 hours ago, I move for a continuance to allow for a thorough investigation into what this means for our case. Now, he asks, Bosch thought, knowing any chance for a delay had already slipped away. "Uh-huh," Judge Keyes murmured. "What's your position, Miss Chandler?" "No delay, Your Honour. This family has waited 4 years for justice. Any further postponement only extends their ordeal. Besides, who does Mr. Belk suggest should investigate Detective Bosch?" she added, her tone dipping into sarcasm. "I'm certain the defense would be satisfied with the LAPD handling the inquiry," the judge replied. "I wouldn't do that," she insisted. "I'm aware you wouldn't, Miss Chandler, but that's beside the point. You were the one who stated just yesterday that most officers in this city are decent and capable. You'll need to take your own advice to heart. However, I am denying the motion for a delay. This trial has commenced, and it will proceed. The police are certainly able to investigate this development and should keep the court updated. But I will not put these proceedings on hold. We continue unless future events force us to reconsider. Are we finished here? I have a jury waiting. What about the newspaper article?" Belk interjected. "What about it?" the judge replied. "Your Honour, I believe we should question the jury to determine if anyone read it. Furthermore, they need another strong warning to avoid newspapers or television news tonight. Every station will probably pick up that story. I instructed the jurors yesterday to avoid the news, but I intend to question them specifically about this article. We'll see what they say, and based on that, we can clear the courtroom again if you wish to discuss a mistrial."
"I don't want a mistrial," Chandler stated firmly. "That's what the defense wants. It would just push this back another 2 months. This family has already waited 4 years for answers. Let's just hear from the jury first. My apologies for cutting you off, Miss Chandler. Your Honour, may I address sanctions?" Belk said. "I don't believe that's necessary, Mr. Belk. I denied her motion for sanctions. What more is there to say? I understand, Your Honour."
"I would like to request sanctions against Miss Chandler. By alleging this evidence cover-up, she has defamed my character, and Mr. Belk, take your seat. I'm telling both of you right now, cease this unnecessary bickering. It gains you no favour with me. No sanctions for either side. One final time, is there anything else?" "Yes, Your Honour," Chandler said. She had one last move. From under her legal pad, she produced a document, walked it to the clerk, who passed it to the judge. Chandler returned to the lectern. "Your Honour, that is a subpoena for the police department, which I request be entered into the record. I am formally asking that a copy of the note mentioned in the Times article, the one written by the doll-maker and received yesterday, be released to me as part of discovery." Belk leapt to his feet. "Hold on, Mr. Belk," the judge cautioned. "Let her finish, Your Honour. It is evidence pertinent to this case. It should be provided immediately." Judge Keyes nodded to Belk, and the deputy city attorney moved to the lectern, forcing Chandler to step aside. "Your Honour, this note is not evidence in this case. It has not been authenticated as originating from anyone. However, it is potential evidence in a separate, ongoing murder investigation where a suspect remains at large. The LAPD does not publicly disclose such evidence during an active manhunt. I ask that you deny her request." Judge Keyes folded his hands, considering for a moment. "Here's what we'll do, Mr. Belk. You obtain a copy of the note and bring it to me. I will review it privately and then decide if it should be entered into evidence. That's all. Miss Rivera, please bring in the jury. We're wasting the morning." Once the jury was seated and the courtroom settled, Judge Keyes asked if anyone had encountered news stories about the case. Not a single hand went up. Bosch knew that even if someone had seen the story, they'd never admit it. Doing so meant a guaranteed dismissal from the jury, a one-way ticket back to the endless, tedious wait of the jury assembly room. "Very well," the judge said. "Call your first witness, Miss Chandler. Terry Lloyd took the witness stand with the weary familiarity of a man settling into his own living room recliner. He even adjusted the microphone himself, without waiting for the clerk's assistance, as if he'd done it 100 times before Lloyd's nose bore the telltale signs of a man who enjoyed his whiskey, and his hair was an improbably deep shade of brown for a man nearing 60. The reason was plain to anyone but him. He wore a toupee. Chandler began with the basics, confirming he was a lieutenant with the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division. About 4.5 years ago, were you assigned to lead a special unit focused on a serial killer? She asked. Yes, I was. Could you describe its formation and operation for the jury? It was assembled following 5 murders linked to the same individual. Internally, we called it the West Side Strangler Task Force. Once the press caught on, they dubbed him the doll maker because he'd used the victims' cosmetics to paint their faces like porcelain dolls. I had 18 detectives. We split into 2 squads. A handled days, B took nights. We investigated each new homicide and tracked down every tip. After the media coverage, we were flooded with calls, sometimes 100 a week, all pointing fingers. We had to chase every one. Yet this task force, by any name, ultimately failed, correct? No, ma'am, that's incorrect. We succeeded. We identified the killer. And who was that? Norman Church? Was he identified before or after his death? After. The evidence confirmed he was responsible for all the murders, and that was convenient for the department, wasn't it? I'm not sure I follow. It was fortunate you could pin the crimes on him. Otherwise you'd— Just ask your questions, Miss Chandler, the judge cut in. Of course, Your Honor. Lieutenant Lloyd, is it true that Norman Church wasn't killed until at least 6 more murders occurred after your task force began its work? That's correct. So 6 more women were strangled on your watch. How does the department define that as a success? We didn't allow anything. We did everything possible to find this killer. And we finally did. In my view, that's a success. A significant one. In your view, tell me, Lieutenant, had the name Norman Church ever surfaced in your investigation before the night Detective Bosch shot him while he was unarmed? Any mention at all? No, it hadn't.
But we established. Please just answer the question. Thank you. Chandler glanced at her notes on the lectern. Bosch watched as Belk scribbled on one legal pad and drafted questions on another. All right, Lieutenant, Chandler continued. Your unit didn't apprehend this so-called perpetrator until 6 deaths later. Would you say you and your detectives were under intense pressure to solve the case, to put it to rest? Pressure, absolutely. From whom? Who was applying that pressure?
The newspapers, the TV stations, the department was breathing down my neck. The department specifically, did you have meetings with your superiors? I met daily with the RHD captain and every Monday with the police chief himself. What did they tell you about closing the case? They said, solve it. People are dying. I didn't need the reminder, but they gave it anyway. And did you pass that pressure along to your detectives? Naturally, but they didn't need me to tell them. These men saw the victims every time a new one was found. It was brutal. They wanted this guy desperately. They didn't need to read about it in the papers or hear it from the chief or even from me. Lloyd seemed to be warming to his theme of the beleaguered investigator, a lonely hunter on a grim trail. Bosch could see he didn't realize he'd just stepped right into Chandler's carefully laid snare. As the trial progressed, it became clear to Bosch that Chandler was constructing a narrative for the jury. She intended to argue that the immense pressure to solve the case had driven him to kill Norman Church, fabricating evidence to tie the man to the string of murders. It was the classic fall guy theory. Harry felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could call a time-out and tell Lieutenant Lloyd to just stop talking.
So it's accurate to say everyone on the task force felt that pressure to find the killer? Harry asked.
Not just a killer. The killer. Yes, pressure is part of the job. Lloyd replied, his tone shifting. What was Detective Bosch's specific role within the task force structure? He supervised B Squad on the night shift. As a detective third grade, he was essentially in charge when I wasn't present, which was frequently. My role was more of a floater, but I typically worked days with a squad. Do you recall ever saying to Detective Bosch, "We have to get this guy," or words to that effect? Not that specific phrase, no, but I certainly expressed that sentiment in squad meetings he attended. That was our objective. There's nothing wrong with that. In the same situation, I'd say it again today. A cold realization settled over Bosch. Lloyd's answers were no longer just unhelpful. They felt pointed, deliberate. This wasn't congenial incompetence anymore, it was payback. Lloyd was resentful that Bosch had closed the case, stealing what should have been his moment of glory. Leaning close to his attorney, Belk, Harry whispered, "He's screwing me over because he didn't get to be the one who took Church down." Belk simply raised a finger to his lips, urging silence before returning to his notes. "Are you familiar with the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit?" Chandler continued. "Yes, I am. Can you describe their function?" They analyze serial offenders, develop psychological and victim profiles, offer investigative advice, that sort of thing. With 11 murders in your case, what advice did the Behavioral Science Unit provide? None. Why is that? Were they stumped by the case? No, we didn't request their assistance. Ah, and why didn't you request it? We believed we had a firm handle on the investigation. We had developed our own profiles with the help of Dr. Locke, a forensic psychologist from USC who had previously advised the FBI on sexual crimes. Combined with our department's psychiatrist, we felt we were well covered in that area. Did the FBI offer their help independently? Lloyd paused, seeming to grasp the direction of her questioning. Yes, someone called after the case received significant media attention. They wanted to be involved. I told them we were fine, that their help wasn't necessary. Do you regret that decision now? No. I don't believe the FBI could have done any better. They tend to involve themselves in cases from smaller departments or those that generate a major media circus. And you didn't want that, correct? You didn't want the FBI, as they say, bigfooting your investigation. It wasn't about that. As I said, we were managing adequately on our own. Isn't it true that a long history of professional jealousy and competition exists between the LAPD and the FBI, resulting in very little communication or cooperation? No, I don't accept that characterization. Whether Lloyd accepted it was irrelevant. Bosch knew Chandler was scoring points with the jury. Their belief was all that mattered. Your task force did create a suspect profile, correct? Yes, as I mentioned. She requested permission to approach the witness with a document marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1A. After it was handed to Lloyd, she asked, "What is this, Lieutenant?" "This is the composite sketch and the accompanying psychological profile we developed after, I believe, the 7th homicide." How was this sketch of the suspect created? Between the 7th and 8th victims, we had a survivor, an intended victim who managed to escape and contact the police. We worked with her to produce this drawing. Thank you. Now, are you familiar with the facial features of Norman Church? Not in great detail, no. I saw him after he was dead, the witness stated. Chandler requested permission to approach once more and presented Plaintiff's Exhibit 2A, a collection of photographs of Church affixed to a cardboard backing. She allowed Lloyd a moment to examine them. Do you observe any similarity between the composite sketch and these photographs of Mr. Church? Lloyd paused before responding. The individual we were pursuing was known to utilize disguises. Furthermore, our surviving witness was involved with narcotics and worked in the adult film industry. Her credibility was questionable. Your Honor, would you please direct the witness to respond to the questions posed? Chandler requested. The judge issued the instruction. No, Lloyd replied. His gaze lowered, following the admonishment. "There is no resemblance."
"Very well," Chandler continued.
"Returning to the profile document you hold, what was its origin? It was developed principally by Dr. Locke from USC and Dr. Schaefer, a psychiatrist with the LAPD. I believe they collaborated with additional consultants prior to finalizing the report. Would you read the initial paragraph aloud? Certainly. It states, the subject is presumed to be a Caucasian male, aged 25 to 35, with limited higher education. He possesses significant physical strength, though his stature may not be imposing. He resides alone, estranged from familial and social connections. His actions stem from a profound animosity toward women, likely originating from an abusive maternal figure or female guardian. The application of cosmetics to his victims' faces represents his endeavor to reconstruct women into a form that appeases him, that offers him a smile. They are transformed into dolls, thereby neutralizing their perceived threat. Would you like me to proceed with the section detailing the recurring patterns of the homicides? That will not be necessary. You participated in the inquiry into Mr. Church following his death at the hands of Bosch. Is that accurate? It is. Enumerate for the jury each characteristic from the suspect profile that your task force determined aligned with Mr. Church. Lloyd stared at the document in his hands for an extended period without speaking. "Allow me to assist you in commencing, Lieutenant," Chandler offered. "He was a Caucasian male, correct?" "Yes." "What additional correspondences exist? Did he live alone?" "No." "In fact, he had a spouse and 2 daughters. Is that accurate?" "Yes." "Was his age within the 25 to 35 range?" "No." "He was actually 39 years old, correct?" "Yes." "Did he possess a minimal education?" "No. He held a master's degree in mechanical engineering, did he not?" "Then what was his purpose in that room?" Lloyd retorted, his frustration evident. "Why was the victim's makeup present?" "Why?" "Lieutenant, you are to answer the questions presented to you," Judge Keyes interjected. "Refrain from posing inquiries. That is not your function here." "My apologies, Your Honor," Lloyd said. Yes, he held a graduate degree. "I am not certain of the specific field. You referenced the makeup in your earlier non-responsive answer," Chandler noted. "What did you intend to convey?" "In the garage apartment where Church was killed. Cosmetic items belonging to 9 of the victims were discovered within a bathroom cabinet. This evidence connected him directly to those cases. 9 out of 11, it was compelling. Who located the makeup there?" "Harry Bosch did." "During his unsanctioned, solitary visit, which resulted in Church's death. Is that a question?" "No, Lieutenant, I retract the statement." She allowed a deliberate silence for the jury to contemplate the implication as she sorted through her legal pad. "Lieutenant Lloyd, describe the events of that evening. What transpired?" Lloyd recounted the narrative as it had been disseminated countless times on television, in newspapers, within Bremer's publication. It was midnight, with Squad B concluding its shift, when the task force hotline rang and Bosch intercepted the call, the final one of the night. A streetwalker named Dixie McQueen claimed she had just fled from the dollmaker. Bosch proceeded alone because his squad members had departed, and he considered it a potential false lead. He met the woman at Hollywood and Western and followed her directions into Silver Lake, on Hyperion Avenue. She persuaded Bosch of her escape and indicated the illuminated windows of a garage apartment. Bosch ascended alone. Moments later, Norman Church was deceased. A sudden heavy rain began to fall as Bosch emerged, a detail that always seemed to underscore the grim finality of the scene. "Did he force the door open?" Chandler inquired. "Yes. There was a possibility he had arranged for someone else to be in the prostitute's place." "Did he announce he was a police officer?" "He did." "How can you be certain?" "He stated he did." "Were there any witnesses who heard this?" "No." "What about the woman, Miss McQueen?" No. Detective Bosch had instructed her to remain in the vehicle parked on the street as a precaution. So, to clarify, we are relying solely on Detective Bosch's account that he believed there was imminent danger, that he identified himself, and that Mr. Church moved threateningly toward the pillow.
"That is correct," Lieutenant Lloyd replied, his tone hesitant. "I couldn't help but notice, Lieutenant Lloyd, that you wear a hairpiece yourself." A soft chuckle rippled from the back of the courtroom. Bosch glanced over his shoulder and saw the press section had expanded. Bremer was now seated among them. "I do," Lloyd admitted, his face flushing a deep red. "Is it standard practice to store a toupee beneath your pillow for safekeeping?" "No, it is not."
No further questions, Your Honor. Judge Keyes checked the wall clock before addressing Belk. Your thoughts, Mr. Belk? Should we break for lunch now to avoid an interruption? I have just one more inquiry. Then, by all means, proceed. Belk approached the lectern with his notepad. Lieutenant Lloyd, based on your comprehensive knowledge of this investigation, do you possess any doubt that Norman Church was the individual known as the doll maker? None whatsoever. Absolutely none. Once the jury had departed, Bosch leaned in close to Belk, his voice a tense whisper. What was that? She dismantled his testimony, and you asked one question. What about all the other evidence linking Church to the crimes? Belk raised a calming hand. Because you will be testifying to all of that. This case hinges on you, Harry. We stand or fall based on your testimony. The Code 7 had shuttered its dining area during the economic downturn, replaced by a salad and pizza counter catering to Civic Center employees. The bar remained open, but the loss of the dining room meant Bosch's favorite walking distance spot from Parker Center was gone. For lunch, he retrieved his car and drove to the garment district, settling into a booth at Gorky's. The Russian diner served breakfast around the clock. He ordered the eggs, bacon, and potatoes special. A leftover copy of the Times sat on the table, featuring Bremer's byline on a story about the concrete blonde. The article wove together opening arguments from the trial with the discovery of the new body and its potential link to the case. It also noted, citing unnamed police sources, that Detective Harry Bosch had received a note from someone claiming to be the real doll maker. The leak clearly originated within Hollywood Division, though Bosch knew pinpointing the source among the numerous officers who might have known about the note found at the front desk was futile. Bremer had his uses. Bosch had even shared information with him in the past. The article stated investigators were still determining the note's authenticity and any connection to the dollmaker case closed 4 years prior. Another detail caught Bosch's eye. A brief history of the Bing's Billiards building. It had been torched on the second night of the riots, the arsonist never caught. Investigators noted the storage unit dividers were non-load-bearing walls. Trying to contain the fire was like holding water in a paper cup. The structure went from ignition to fully engulfed in just 18 minutes. Most units were rented by film industry workers, and valuable studio props were either looted or destroyed. The building was a total loss. As he read, a sudden, heavy rain began to patter against the diner's windows, an unexpected downpour that mirrored the gloom settling over the case. The trail led back to a billiard hall where a pool table had been ignited, sparking the blaze. Bosch set the newspaper aside, his thoughts returning to Lloyd's testimony. He recalled Belk's warning that the case rested squarely on his own shoulders. Chandler undoubtedly knew this too. She was lying in wait, prepared to make Lloyd's courtroom appearance look like a casual stroll. Reluctantly, Bosch acknowledged a certain professional respect for her sharp skill and relentless toughness. This sparked a memory, prompting him to head to the payphone near the courthouse entrance. He was surprised to find Edgar at his desk, instead of out for lunch. "Any progress on the identification?" Bosch asked. "Nothing yet," Edgar replied. "The prints came back clean. No matches in the system. She's got no record. We're still checking other avenues like adult entertainment licenses and similar databases." Damn. On another front, remember that anthropology professor from Cal State Northridge I mentioned? He and a student have been here all morning, working on the plaster facial reconstruction, getting it ready for presentation. I've got the press scheduled for 3 o'clock to unveil it. Roas went to pick up a blonde wig to put on it. If we get solid coverage on the news, it might shake loose an ID. Sounds like a solid plan. Yeah. How's court going? That article in the Times really stirred things up. Bremer's got some good sources. Court is moving along. Let me ask you something. After you left the scene yesterday and returned to the station, where was Pounds? Pounds, we got back around the same time. Why? When did he leave? A short while later, just before you arrived. Was he on the phone in his office? I think he made a few calls. I wasn't really paying close attention. What's this about? You think he's Bremer's source? One more thing. Did he close his door when he was on the phone? Bosch knew Pounds was paranoid. He typically kept his office door open and the blinds up, maintaining a clear line of sight and sound into the squad room. If he ever shut the door or lowered the blinds, everyone knew something was happening. Now that you mention it, Edgar said, I think he did have the door closed for a bit. What's going on? I'm not worried about Bremer, but someone talked to Money Chandler in court this morning. She knew I had been called out to the scene yesterday. That detail wasn't in the Times. Someone told her. Edgar was quiet for a moment. Yeah, but why would Pounds talk to her? I don't know. Maybe it was Bremer. He could have told her, even if he didn't put it in his story. The article states she couldn't be reached for comment. It has to be someone else. A leak. Probably the same person who spoke to Bremer and Chandler. Someone who wants to cause problems for me. Edgar offered no response, and Bosch decided to let it drop for the time being. I should get back to court. Hey, how did Lloyd hold up? I heard on the radio he was the first witness. He performed about as well as expected. Great. Who's next? I'm not sure she has Irving and Locke, the psychiatrist on subpoena. My guess is she'll call Irving next. He'll pick up right where Lloyd left off. Well, good luck. By the way, if you're looking for something to do later, this press event I'm running will be on the TV news tonight. I'll be here by the phones. If you want to help field some calls, I could use the assistance. Bosch briefly considered his dinner plans with Sylvia. She would understand? Yeah, I'll be there. The afternoon testimony proceeded without major incident. To Bosch, Chandler's strategy appeared to be constructing a two-part question for the jury's eventual deliberation, giving her clients two avenues toward a favorable verdict. The first was the wrong man theory, suggesting Bosch had outright killed an innocent person. The second focused on the use of force. Even if the jury concluded that Norman Church, the family man, was indeed the doll-maker's serial killer, they would still need to decide if Bosch's actions were justified. Right after the lunch recess, Chandler called her client, Deborah Church, to the witness stand. She offered a tearful portrait of a perfect life with a perfect husband, a man who doted on everyone, his daughters, his wife, his mother, and even his mother-in-law. There was no hint of misogyny, no shadow of a troubled past. Dressed in the traditional black of mourning, Deborah Church clutched a box of tissues, reaching for a fresh one with nearly every question. Bosch recalled how striking Sylvia had looked in black at her husband's funeral, but Deborah Church seemed to wear her widow's weeds like a costume, almost relishing the part. Here was the grieving spouse of an innocent man, the true victim in this tragedy. Chandler had prepared her client meticulously. The performance was compelling, but it was so polished it felt artificial, and Bosch suspected Chandler knew it too. Rather than letting the defense expose the cracks on cross-examination, Chandler finally steered into the uncomfortable truth. If the marriage was so idyllic, why was Norman Church in a garage apartment rented under an alias when Bosch broke down the door? We were going through a rough patch, Deborah Church admitted, pausing to dab at her eyes. Norman was under tremendous pressure at work, carrying the weight of his department in aircraft design. He needed an outlet, a place to be alone with his thoughts. I knew about the apartment, but I had no idea about the woman he brought there. I believe it was his first lapse, a moment of weakness. He was a trusting man, and I think she saw that. She took his money and then set him up, phoning the police with that outrageous story about him being the doll maker. There was a reward, you know. Bosch scribbled a note on his legal pad and slid it to Belk, who read it and added a notation of his own. "What about the makeup discovered at the scene, Mrs. Church?" Chandler continued. "How do you explain that?" "I would have known if my husband was that monster," she insisted, her voice trembling. "I would have felt it. If makeup was found there, someone else put it there, perhaps after he was already dead." Bosch could almost feel the weight of the courtroom's gaze upon him as the widow implicitly accused him of planting evidence after a murder. Chandler then shifted to safer ground, asking about Norman Church's relationship with his daughters, and concluded her direct examination on an emotional note. Did he love his daughters? More than anything, Mrs. Church whispered, as a fresh wave of tears traced paths down her cheeks. This time she let them fall, allowing the jury to watch the droplets disappear into the folds of her neck. After a respectful pause, Belk rose and approached the lectern. "Again, Your Honor. I'll be brief, Mrs. Church. Let's be perfectly clear for the jury. You testified that you knew about your husband's apartment, but were unaware of any women he might have brought there. Is that correct?" "Yes, that's right." Belk glanced at his notes. "Yet, on the night of the shooting, didn't you tell detectives you had never heard of any apartment? Didn't you explicitly deny your husband had such a place?" Deborah Church remained silent. "I can arrange to have the recording of that interview played in court if it would help refresh your memory." "Yes, I said that," she interrupted. "I lied." "You lied? Why would you lie to the police?" "Because a policeman had just killed my husband," she said, her voice hardening. "I didn't want to deal with them." "The truth is, you told the truth that night, didn't you, Mrs. Church? You never knew about any apartment." "No, that's not true. I knew. Did you and your husband discuss it?" "Yes, we talked about it." "And you approved?" "Yes, reluctantly." "I had hoped he would stay home so we could work through his stress together." "Then, if you knew about the apartment, discussed it, and gave your reluctant approval," Belk pressed, his tone turning pointed, "why did your husband rent it under a false name?" She had no answer. Belk had trapped her. Bosch thought he saw the widow's eyes flicker briefly toward her attorney, a fleeting moment of panic breaking through the carefully rehearsed grief. He glanced toward his lawyer, but she remained motionless, her expression giving nothing away to assist her client. "I suppose the widow eventually replied, 'That might have been something you could have asked him, if Detective Bosch hadn't shot him down in cold blood.'" Judge Keyes didn't wait for Belk to object. "The jury will ignore that last remark. Mrs. Church, you are well aware such comments are improper." "My apologies, Your Honor." "No further questions," Belk stated, stepping away from the lectern. The judge called for a 10-minute recess. During the break, Bosch stepped outside to the smoking area. Money Chandler stayed behind, but the homeless man from earlier approached. Bosch offered him an entire cigarette, which the man accepted and tucked into his shirt pocket. He was unshaven, and that same vague, distant look lingered in his eyes. "Your name is Faraday," Bosch said, keeping his tone gentle. "Yeah. So what, Lieutenant?" Bosch allowed a small smile. He'd been recognized by a man living on the streets, though the rank was off. "Just heard that was your name. Also heard you used to practice law." "I still am a lawyer. I just don't practice anymore." Faraday turned to watch a jailed transport bus rumble past on Spring Street, heading toward the courthouse. Angry faces peered out from behind the dark wire mesh windows. Someone near the back spotted Bosch, pegged him as a cop, and thrust a middle finger through the grating. Bosch simply smiled back. My name was Thomas Faraday these days. I go by Tommy Faraway. What made you stop practicing law? Tommy looked back at him, his eyes clouded. Justice did. Thanks for the cigarette. With that, he walked off, plastic cup in hand, ambling toward City Hall. Perhaps that was his usual territory, too. After the recess, Chandler called her next witness, Victor Amado, a lab analyst from the coroner's office. He was a slight, scholarly-looking man whose eyes darted nervously between the judge and the jury as he made his way to the stand. He was balding significantly, though he appeared to be no older than 28. Bosch recalled that 4 years earlier, Amado had a full head of hair and was known among the task force as the Kid. He knew Belk would have called Amado if Chandler hadn't. Leaning close, Belk whispered that Chandler was employing a classic good guy, bad guy strategy, alternating between police witnesses and more sympathetic ones. She'll probably put one of the daughters up next, he murmured. As a tactic, it's utterly predictable. Bosch didn't point out that Belk's own trust us with a police defense was just as time-worn as the civil suit itself. Amado testified with meticulous detail, explaining how he had analyzed all the makeup bottles and compacts recovered from Church's apartment in Hyperion, tracing each item to specific victims of the doll maker. He described establishing 9 distinct groupings of makeup: mascara, blush, eyeliner, lipstick, and so on. Each group was chemically linked to samples taken from the victims' faces. This was further supported by detectives who interviewed friends and family to confirm the brands each victim typically used. Everything aligned, Amado stated. He added that in one instance an eyelash discovered on a mascara brush in Church's bathroom cabinet was genetically matched to the second victim. What about the 2 victims for whom no matching makeup was found? Chandler asked. That remained a mystery. We never located their cosmetics. In fact, aside from the single eyelash allegedly matched to victim number 2, you cannot be 100% certain that the makeup police claim to have found in that apartment actually came from these women. Correct? These products are mass-produced and sold globally, so yes, there's a lot of it out there. But the odds of randomly finding that exact combination of 9 different makeup items together by pure chance are astronomical. I didn't ask for an estimate, Mr. Amado. Please respond to the question I posed. Amado visibly recoiled from the reprimand before replying, You are correct. We cannot be 100% certain. Very well. Now, describe for the jury the DNA testing that linked Norman Church to these 11 murders. No such testing was conducted. There was... Just answer the question, Mr. Amado. What about serology tests connecting Mr. Church to the crimes? None were performed. So, the makeup comparison was the definitive piece, the linchpin that determined Mr. Church was the doll maker? It was for my analysis. I cannot speak for the detectives. My report indicated, I imagine for the detectives, the bullet that ended his life was the definitive piece. Objection, Belk shouted, leaping to his feet. Your Honor, she cannot. Miss Chandler, Judge Keyes thundered. I have warned both sides explicitly about this very conduct. Why would you make a statement you know is prejudicial and out of order? My apologies, Your Honor. Apologies are rather late now. We will address this matter after the jury is dismissed for the day. The judge then instructed the jurors to disregard her comment. Bosch, however, recognized it as Chandler's calculated maneuver. The jury would now view her even more as the underdog, with even the judge seemingly against her, though he wasn't truly. Their focus might now be fractured, pondering the exchange, just as Belk stepped forward to rehabilitate Amado's testimony. No further questions, Your Honor, Chandler said. Mr. Belk, the judge acknowledged. Don't say just a few questions again, Bosch thought as his attorney approached the lectern. Just a few questions, Mr. Amado. Belk began. Plaintiff's counsel mentioned DNA and serology tests. and you stated they were not performed. Why is that? Because there was no biological material to test. No semen was ever recovered from any of the victims. The assailant used a condom. Without samples to compare to Mr. Church's DNA or blood, testing would have been pointless. We would have only the victims' profiles, with nothing to match them against. Belk struck a line through a question on his notepad. If no semen or sperm was recovered, how can you be certain these women were raped, or even that they engaged in consensual sexual activity? The autopsies of all 11 victims revealed significant vaginal bruising, far beyond what is typical or even plausible from consensual intercourse. 2 victims exhibited tearing in the vaginal wall. In my professional estimation, they were brutally assaulted. But these women came from backgrounds where sexual activity was frequent and often vigorous, even what some might call rough sex. 2 were performers in adult films. How can you be sure they were assaulted against their will? The nature of the bruising would have caused extreme pain, particularly for the 2 with internal tearing. The hemorrhaging was determined to be perimortem, occurring at or near the time of death. The deputy medical examiners who conducted these autopsies were unanimous in their conclusion that these women were raped. Belk drew another line on his pad, turned the page, and formulated a new question. He's handling this well, Bosch thought, better than Money had. Calling Amado might have been a tactical error on her part. How do you know the killer used a condom? Belk asked. Couldn't these women have been assaulted with an object, accounting for the absence of semen? That is a possibility and could explain some of the trauma. However, in 5 of the cases, there was clear evidence of intercourse with a man wearing a condom. And what was that evidence? We performed standardized rape kit collections. There was... Hold on a moment, Mr. Amado. What exactly is a rape kit? It's a protocol for gathering evidence from individuals who may have been sexually assaulted. For female victims, this includes taking vaginal and anal swabs, combing the pubic area for foreign hairs, and similar procedures to preserve potential evidence. We also collect blood and hair samples from the victim for potential comparison with evidence recovered from a suspect. These items are packaged together in a standard evidence collection kit. Before we were interrupted, you were about to discuss the evidence found in 5 of the victims that suggested intercourse with a man who used a condom. That's correct. We performed a full sexual assault examination for each victim attributed to the dollmaker. In 5 of those cases, a foreign substance was detected in the vaginal swabs. It was the same material in each instance. And what was that material, Mr. Amado? It was identified as a lubricant commonly used on condoms. Could this lubricant be traced to a specific brand and type of condom? Bosch watched Belk, who seemed barely able to contain his eagerness. Amado's deliberate pace appeared to grate on him as he leaned forward, ready to fire the next question. Belk was clearly building momentum. Yes, Amado confirmed. We identified the product. It came from a Trojan Ends lubricated condom, the style with a special receptacle tip. For the court reporter's benefit, he added, that's spelled ENZ. And this finding was consistent across all 5 samples. Yes, it was. Let me pose a hypothetical. If the same individual assaulted all 11 women and used the same brand of lubricated condom each time, how would you explain finding the lubricant in only 5 of the victims? Several factors could be at play, such as the level of physical resistance, but fundamentally, it would depend on how much of the lubricant transferred from the condom and remained inside the victim. When investigators brought you the cosmetics containers from the Hyperion Boulevard apartment rented by Norman Church, did they provide anything else for analysis? Yes, they did. What was that? A box of Trojan Ends lubricated condoms with the special receptacle ends. What was the total count in the box? 12 individually wrapped condoms. How many remained when the box was submitted to you? 3 were left. No further questions. Belk returned to the defence table with a noticeable, confident stride. "A moment, Your Honour," Chandler requested. Bosch observed her open a thick file of police reports. She sifted through the pages, extracting a small stack of documents fastened together. After quickly scanning the top sheet, which Bosch recognized as a sexual assault examination protocol, she reviewed the others. Belk leaned close to Bosch and whispered, "She's walking right into it." "I planned to cover this during your testimony, Miss Chandler," the judge prompted. She stood quickly. "Ready, Your Honour. Just a brief redirect for Mr. Amado." Carrying the protocols to the lectern, she glanced at the final pages before addressing the witness. "Mr. Amado, you noted that the rape kit includes combing for foreign pubic hairs. Is that accurate?" "Yes. Could you elaborate on that procedure?" "Essentially, a fine-toothed comb is run through the victim's pubic hair to collect any loose strands. These unattached hairs often belong to the assailant or possibly other recent partners." "And how do they typically get there?" Amado's face flushed a deep red. "Well, during sexual activity, there is physical contact and friction between the individuals. I am asking the questions, Mr. Amado. You are here to provide answers." A soft ripple of laughter came from the spectators. Bosch felt a pang of sympathy for Amado, half expecting his own cheeks to grow warm. "Yes, the friction," Amado managed, "it can cause a transfer. Loose pubic hair from one person may adhere to the other." "I understand," Chandler said. "Now, as the coordinator of the evidence from the coroner's office for the dollmaker case, you were familiar with the rape kits from all 11 victims. Is that right?" Chandler asked. "Yes," Amado replied. "How many of those victims had foreign pubic hair documented in the findings?" Bosch suddenly grasped the direction this was heading and recognized Belk had been correct. Chandler was steering directly into danger. "All of them," Amado stated. Bosch noticed Deborah Church lift her gaze, her eyes locking sharply onto Chandler at the lectern. Then she glanced over at Bosch, their eyes meeting briefly before she quickly looked away. But Bosch understood. She knew what was coming too. Because she, like Bosch had on that final night, knew her late husband intimately. She knew what he looked like without his clothes. "All of them," Chandler echoed thoughtfully. "Can you inform the jury how many of those pubic hairs collected from the victims were analyzed and confirmed to belong to Norman Church?" "None were a match to Norman Church," Amado answered. "Thank you." Belk was already on his feet, approaching the lectern before Chandler had fully gathered her notes and the rape kit documentation. Bosch watched her return to her seat, observing as the widow Church leaned in urgently, whispering. Chandler's expression went flat. She raised a hand, signaling for the widow to stop, then leaned back and released a slow breath. "Let's clarify a point first," Belk began. "Mr. Amado, you testified you found pubic hairs on all 11 victims. Were these hairs from a single individual?" "No. We recovered numerous samples. In most instances it appeared there were hairs from possibly 2 or 3 different men on each victim." "What was your assessment of that finding?" "It was attributed to their lifestyle. We understood these women had multiple sexual partners. Did your analysis attempt to identify any common hairs, specifically whether hair from one particular man was present on every victim?" "No, we did not. The volume of evidence in these cases was substantial, and resource allocation required us to prioritize evidence that could directly identify a perpetrator. Given the variety of samples, it was decided this evidence would be preserved for later use to either link or eliminate a suspect once one was in custody." "I see. So after Norman Church was killed and identified as the doll-maker, did you then compare any of the hairs from the victims to him?" "We did not." "And why was that?" "Because Mr. Church had shaved all his body hair. There was no pubic hair available for comparison." Chandler objected, stating Amado could not speculate on Church's motives, and the judge agreed, but Bosch knew it was irrelevant. Everyone in the courtroom understood why Church had shaved to avoid leaving behind trace evidence. Bosch scanned the jury and saw two women jotting notes in the booklets provided. He felt a sudden urge to buy Belk and Amado a drink. It resembled a novelty cake, the kind custom-made to look like a celebrity. The anthropologist had applied a beige skin tone, red lipstick, and blue eyes, giving it a frosted appearance to Bosch. A wavy blonde wig completed the look. He stood in the squad room, staring down at the plaster reconstruction, questioning whether it truly resembled anyone. 5 minutes until we're on, Edgar said from his chair, which was angled toward the television on the file cabinets. He held the remote control, his blue suit jacket neatly hung on the coat rack. Bosch removed his own jacket, hung it up, checked his message slot, finding only a call from Sylvia, and took his seat at the homicide table. As the Channel 4 news began, he dialed Sylvia's number. In this city, he knew the report on the concrete blonde wouldn't lead the broadcast. "Harry, we need to keep that line open once they air it," Edgar said. "I'll be quick. It'll be a while before they run it, if they even do." "They'll run it." "I made quiet arrangements with every station. Each one thinks they'll get the exclusive if we get an identification. They all want that emotional interview with the parents. You're juggling dynamite, man. You promise something like that, and then they realize you played them." Sylvia answered the phone. "Hey, it's me. Hi, where are you at the office? We have to monitor the lines for a bit. They're broadcasting the victim's face from yesterday's case tonight." "How did court go?" "It's the plaintiff's turn right now, but I think we landed a few solid points. I saw the Times article at lunch. Yeah, well, they got about half the story straight. Are you still coming over, like you mentioned?" "Eventually, yes. Not right this minute. I need to help with the phones on this, and then it depends on what comes in. If we get nothing, I'll head out early." He realized he'd dropped his voice so Edgar wouldn't overhear. "And if you get a solid lead, we'll see." A sharp inhale, then quiet. Harry waited. "You've been saying we'll see a lot lately, Harry. We've discussed this sometimes. I know. I think you just want to be by yourself. Stay up in that little house of yours and shut everyone out, even me. Not you. You know that isn't true. Sometimes I'm not so sure. I don't feel sure right now. You push me away exactly when you need someone, need me to be close." He had no reply. He pictured her on the other end, probably perched on the kitchen stool. She'd likely already started dinner for both of them, or maybe she was adapting to his patterns and had been waiting for his call. "Look, I'm sorry," he said. "You know how this goes. What are your plans for dinner?"
"Nothing, and I'm not making any either."
Edgar let out a low, sharp whistle. Harry glanced up at the television and saw the victim's painted face on the screen. It was on Channel 7 now. The camera held a tight, lingering shot. It looked decent on TV. At least it didn't resemble a frosted cake. The screen flashed the Detective Bureau's 2 public numbers. "They're airing it now," Bosch told Sylvia. "I have to keep this line clear. Let me call you back later when I know more." "Sure," she said, her tone icy, and hung up. Edgar had switched to Channel 4, where the face was also being shown. He flipped to Channel 2 and caught the tail end of their report. They'd even interviewed the anthropologist. "Slow news day," Bosch remarked. "Damn," Edgar replied. "We're firing on all cylinders now, all we need." The phone rang, and he snatched it up. "No, it just aired," he said, after listening briefly. Yeah, I will, okay." He hung up and shook his head. "Pounds?" Bosch asked. "Yeah, thinks we'll have her name 10 seconds after the broadcast. Jesus, what a moron." The next 3 calls were pranks, each one highlighting the stunning lack of creativity and questionable sanity of the television audience. All 3 callers shouted some variation of "your mother" and hung up laughing. About 20 minutes later, Edgar took a call and began jotting notes. The phone rang again, and Bosch answered. Detective Bosch speaking. Who am I talking to? Is this being recorded? No, it's not. Who is this? Never mind. Just thought you'd want to know the girl's name is Maggie. Maggie something. It's Latin. I've seen her in videos. What videos? Music videos. No genius, adult videos. She performed on film. She was good. She could roll a condom on with just her mouth. The line went dead. Bosch scribbled a couple of notes on the pad in front of him. Latin. He didn't think the painted face gave any hint the victim was Latina. The call left a sour taste, a crude detail tossed into the room like a piece of trash, a reminder of the grim intersections their work often uncovered. Edgar ended the call and relayed that the woman had identified herself as Becky, mentioning she'd once lived in Studio City. "What did you get on your line?" he asked. Bosch replied, "I spoke to a man who mentioned a Maggie. No last name given, possibly with a Latin surname. He claimed she was involved in adult films."
That would align, though she doesn't appear Mexican to me. I agree. The phone rang once more. Edgar answered, listened briefly, and hung up. Another caller who thinks they recognized my mother. Bosch took the next call. A voice stated, "I just wanted to tell you that girl on TV was in adult films." Bosch asked, "How can you be sure?" "I recognized her from that image they showed. I rented a tape once, just one time, and she was in it."
Just once, Bosch thought skeptically, yet the memory stuck. "Do you recall her name?" Edgar's line rang again, and he picked up. Bosch's caller said, "I don't know names, man. They all use fake ones anyway. What was the title of the tape?" "Can't remember. I was under the influence when I watched it. Like I said, it was a one-time thing. I'm not here for your confession. Do you have any useful information?" "No, smartass, I don't. Who is this? I don't have to tell you." "We're trying to catch a killer. Where did you rent the tape?" "I'm not saying you might get my name from them. It doesn't matter. Those tapes are everywhere, in every adult shop. How would you know that if you only rented one once?" The caller disconnected. Bosch remained for another hour. By the end, they had received 5 calls identifying the woman as an adult film performer. Only one provided the name Maggie. The other 4 admitted they didn't pay attention to names. One call named her Becky from Studio City, and another claimed she was a stripper who had worked briefly at the booby trap on La Brea. A separate caller insisted the face was his missing wife, but Bosch determined she had only been gone 2 months, far too recent for the concrete blonde. The hope and desperation in the man's voice felt genuine, leaving Bosch uncertain whether he was delivering good news or prolonging the man's anguish by ruling her out. 3 other calls offered vague descriptions of women they thought might be the victim, but after a few questions, Bosch and Edgar pegged them as police enthusiasts just seeking interaction. The most bizarre call came from a Beverly Hills psychic who claimed to have placed her hand on the TV screen and felt the dead woman's spirit. "What did it convey?" Bosch asked, maintaining patience. "Praise. Praise for what? For Jesus our Saviour, I assume, but I'm not certain." That was all I received. I might sense more if I could touch the actual plaster cast. Did this praising spirit offer a name? That's what we need here, a name, not cries of praise. Someday you will believe, but by then it will be too late. She hung up. At 7:30, Bosch told Edgar he was leaving. "What about you staying for the 11 o'clock news?" "Yeah, I'll be here, but I can manage. If it gets busy, I'll pull someone from the front desk." Stocking up on overtime, Bosch thought. "What's the next step?" he asked. "I'm not sure." "What's your take?" "Well, aside from all the calls about your mother, this adult film angle seems promising. Leave my blessed mother out of it. How should I follow up on the adult film lead? Reach out to Administrative Vice. There's a detective there, Ray Mora, who specializes in that area. He's the best and was also on the Dollmaker Task Force. Call him, see if he can examine the face. He might recognize her. Mention we got one tip naming her Maggie." "Will do. It fits the doll-maker pattern, doesn't it? The adult film, I mean. Yeah, it lines up. He paused, considering it. 2 of the other victims were in that line of work. The woman who escaped him was too. The lucky one, is she still doing it? Last I checked. Could be dead now for all I know. Still doesn't prove anything, Harry. What? The adult film angle. It doesn't confirm it was the doll maker. The actual one, I mean. Bosch simply nodded. An idea for his drive home was forming. He went out to his caprice and retrieved the Polaroid camera from the trunk. Back in the squad room, he took 2 photos of the face in the box, slipping the developed pictures into his coat pocket. Edgar watched him. What's the plan? Might make a stop at that adult superstore in the valley on my way to Sylvia's. Try not to get caught in one of those little booths with your pants down. Appreciate the advice. Let me know what Mora comes back with. Bosch navigated the surface streets until he reached the Hollywood freeway, heading north before taking the Lancashire exit into North Hollywood in the San Fernando Valley. He had all 4 windows down, the cool night air rushing in from every direction. He lit a cigarette, flicking the ashes into the wind. Some techno-funk jazz was playing on KJZ, so he switched the radio off and just drove. The valley was the city's bedroom community in more ways than one. It was also the unofficial capital of the nation's pornography industry. The commercial and industrial zones of Van Nuys, Canoga Park, Northridge and Chatsworth were crammed with hundreds of production companies, distributors and warehouses. Modelling agencies over in Sherman Oaks supplied the vast majority of the performers, both men and women, who appeared on camera. Naturally, the Valley was also one of the biggest retail markets for the finished product. It was made here, and it was sold here through video mail-order businesses tucked into the same warehouses and through places like X-Marks, the spot on Lancashire Boulevard. Bosch pulled into the lot in front of the massive store and sat for a moment, sizing it up. It used to be a pick-and-pay supermarket, but the front plate glass windows had been bricked over. Beneath the glaring red neon of the store's sign, the whitewashed wall was painted with crude black silhouettes of naked, impossibly buxom women, reminiscent of the tacky mudflap art he saw on semi-trucks all the time. The guys who put those on their trucks were probably this place's core clientele. Bosch figured. X-Marks the spot was owned by a man named Harold Barnes, a known front for the Chicago outfit. It pulled in over $1 million a year on the books, and likely another $1 million under the table. Bosch knew all this from his old task force days, partnering with Mora from Advice 4 years back. He watched a man in his mid-20s climb out of a Toyota, scurry to the solid wood front door, and slip inside like he was on a covert mission. Bosch followed. The front half of the former supermarket was a retail space, lined with racks of videos and magazines for sale or rent, alongside an assortment of adult-oriented, mostly rubber products. The rear was partitioned into private encounter rooms and rows of video booths. A heavy curtain separated the 2 areas. From behind it, Bosch could hear the thrum of heavy metal music tangled with the tinny recorded sounds of fake passion. To his left was a glass counter with 2 men behind it. One was a large man, clearly there for security. The other was smaller, older, there to handle the cash. The tightness around their eyes told Bosch they had pegged him for a cop the moment he walked in. He approached and placed one of the Polaroids on the counter, trying to identify her. Heard she might have worked in videos. Do you recognize her? The smaller man leaned forward to look. The bigger one didn't move a muscle. Looks like a damn cake, man, the shorter guy remarked. I don't know any cakes. I just eat them. He glanced over at his larger companion, and they shared a knowing smirk. So you don't know her? How about you? I'll go with what he said, the big guy replied. I eat cakes too. This time they laughed openly, probably holding back from slapping a high five. The small guy's eyes gleamed behind his rose-colored glasses. All right, Bosch said. Then I'll just take a look around. Thanks. The big guy moved closer. Just keep that piece covered, man. We don't need the customers getting jumpy. His eyes were flat, and he carried a 5-foot radius of stale body odor. A real duster, Bosch thought. He wondered why the little guy didn't just fire him. They don't look any more excited than usual, Bosch replied. He turned toward the shelves lining 2 walls packed with hundreds of video cases for sale or rent. About a dozen men, including the secret agent type, were browsing. Taking in the sheer number of boxes, Bosch was oddly reminded of the time he'd read every single name on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial during an investigation. That had taken hours. This video wall would be quicker. Skipping the sections for gay and black performer titles, he scanned each case for a face matching the concrete blondes, or for the name Maggie. The videos were in alphabetical order, and it took him nearly an hour to reach the T's. A cover for a video called Tales from the Crypt caught his attention. It showed a nude blonde woman lying in a coffin, her upturned nose similar to the plaster face in the evidence box. He flipped it over. Another photo featured the actress on her hands and knees, a man pressed against her from behind. Her mouth was slightly open, her face turned back toward her partner. It was her. Bosch was sure. He checked the credits and the name fit. He carried the empty case to the counter.
"'Bout time," said the small guy. "We don't allow loitering. The cops give us grief about it. I want to rent this." "Can't. It's already rented. See, the box is empty. Is she in anything else you know of?" The small guy took the box and studied the photos. "Magna cum loudly. Yeah, I don't know. She was just getting started and then she dropped out. Probably married some rich guy. Lots of them do." The big guy stepped over to look and Bosch shifted back, escaping the odor zone.
"I'm sure they do," Bosch said. "What else was she in?" "Well, the small guy said, she'd just moved out of the loops and then, poof, she's gone. Tails was her first top billing. She did a killer 2-way in Whore of the Roses. That's what got her noticed. Before that, it was just the loops." Bosch returned to the W's and found the case for Whore of the Roses. It was also empty, with no photos of Magna Cum loudly on it. Her name was listed last in the credits.
He went back to the small guy and pointed to the Tales from the Crypt box. "What about just the box, then? I'll buy it. We can't sell you just the box. How would we display the video when it comes back? We don't sell many boxes here. Guys want stills. They buy magazines. What's the price for the whole video?" "I'll buy it. When the renter brings it back, hold it for me and I'll pick it up. How much?" "Well, Tales is popular. We've got it tagged at $39. $95. But for you, officer, I'll give our law enforcement discount. $50. Bosch didn't react. He had the cash and paid it. "I want a receipt." After the transaction, the small guy placed the video box in a brown paper bag. "You know," he said, "Maggie Come Loudly is still on a couple of our loops in the back. You might want to check it out." He smiled and gestured to a sign on the wall behind him. "We have a no-exchange policy, by the way." Bosch smiled back. "I'll take a look."
By the way, what name should we use for the video when it's returned? Carlo Pinzi. That was the name of the outfit's Los Angeles boss. Real funny, Mr. Pinzi. We'll note that. Bosch stepped through the curtain into the back area and was immediately approached by a woman in high heels, a black G-string, and an ice cream vendor's coin changer strapped to her waist, nothing else. Her surgically enhanced breasts were topped with unusually small nipples.
Her short, dyed blonde hair framed a face with too much makeup around her glassy brown eyes. She could have been 19 or 35. "Private room or change for the booths?" she asked. Bosch pulled out his thinning wallet and handed her $2 for quarters. "Mind if I keep $1? We don't get a salary, just tips. Bosch gave her another $1 and carried his 8/4 to one of the small curtained booths where the occupied light was off. "Just holler if you need anything in there." The woman in the G-string called after him. She was either too high, too oblivious, or both to recognize him as a cop. Bosch dismissed her with a wave and closed the curtain behind him. The space was about the size of a phone booth. A glass window looked onto a video screen displaying a menu of 12 different films. Everything was on video now, though they were still called loops, a holdover from the old 16mm film reels that used to run on repeat in the earliest peep shows. There was no chair, just a narrow shelf holding an ashtray and a box of tissues. Used tissues littered the floor, and the booth carried the sharp scent of industrial disinfectant like the kind used in coroners' vans. He dropped all 8/4 into the slot, and the screen lit up. 2 women were on a bed, kissing and caressing each other. It only took Bosch a few seconds to rule them out as the woman from the video box. He started pressing the channel button, the image jumping from one scene to the next. Straight, gay, everything in between, his eyes pausing just long enough to see if the woman he was after appeared. She showed up on the 9th loop. He recognized her from the video box he'd purchased. Watching her move erased any doubt. The performer calling herself magna cum loudly was the concrete blonde. In the film, she lay on a couch on her back, biting one finger, while a man knelt between her legs on the floor, grinding his hips rhythmically against hers. Knowing this woman was dead, that she'd died violently, and now standing there watching her submit to another form of violation, stirred something in him he couldn't quite name. A mix of guilt and sorrow rose as he watched. Like many cops, he'd done a rotation in Vice. He'd also seen footage of the other adult film actresses murdered by the dollmaker, but this was the first time that deep unease had really gripped him. On screen, the actress took her finger from her mouth and began to moan loudly, living up to her stage name. Bosch fumbled with the volume knob and turned it down. Yet he could still hear her, her moans turning to shouts, echoing from other booths. Other men were watching the same show. It felt unsettling, knowing the video attracted different men for different reasons. The curtain behind him rustled, and he sensed someone slipping into the booth. At the same moment, a hand slid up his thigh toward his crotch. He reached inside his jacket for his gun as he turned, but then saw it was the woman with the coin changer. "What can I do for you, sweetheart?" she whispered. He pushed her arm away. "You can start by getting out." "Come on, honey. Why watch it on TV when you can live it? $20. That's as low as I go. I have to share the cut with the manager." She was pressed against him now, and Bosch couldn't tell whose breath smelled more strongly of cigarettes. Her body was rigid, her breasts pushing firmly against his chest. Then she went completely still. She had felt the gun, their eyes locked for a long moment. "That's correct," Bosch said, his voice low. "If you don't want a trip downtown, you should leave." "No problem, officer," she replied, slipping through the curtain and vanishing. The screen flickered back to the directory menu. His $2 were spent. As he walked out, the sound of exaggerated theatrical moans echoed from the other booths. Driving on the freeway toward the next valley, he tried to picture that life. What fragile hope could she have possibly clung to, sheltering it like a single flame in a downpour, even while lying there with a vacant stare, focused on some stranger? Hope was likely all she had left. Bosch understood that hope was the essential fuel for the heart. Without it, there was only an empty darkness. He wondered how the two paths, the killers and the victims, had ever intersected. Perhaps the seed of a violent desire was planted by the same kind of film loop he had just witnessed. Maybe the killer had rented the very video Bosch had just paid $50 to obtain. Could it have been Church? Or was there someone else out there? The box, he thought, and took the next exit onto Van Nuys Boulevard in Pacoima. Pulling to the curb, he retrieved the video box from the brown paper bag. He switched on the car's dome light and examined every surface, reading each printed word. There was no copyright date to indicate whether the tape was produced before or after Church's death. Getting back on the Golden State Freeway heading north into the Santa Clarita Valley, he eventually turned onto Bouquet Canyon Road. He navigated through a maze of residential streets, passing row after row of spacious California homes. On Del Prado, he parked in front of the house bearing the Reetenbohr Realty sign. Sylvia had been trying to sell the place for over a year without success. Honestly, Bosch was somewhat relieved by the lack of offers. It postponed the difficult conversation about what came next for the two of them. Sylvia opened the door before he even reached it. Hey, what's in the bag? Just something from work. I need to make a couple calls later. Did you eat already?" He leaned in to kiss her and stepped inside. She was wearing the oversized grey T-shirt dress she preferred after work, her hair loose around her shoulders, the blonde streaks catching the lamplight from the living room. "I had a salad due." "Not yet. I'll throw together a sandwich or something. I'm sorry about how things are with the trial and now this new case. It's just, you know how it is. It's okay. I just miss you, and I'm sorry about how I sounded on the phone earlier." She kissed him again and held him close. Being with her felt like coming home, a deep, anchoring sensation he'd never experienced before her, and one he'd sometimes forget when he was deep in a case. But it always returned the moment he was back with her. She took his hand and led him to the kitchen, instructing him to sit while she made his sandwich. He watched her place a pan on the stove, ignite the gas burner, and lay 4 strips of bacon in it. As they sizzled, she sliced a tomato and an avocado, arranging them over a bed of lettuce. He stood, grabbed a beer from the refrigerator, and kissed the nape of her neck. Stepping back, he felt a sudden unwelcome intrusion, the memory of the woman grabbing him in the booth. Why did that have to surface now? What's wrong? Nothing. She placed 2 slices of multigrain bread in the toaster, removed the bacon from the pan, and assembled the sandwich. A few minutes later, she set it in front of him at the table and sat down. "Who do you need to call?" "Jerry Edgar. Maybe someone over at Advice." "Advice? She was in adult films, this new victim?" Sylvia asked, her mind making the same intuitive leaps Bosch had seen in seasoned detectives. Having once been married to a cop, she had that instinct. He appreciated it. "I believe so. I've got a lead on her identity, but with court tomorrow, I thought I'd pass it along to the team." She simply nodded, understanding not to press for details he wasn't ready to share. "How was your day?" she asked instead. "It was fine. Now eat your sandwich. I want you to finish up your calls because I have plans for us. I'm thinking we open a bottle of wine, light a few candles, and just forget about everything else for a while." He smiled. Their life together had settled into a comfortable rhythm. The candles were her unmistakable signal, her way of inviting intimacy. Sitting there, it struck him that he never initiated. It was always her. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was their connection built on things left unspoken? He pushed the thought away. "You seem distracted," she said. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm good, really. This is nice. Penny called earlier. She has 2 interested buyers, so she's scheduling an open house for Sunday." He nodded, taking another bite. "Maybe we should get out of town for the day." "I don't want to be here while strangers are walking through. We could leave Saturday, make a weekend of it. Get you away from all this. Lone Pine might be nice." "That does sound good. Let's see how the week plays out," she said, before heading to the bedroom. Once alone, Bosch dialed the bureau. Edgar answered. Affecting a gruff, anonymous tone, Bosch said, "Yeah, about that case you showed on TV, the one with the unknown woman. Can you help us identify her?" "Sure can." Bosch covered the receiver, stifling a laugh, as he realized he hadn't prepared a punchline. His mind raced. "Well, who is it?" Edgar pressed, impatient. It's £50 in a wig." A burst of laughter escaped him, and Edgar immediately recognized the caller. "Bosch, is that you? What do you want? It took Bosch a moment to compose himself. Just checking in. Did you reach out to Ray Mora? Not yet. I called over to Advice, and they said he's off tonight. I was planning to talk to him tomorrow. Any progress on your end? I think I have a name. I'll give Mora a call at home so he can pull her file first thing. He relayed the name, prompting a chuckle from Edgar. Well, that's certainly original. What makes you think it's her? Bosch lowered his voice, conscious of Sylvia in the next room. I saw a film loop and I have a video box with her photo on it. The resemblance to your plaster face is strong, wig aside. I'll leave the box on your desk before court tomorrow. Sounds good. Hopefully Mora can get an early start tracking down her legal name and prints for you. She likely had an adult entertainment license. Is it all right if I call him? Go ahead. You know him better. After hanging up, Bosch realized he didn't have Mora's home number. He called Detective Services, identified himself, and requested the connection. After a 5-minute wait and 3 rings, Mora answered, sounding slightly winded. Bosch, what's going on? How's business over there? Still terrible, Mora said, laughing at what Bosch assumed was an inside joke. Honestly, it keeps getting worse. No pun intended. Video changed everything. Bosch made it too mainstream. The industry exploded, but the quality vanished. Nobody cares about craftsmanship anymore. Mora sounded more like a disillusioned film critic than a vice detective. I miss the old days, the smoky theatres over on Cahuenga and Highland. We had a better grip on things then. At least, I felt like I did. So, how's court? I heard you caught another one that looks like the doll-maker's work. What's happening with that? How could? That's actually why I'm calling. I've got a name for the victim, and I think she was from your side of the tracks. The victim. Let's hear it. Magna cum loudly. Might have gone by Maggie, too. Yeah, I remember that name. She was around for a bit. Then, you're right, she just vanished or quit the business. Bosch waited, hearing a muffled voice in the background, maybe someone with Mora or a television. Mora told him to hold on. Harry couldn't decipher the words or even the speaker's gender, and it made him wonder what Ray had been up to when the phone rang. There were whispers in the department about Mora getting too entangled with the very world he was supposed to monitor, a familiar occupational hazard for cops. Still, Bosch knew Mora had fought off any attempts to reassign him early on. By now, his expertise was so deep that moving him would be absurd, like pulling a star pitcher off the mound and sticking him in right field. The man was good at his job. He needed to stay right where he was. Harry, I'm not entirely sure. I think she was active a couple years back. My point is, if it's her, then it couldn't have been Church. You follow? I don't know how that fits with whatever you're building on this. Don't sweat it, Ray. If Church didn't do her, then someone else did. Our job to get him stays the same, right? So I'll dig into it. By the way, how'd you even identify her? Bosch described his trip to X marks. The spot? Yeah, I know those guys. The big one is Carlo Pinzi's nephew, Jimmy Pinzi. They call him Jimmy Pins. He plays the big, dumb muscle, but he's actually the little guy's boss, watches the shop for his uncle. The little one's called Pinky because of those ridiculous glasses he wears. Pinky and Pins. It's all a performance. Anyway, they overcharged you by about $40 for that tape. That's what I figured. Oh, I meant to ask, there's no copyright date on the box. Would that be on the tape itself, or is there any way to pin down when this was produced? They usually skip the copyright on the box. Customers want the new stuff. The producers think if a buyer sees a date that's a few years old, they'll pick something else. It's a quick turnaround business, perishable inventory, so no dates. Sometimes they're not even on the tape cartridge. Anyway, I've got catalogues at the office going back 12 years. I can find a production date, no problem. Thanks, Ray. I might not make it over. A guy from the homicide table, Jerry Edgar, might stop by to see you. I've got court. That's fine, Harry. Bosch had nothing more to ask and was about to say goodbye when Mora's voice cut through the quiet. You know, I think about it a lot. About what? The task force. I wish I hadn't ducked out early that night, that I'd been there with you. Who knows? Maybe we would have taken him alive. Yeah, then there'd be no trial, I mean, for you. Bosch was silent, his eyes on the photograph on the back of the video box. The woman's face was turned to the side, just like the plaster impression. It was her. He felt certain. Ray, with just this stage name, magna cum laude. Can you still get a legal name? Get her prints? Sure can. No matter what people think of the product, there's a legitimate side and an illegitimate side to that world. This girl, Maggie, looks like she'd moved into the legitimate lane. She was out of the underground loops and into mainstream adult video. That means she likely had an agent, had an adult entertainment license. They have to get those to prove they're 18, so her license will have her real name. I can go through the records and find her. They have photos on file. Might take me a few hours, but I can find her. Okay, good. Will you do that in the morning? And if Edgar doesn't come by, get the prints to him at Hollywood Homicide. Jerry Edgar, I'll handle it. Neither spoke for a moment, both considering the path ahead. Hey, Harry. Yeah. The paper mentioned a new note. That true? Yeah. Is it the real deal? Did we mess this up? Ray's voice held a tension Bosch recognized all too well. I'm not sure yet, Bosch replied, but thanks for saying we. Most folks just point the finger at me. Yeah. Well, listen, I should tell you, I got a subpoena today from that money woman. It didn't surprise him. Mora had been on the dollmaker task force. Don't sweat it. She's probably serving every single person who was attached to that investigation. All right. Just try to keep this new development quiet for as long as possible. I'll do my best. She has to know what to ask before she can ask it. I just need a little time to work through this, to understand what it really means. No problem, Harry. You and I both know the right man was convicted. No doubt in my mind. But saying it out loud like that planted a seed of uncertainty. Bosch realized Mora was wrestling with the same questions he was. You want me to drop that video box by tomorrow, so you know what she looks like before digging through the files? No, like I mentioned, we have access to all sorts of catalogues. I'll just look up Tales from the Crypt and pull it from there. If that doesn't pan out, I'll go through the agency directories. After hanging up, Bosch lit a cigarette, even though Sylvia disliked him smoking indoors. It wasn't the smoking itself. She just worried potential buyers might be put off if they thought the house belonged to a smoker. He sat alone for several minutes, picking at the label of his empty beer bottle and reflecting on how swiftly everything could shift. You can believe something for 4 solid years, only to discover you might have been wrong all along. He carried a bottle of Bühler Zinfandel and 2 glasses into the bedroom. Sylvia was in bed, the sheets drawn up to her bare shoulders. A lamp was on, and she was reading a book titled Never Let Them See You Cry. Bosch walked to her side of the bed and sat down beside her. He poured 2 glasses, they clinked them gently, and each took a sip. To victory in court, she said. Sounds perfect to me. They shared a kiss. Were you smoking out there again? Sorry. Was it bad news? Those calls? No. Just the usual nonsense. Do you want to talk about it? Not right now. He took his glass into the bathroom for a quick shower. The wine, which had been lovely, tasted awful after he brushed his teeth. When he returned, the reading light was off and her book was set aside. Candles now flickered on both nightstands and the dresser, housed in silver votive holders with crescent moons and stars cut into their sides. The wavering flames cast soft, dancing patterns across the walls, curtains and mirror, a silent, chaotic ballet. She lay propped against 3 pillows, the covers pushed aside. He stood naked at the foot of the bed for a moment, and they exchanged a quiet smile. To him she was beautiful, her skin lightly tanned, her figure almost girlishly slender with small breasts and a flat stomach. A sprinkle of freckles across her chest spoke of too many childhood summers spent at the beach. At 43, he was 8 years her senior, and it showed, but he felt no shame about his appearance. He still had a flat stomach, his body lean and corded with muscle, not from gym machines, but from bearing the daily weight of his life and his relentless mission. Curiously, the hair on his body was greying far faster than the hair on his head. Sylvia often teased him about it, joking that he dyed his hair, a vanity they both knew he didn't possess. When he climbed into bed beside her, her fingers traced over his Vietnam tattoo and the scars a bullet had left on his right shoulder a few years back. She followed the line of his surgical scar, as she always did when they were together like this. "I love you, Harry," she whispered. He rolled over, kissing her deeply, letting the taste of red wine and the warmth of her skin pull him away from his worries and the grim images of violent ends. He was in the sanctuary of home, he thought, but didn't say. "I love you," he thought, but didn't say. For all that had gone right for Bosch on Tuesday, the next morning delivered a fresh unravelling. The initial setback unfolded in Judge Keyes's private office, where he had gathered the attorneys and their clients. He had spent a solitary 30 minutes examining the mysterious note attributed to the so-called doll maker, following a lengthy argument from Belk against its admission.
"I have reviewed the document and heard the arguments," the judge declared. "I fail to see any valid reason to keep this letter or note or poem, whatever one calls it, from the jury. It is not merely relevant to the core of Miss Chandler's argument, it is the core. I am not deciding its authenticity. That determination belongs to the jury. The ongoing investigation does not justify suppression. The subpoena is granted. Miss
Chandler, you may introduce it at the proper moment, assuming you've laid the necessary groundwork. No pun intended. Mr. Belk, your objection is preserved for the record." "Your Honour," Belk attempted. "No further discussion," Judge Keyes cut him off. "We are moving to the courtroom. But we have no idea who authored this." Belk protested, his frustration boiling over. How can it be evidence when its origin is a complete mystery? "I understand you're displeased with the ruling, so I'll overlook this display of disregard for the court's directive. I said no more argument, Mr. Belk, so listen carefully. This note, regardless of its source, directly led to the discovery of a victim displaying all the hallmarks of the dollmaker's work. That connection lends it a degree of credibility. This is not a hoax. It is not a joke. There is substance here, and the jury will evaluate it. Now everyone out." The session in the courtroom had barely begun when the next calamity struck. Perhaps still reeling from his defeat in chambers, Belk walked straight into a clever snare Chandler had prepared. Her first witness was a man named Weekshorek, who testified to a 12-year working friendship with Norman Church in the design lab. Weekshorek, a man in his 50s, with a close-cropped white haircut that revealed his pink scalp, was adamant that Church was incapable of the 11 murders pinned on him. "What gives you such certainty?" Chandler asked. "Because I know for a fact he didn't kill that last girl," Weekshorek stated plainly. "He was with me the entire time she was being attacked. Then the police shoot him and blame him for everything. If they're lying about one, they're probably lying about all of it. The whole case is just a cover-up for—" "Thank you, Mr. Weekshorek," Chandler interjected smoothly. "Just telling the truth," he muttered. Belk rose to object anyway, approaching the lectern to complain that the testimony was pure speculation. The judge sustained the objection, but the poisonous idea was already planted in the jury's mind. A flustered Belk returned to his table and began frantically sifting through a thick deposition transcript. Chandler continued, eliciting details that Weekshorek and Church had been at his apartment hosting a bachelor party for a co-worker on the night in question, with 7 other men present from 9 in the evening until well after 2 in the morning. Could Church have left unnoticed for an hour? Chandler pressed. Absolutely not. Wieczorek scoffed, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone. Try hiding in a room with 8 guys. Someone's going to notice if you vanish for a mysterious errand in the middle of the party. With that, Chandler thanked him and took her seat, leaving Belk to stew in the quiet disaster of the moment. Belk leaned close to Bosch, his voice a low murmur. I'm curious what he'll do with the fresh opening I'm about to give him. He stood, hefting the deposition transcript like it was a heavy weapon, and made his way to the lectern. Wieczorek, his eyes enlarged behind thick lenses, tracked him with clear distrust. Mr. Wieczorek, do you recall our meeting, the deposition I conducted several months ago? Belk lifted the transcript as a visual prompt. I remember you, Wieczorek replied. 95 pages, Mr. Wieczorek, and in all those pages there is not a single word about any bachelor party. How do you explain that? I suppose because you never asked. But you didn't offer the information, did you? The police claim your closest friend murdered 11 women. You supposedly know that's false, yet you said nothing. Is that accurate? Yeah, that's accurate. Would you care to tell us why? As far as I was concerned, you were part of the machine. I answered the questions put to me. I wasn't volunteering anything. Let me ask you this. Did you ever tell the police, back when Church was killed and the headlines branded him a killer of 11, did you ever once pick up the phone and tell them they had the wrong man? No. At the time I didn't know. It was only after I read a book about the case a couple of years later, with details about when that last victim was killed, that I realized he was with me the entire time. I called the police, asked for the task force, and was told it had been disbanded. I left a message for the fellow the book said was in charge, Lloyd, I think, and he never called back. Belk exhaled heavily into the microphone, the sound a theatrical sigh of exasperation. So, to summarize, you're telling this jury that 2 years after the murders you read a book and suddenly had an epiphany that provided your deceased friend with a solid alibi. Am I missing anything, Mr. Wieczorek? Well, the suddenly part, it wasn't sudden. Then what was it? When I read the date, September 28th, it got me thinking. I remembered the bachelor party was on September 28th that year, and Norman was at my house the whole time. So I verified it and called Norman's wife to tell her he wasn't the monster they said he was. You verified it? With the other guests? No, didn't need to. Then how, Mr. Wieczorek? Belk asked, his tone dripping with impatience. I checked the video I had from that night. It had the date and time stamped right in the corner. Bosch watched as the colour drained from Belk's face. The lawyer glanced at the judge, then down at his notes, then back up. A cold knot tightened in Bosch's stomach. Belk had just broken the same fundamental rule Chandler had violated the day before. He'd asked a question without knowing the answer. Now, because Belk had elicited the mention of the videotape, Chandler was free to pursue it, to move for its admission as evidence. It had been a deft trap. Had Chandler planned to introduce it herself, she would have been required to inform Belk beforehand. Instead, she let Belk stumble into revealing it himself. He stood there, exposed, hearing about the tape for the first time alongside the jurors. Nothing further, Belk muttered, retreating to his seat with his head bowed. He immediately pulled a law book onto his lap and began frantically flipping through it. Chandler approached the lectern for redirect. Mr. Wieczorek, this tape you mentioned to Mr. Belk, do you still have it in your possession? Sure do. I brought it with me. Chandler then moved to have the tape shown to the jury. Judge Keyes looked toward Belk, who slowly rose and returned to the lectern. Your Honor, Belk said, struggling to maintain his composure, may the defense request a brief recess to consult the relevant case law? The judge's eyes shifted to the clock on the wall. It's a bit premature for that, Mr.
Belk, wouldn't you say? We've barely begun, the judge remarked. Your Honor, Chandler responded smoothly. The plaintiff has no issue with a brief pause. I'll require a moment to prepare the video equipment. Granted, the judge declared. Counsel has 10 minutes. The jury may take 15 and then reconvene in the assembly room. As everyone rose for the jury's exit, Belk was already frantically thumbing through a thick legal volume. Once they could sit again, Bosch slid his chair closer.
"Not now," Belk muttered without looking up. "I have 10 minutes. You completely blew it." "We blew it," Belk corrected sharply, his eyes still on the pages. "We're a team, don't forget that." Bosch left his so-called teammate behind and stepped outside for a smoke. At the usual spot by the statue, Chandler was already there, finishing her own cigarette. He lit up anyway, keeping a few feet between them. She glanced over, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. "You set him up, didn't you?" Bosch asked, the smoke curling between them. "I presented him with the truth. He walked right into it. Is that what it was?" "Absolutely." She stubbed out a half-smoked cigarette in the sandy ash can. "I should head back in and get everything ready." With another subtle smirk, she turned away. Bosch watched her go, wondering whether her skill was just that exceptional or if Belk was simply that out of his depth. Belk's frantic, 30-minute attempt to block the tape's admission failed spectacularly. He argued it was new evidence, improperly introduced too late since it hadn't surfaced during depositions. Judge Keyes swiftly denied the motion, noting, as everyone in the courtroom already knew, that it was Belk himself who had inadvertently revealed the tape's existence. Once the jury returned, Chandler guided Viexoric through a series of pointed questions about the video's origins and its 4-year disappearance. After swatting down one final objection from Belk, she wheeled a television and VCR combo in front of the jury box and inserted the tape, which Viexoric had retrieved from a friend in the gallery. Bosch and Belk had to vacate their table and squeeze into spectator seats to see the screen. As he moved, Harry spotted Bremer from the Times sitting in a back row. Bremer gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. Harry wondered if he was there for the trial coverage or because he'd been subpoenaed. The tape itself was a tedious, fragmented record of a bachelor party, the digital timestamp in the corner relentlessly tracking the evening. If it was accurate, then Norman Church had a solid alibi for the final murder pinned on him. Watching it was surreal for Bosch. There was Church without his toupee, bald and ordinary, laughing with friends over beers. The man Harry had killed was toasting a future groom, looking like a harmless, awkward everyman, a far cry from the monster Bosch knew. The 90-minute tape dragged on, culminating with a telegram stripper who sang a raunchy tune, dropping pieces of lingerie on the groom-to-be. On screen, Church appeared more embarrassed than entertained, his attention fixed on his friend rather than the performance. Bosch tore his eyes from the video to study the jury. Their expressions told him the damage was done. He looked away, a cold weight settling in his chest. When the tape ended, Chandler had a few more questions for Viexoric, preempting the very lines of inquiry Belk might have pursued. "How is the date and time configured on the camera?" she asked. "You set it when you first buy the unit," Viexoric explained. "A battery maintains it. I never had to adjust it after the initial setup. But technically, you could input any date you wanted at any time, correct?" "I suppose so. So, if someone wanted to film a friend to create a future alibi, they could set the date back, say, a year, and then record?" "Sure, that's possible." "Could you add a date to a recording that already exists?" "No, you can't superimpose a timestamp onto old footage. It doesn't work that way." Then, in this specific instance, how could someone fabricate an alibi for Norman Church? Belk leapt to his feet, objecting that the question called for speculation, but Judge Keyes overruled him, stating the witness was qualified to explain his own equipment's capabilities. "You couldn't do that now, because Norman's gone," Viexoric stated. "So what you're suggesting is that to create a fake tape, I would have needed to conspire with Mr. Church before he was killed by Mr. Bosch. Is that right?" "Exactly. We would have needed to know he'd require this tape later on, and he'd have had to tell me which date to set it for and so on." It's all pretty unlikely, especially since you can check the newspapers from that year and find the wedding announcement for my friend on September 30th. That proves his bachelor party had to be around the 28th. It's genuine. Judge Keyes sustained Belk's objection to the final remark as non-responsive and instructed the jury to disregard it. Bosch knew they didn't need to hear it. They all understood the tape was authentic. He did too, feeling a cold sweat and a wave of nausea. Something had unraveled, though he couldn't pinpoint what. He fought the urge to stand and leave, knowing such a move would scream guilt so loudly it might as well shake the courtroom walls. One final question, Chandler said, her face flushed with the thrill of her momentum. Did you ever know Norman Church to wear any kind of hairpiece? Never. I knew him for years and never saw or heard of anything like that. Judge Keyes returned the witness to Belk, who approached the lectern without his notes, clearly flustered by the turn of events. He skipped his usual formalities and dove into a feeble attempt at damage control. You read a book about the dollmaker case and then notice this tape's date matched one of the killings. Correct, that's right. Did you investigate alibis for the other 10 murders? No, I didn't. So, Mr.
We at Sorek, you have nothing to offer to defend your longtime friend against these other cases that are full task force linked to him? The tape disproves all of them. Your task, you're not answering the question. Yes, I am. Show one case is a lie, and it casts doubt on the whole thing if you ask me. We're not asking you, Mr. Wietzorik. Now, you said you never saw Norman Church wear a hairpiece, correct? That's what I said.
Did you know he maintained an apartment under a false name? No, I did not. There was a lot you didn't know about your friend, wasn't there? I suppose so. Is it possible that, just as he had that apartment without your knowledge, he occasionally wore a hairpiece without your knowledge? I suppose, now, if Mr. Church was the killer the police claim and used disguises, as they say, wouldn't it be? Objection, Chandler interjected. Expected that something like a toupee would be in the apartment. Judge Keyes sustained Chandler's objection, calling the question speculative, and admonished Belk for continuing after the objection. Belk absorbed the rebuke, stated he had no further questions, and sat down, sweat tracing paths from his hairline down his temples. Best you could do, Bosch whispered. Belk ignored him, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his face. After admitting the videotape into evidence, the judge called for a lunch recess. Once the jury exited, a small group of reporters quickly surrounded Chandler. Bosch watched, knowing this was the ultimate indicator of how the trial was unfolding. The media always flocked to the side they perceived as winning. It's just easier to get quotes from them. Better start thinking of something, Bosch, Belk muttered. We could have settled this 6 months ago for 50 grand. The way things are going, that would have been a bargain. Bosch turned to look at him. They stood at the railing behind the defense table. You actually believe it, don't you? I took care of him, and then we made sure all the evidence pointed his way. What I think doesn't matter, Bosch. Go to hell, Belk. Like I said, you'd better come up with a plan. He squeezed his large frame through the gate and left the courtroom. Bremer and another journalist moved toward him, but he dismissed them with a wave. Bosch followed a moment later, also avoiding the reporters. Bremer kept pace with him as he walked toward the escalator. Listen, my career is tied to this too. I wrote a book about that man. If he wasn't the one, I need to know. Bosch stopped abruptly, and Bremer nearly collided with him. He studied the reporter. The man was around 35, carrying extra weight, with thinning brown hair. Like a lot of guys, he compensated with a thick beard that just made him look older. Bosch saw sweat stains darkening the reporter's shirt under the arms. But body odor wasn't the issue. It was the stale smell of cigarettes on his breath. If you think it's the wrong guy, write another book and get another huge advance. Why should you care if he was guilty or not? I have a reputation in this city, Harry. So did I. What's your story for tomorrow? I have to report what's happening in that courtroom. And you're also a witness. Is that even ethical, Bremer? I'm not testifying. She released me from the subpoena yesterday. I just had to sign an agreement. To what? It states that, to the best of my knowledge, the information in my book was true and accurate. My sources were almost entirely police records and other public documents. Speaking of sources, who tipped you off about that note for your story yesterday? Harry, you know I can't reveal that. Think of all the times I've protected you as a confidential source. You know the rules. Yeah, I know the rules. I also know someone is setting me up. Bosch stepped onto the descending escalator. Chapter 10. Administrative Vice was on the 3rd floor of the Central Division station downtown. Bosch arrived in 10 minutes and found Ray Mora at his desk in the squad room, phone to his ear. An open magazine on the desk displayed explicit color photos of a couple. The woman looked barely legal. Mora was glancing at the images, turning pages while he listened. He nodded at Bosch and gestured to a chair. "That's all I was checking," Mora said into the receiver. "Just seeing what's out there. Ask around and get back to me." He listened some more, Bosch observed the vice cop. He was about Harry's build, with a deep tan and brown eyes. His straight brown hair was cut short, and he was clean-shaven. Like most in Vice, his style was deliberately casual, blue jeans and a black polo shirt, unbuttoned at the neck. If Bosch could see under the desk, he'd bet on cowboy boots. A gold medallion hung on his chest, stamped with a dove, wings spread, the symbol of the Holy Spirit. "You think you can find out where they filmed this?" Mora asked. Silence. Mora finished with the first magazine, scribbled something on the cover, and picked up another, flipping through it. Bosch noticed an Adult Film Performers Guild calendar taped to a file cabinet beside the desk. A porn star named Delta Bush was pictured nude above the grid of days. She'd gained notoriety lately after being romantically linked to a major Hollywood actor in the gossip rags. On the desk below the calendar was a small religious statue Bosch recognized as the Infant of Prague. He knew because one of his foster mothers had given him a similar statue when he was a boy, just before he was shipped back to McLaren Hall. He hadn't turned out to be the kind of son they'd hoped for. The memory was a sharp, unexpected pang, a reminder of all the places he never belonged. Handing over the statue and saying her farewells, the woman had told him the small figure was called the Little King, a saint who listened especially close to the prayers of children. Bosch found himself wondering whether Mora was aware of that story, or if the statue was just sitting there as some kind of private gag. "Just do what you can," Mora was saying into the receiver. "Secure the location for me. Do that, and you'll be first in line for the informant payout. Yeah, I hear you. Talk soon." He ended the call. "Harry, how's it going?" Edgar stopped by. "I take it. Left maybe 20 minutes ago. He reach out to you?" "Not yet." Mora caught Bosch's eyes, lingering on the magazine, spread he had open, a photo of 2 women kneeling before a man. He marked the page with a yellow sticky note and shut it. "Man, I have to sift through all this garbage. Got a lead that this company is using models who are underage. You know my method." Bosch gave a slight shake of his head. "It's not the face or the chest, it's the ankles, Harry. The ankles. That's right, the ankles. There's something about them. They just have a smoother look on younger girls. I can usually tell over or under 18, just from the ankles. Then, naturally, I go out and verify with birth records, driver's licenses, all that. Sounds nuts, but it works. Glad it works for you. What did you give Edgar?" The phone rang again. Mora answered, said his name, and listened briefly. "Can't talk right now. I'll have to call you back. Where are you?" He hung up after jotting something down. "Sorry about that. I gave Edgar the identification. Maggie Come Loudly. I had her prints, her photos, the complete file. I've even got some still frames from her films, if you want to look." He started to wheel his chair toward a filing cabinet, but Bosch waved off the offer. "Doesn't matter. Anyway, Edgar has everything now. Took the prince to the coroner, I believe, to confirm. Her real name was Rebecca Kaminsky, Becky Kaminsky. She'd be 23 now if she were still here. Originally from Chicago before she headed west to the city of sin chasing dreams. What a total waste, right? She was a beautiful young woman. God rest her soul. Bosch never felt quite at ease around Mora, and that was nothing new. Back when they'd served on the task force together, Harry never got the sense the murders weighed on the vice detective. They didn't leave much of a mark. Mora was just putting in his hours, offering his expertise where required. He was undoubtedly skilled in his field, yet it never seemed to matter much to him whether the dollmaker was caught or not. Mora had this odd habit of mixing crude street talk with religious references. At first, Bosch thought he might be running that born-again angle that had been trendy in the department a few years back, but he could never be sure. He once saw Mora cross himself and offer a silent prayer at one of the dollmaker's crime scenes. This lingering discomfort was why Bosch had largely kept his distance since the Norman Church shooting and the task force's dissolution. Mora returned to Advice and Bosch got transferred to Hollywood. They'd occasionally cross paths at the courthouse or at bars like the Seven or the Red Wind. But even there, they usually sat with separate groups, just sending beers back and forth in a silent, distant ritual. Harry, she was definitely alive until at least 2 years back. That film you found, Tales from the Crypt, was produced 2 years ago. That means Church absolutely didn't do this one. Probably whoever sent that note did. I can't say if that's good news or bad news for you. I can't either. Church had an unshakable alibi for the Kaminsky murder. He was already dead. Combined with the apparent alibi, Wieczoryk's videotape provided Church for the 11th killing. Bosch's simmering paranoia was tipping into full-blown panic. For 4 solid years, he hadn't questioned what he'd done. "So how's the trial shaping up anyway?" Mora asked. "Don't even ask. Mind if I use your phone?" Bosch dialed Edgar's pager number and then entered Mora's line. After hanging up to wait for the callback, an awkward silence hung in the air. "The trial's a nightmare. You still on the witness list?" "I suppose so. I'm scheduled for tomorrow. I have no idea what the prosecutor even wants from me." "I wasn't even in the building that night when you brought him in," I said. "You were on the task force. That's enough to pull you into this mess. Listen, we can." The phone cut him off. Mora answered, then handed it over. "Harry, you there? I'm with Mora. He gave me the update. Anything back on the prince?" "Not yet. Missed my contact at Sid. Probably out for lunch. Left the cards there, should get a confirmation later, but I'm not sitting around waiting for it. Where are you now?" "Missing persons. Now that we have a name for the body, I'm checking to see if she was ever reported gone. Gonna be there long. Just got started. We're digging through paper files. They only switched to computers a year and a half back. I'll come over. What about your trial?" "I've got some time." Bosch needed to keep moving. To keep his mind occupied, it was the only way to push back the dread creeping in, the gnawing possibility that he'd targeted the wrong man. He drove back to Parker Center, took the stairs down to the first basement level. The missing persons office was tucked inside fugitives. Edgar was perched on a desk, flipping through a pile of white forms, cases that had been filed and forgotten, never investigated. "Nothing yet, Harry," Edgar said, then introduced Detective Morgan Randolph at a nearby desk. Randolph handed Bosch a stack of reports. For the next quarter hour, Bosch sifted through pages, each one a snapshot of someone's private agony, ignored by the department. It was a grim parade of lost faces. "Harry," Edgar said, on the description, "check for a tattoo above the backside." "How do you know about that?" Mora had some photos of Magna Cum Loudly in action, as he put it. "There's a tattoo, Yosemite Sam, the cartoon character, just to the left of the dimple on her left cheek." "Did you see it on the body?" Didn't notice the skin discoloration was pretty severe, and I didn't really examine her back. What's the hold-up? I thought the autopsy was scheduled for yesterday. Yeah, that's what they said. I called over. They're still backed up from the weekend. Haven't even prepped her yet. I reached out to Sakai. He's going to check the freezer after lunch and look for the tattoo. Bosch returned to his stack. A recurring detail struck him: how young most of these missing persons were. Los Angeles was a magnet, sucking in runaways from across the country, but plenty vanished from right here too. He finished his pile without spotting Rebecca Kaminsky, her alias, or anyone matching her description. Checking his watch, he knew he had to get back to court. He grabbed another stack from Randolph's desk anyway and started scanning. As he searched, he half listened to the easy back and forth between Edgar and Randolph. They clearly knew each other from before. Edgar called him Morgue. Bosch guessed they might have connected through the Black Peace Officers Association. The second stack yielded nothing. I have to go. I'm going to be late. All right. I'll update you if we find anything. And the prints, too. Got it. Court was already in session when Bosch slipped into courtroom 4. He quietly opened the gate, moved through, and took his seat beside Belk. The judge shot him a disapproving look, but stayed silent. Bosch looked up to see Assistant Chief Irvin Irving on the witness stand. Money Chandler stood at the lectern. "Nice timing," Belk whispered. "Late for your own trial." Bosch ignored him, focusing as Chandler began with preliminary questions about Irving's background and years on the force. He hadn't missed much. "Look," Belk whispered again, "if you don't care about this, at least pretend you do for the jury's sake. I understand we're discussing taxpayer funds, but treat this as if they're deciding whether to give away your own money. I was delayed. It won't occur again. I'm working through this case, which perhaps doesn't concern you since you've already made up your mind." He pushed his chair back, creating distance from Belk. A sharp pang of hunger reminded him he'd skipped lunch. Forcing his attention to the testimony, he listened as Chandler asked Irving, "As Assistant Chief, what falls under your command?" "Currently, I oversee all detective services. During the Dollmaker investigation, you held the rank just below. Deputy Chief, is that correct?" "Yes. In that role, you headed the Internal Affairs Division, correct?" "That's right. IAD along with the Operations Bureau, which essentially meant I managed and assigned the department's personnel."
What is the primary function of IAD? To police our own. We examine all complaints from citizens and all internal reports of misconduct. Do you handle officer-involved shootings directly? Not initially. The officer-involved shooting team conducts the first investigation. If there are any allegations of misconduct or irregularities, it's then passed to IAD for further review.
Now, what do you remember about the IAD investigation into Detective Harry Bosch's shooting of Norman Church? "I remember everything about it. Why was it sent to IAD? The shooting team concluded Detective Bosch didn't follow protocol. The shooting itself was within policy, but some of his actions leading up to it were not." "Could you elaborate?" "Certainly. Essentially, he went alone. He entered this man's apartment without backup, putting himself at risk. It culminated in the shooting. That's often called cowboying, isn't it?" "I've heard the term. I don't use it myself. But does it apply here?" "I couldn't say." "You couldn't say, Chief. Could you determine whether Mr. Church would still be alive today if Detective Bosch hadn't created this situation by acting like a objection?" Belk shouted before he could approach the lectern. Judge Keyes sustained the objection and instructed Chandler to avoid speculative questions.
"Understood, Your Honour,"
she replied smoothly. "Chief, to summarize your testimony, Detective Bosch initiated a chain of events that resulted in an unarmed man's death. Is that accurate?" "That is not accurate. The investigation found no substantial evidence that Detective Bosch deliberately orchestrated those events. It was a spontaneous decision. He was pursuing a lead. When it seemed promising, he should have called for backup. He didn't. He proceeded inside, identified himself, and Mr. Church made a sudden move. That's what happened. This isn't to say the outcome would have been different with backup. Frankly, someone who ignores an order from an officer with a drawn weapon would likely do the same with 2 officers present. Chandler successfully had the last part of that answer struck from the record. To reach the conclusion that Detective Bosch didn't intentionally set things in motion, did your investigators examine every aspect of the shooting? Absolutely, yes.
What about Detective Bosch himself? Was he examined? Without a doubt.
He was thoroughly questioned about his actions and about his motivations. His motivations, Chief, were you or any of your investigators aware that Detective Bosch's mother was murdered in Hollywood roughly 30 years ago by a killer who was never caught? Or that before that she had a record with multiple arrests for loitering? Bosch felt a sudden heat wash over him as if a spotlight had been switched on, and he was certain every eye in the courtroom was fixed on him. Yet he kept his gaze locked on Irving, who sat in stunned silence, a tremor visible in his posture, the veins beside his nose standing out sharply. When Irving remained silent, Chandler pressed him. "Were you aware of this, Chief? It's noted in Detective Bosch's personnel records." During his application to the department, he was required to disclose if he had ever been a crime victim. He indicated he lost his mother. Irving finally responded, "No, I was not aware." I understand the term loitering was often a coded reference for prostitution in the 1950s, a period when Los Angeles officials tended to downplay issues like the widespread prostitution along Hollywood Boulevard. Would you agree that's accurate? I don't remember that specific detail. Chandler requested permission to approach the witness and handed Irving a few sheets of paper. She allowed him nearly a full minute to review the documents. His brow creased deeply as he read, obscuring his eyes from Bosch's view. The tension was visible in the tight clenching of his jaw muscles. "What document are you reviewing, Chief Irving?" Chandler inquired. "It appears to be a due diligence review concerning a homicide investigation. The date is November 3rd, 1962. Could you explain what a due diligence report entails? Each unresolved case undergoes an annual review, what we term due diligence, until a determination is made that there is no realistic hope for a successful resolution. Could you provide the victim's name and the details of her death?" Marjorie Phillips Lowe. She was sexually assaulted and strangled on October 31st, 1961. Her body was discovered in an alley behind Hollywood Boulevard, between Vista and Gower. What was the investigator's final assessment, Chief Irving? The report concludes that 1 year after the crime there were no viable leads and the prospect of solving the case was considered hopeless. Thank you. One final point. Does the cover sheet include a section identifying next of kin? Yes. It lists the next of kin as Hieronymus Bosch, with Harry noted in parentheses. The box indicating son is checked. Chandler paused, glancing down at her legal pad, allowing the weight of this revelation to settle over the courtroom. The silence was so profound Bosch could hear the faint scratch of her pen as she made a note. It was a masterful, almost theatrical pause. "Now, Chief Irving," she continued, her tone shifting from methodical to pointedly skeptical, "had you been aware of the circumstances surrounding Detective Bosch's mother, would that have prompted a more thorough examination of this shooting incident?" After a prolonged silence, Irving stated, "I cannot definitively say he shot an individual suspected of committing an act nearly identical to what happened to his own mother. A crime that remains unsolved. Are you asserting that this connection would not have been relevant to your investigation?" I am uncertain at this time." Bosch felt a surge of frustration and had to fight the urge to lower his head to the table. He noticed even Belk had stopped taking notes and was simply observing the exchange, forcing himself to focus. Bosch considered how Chandler had accessed this information. She likely obtained the personnel file through standard discovery, but the crime specifics and his mother's history wouldn't be there. She had probably secured the due diligence report from the archives via a public records request, a clever move he hadn't anticipated. He refocused on the testimony, feeling a sharp pang of admiration for a lawyer of Chandler's caliber. "Chief, did you or any internal affairs detectives visit the actual shooting scene?" "No, we did not." "So your understanding of the events comes entirely from members of the shooting team, who in turn received their information from the shooter. Detective Bosch, is that correct?" "In essence, yes. You have no first-hand knowledge of the physical evidence, the toupee found under the pillow, the cosmetics concealed beneath the bathroom sink." "That is correct. I was not present. Do you believe those items were there as I've described?" "Yes, I do." "Why?" "They were documented in the reports filed by several different officers. But all of that information ultimately originated from Detective Bosch's initial account, correct? To some extent, yes. However, numerous investigators were processing that scene. Bosch hadn't dictated their statements. Prior to the arrival of the other officers, as you put it, how much time did Bosch spend alone at the scene?" "I couldn't say." "Is that specific detail recorded in any official report you're familiar with?" "I'm not certain. Chief, isn't it accurate that your intention was to terminate Bosch's employment and forward this incident to the district attorney for potential criminal charges?" "That is incorrect. The district attorney's office reviewed it as a matter of procedure and declined to file. They also found the shooting to be within departmental guidelines. A small victory, Bosch noted to himself. It was the first slip he'd observed her make while questioning Irving. "What became of the informant, McQueen? I understand she worked as a prostitute. She passed away approximately a year later. The cause was hepatitis. At the time of her death, was she connected to any continuing inquiry regarding Detective Bosch and this shooting?" "Not to my knowledge, and I commanded internal affairs at that time concerning the two IAD investigators, Detectives Lewis and Clark." "Is it true their scrutiny of Bosch extended long after the shooting was officially deemed justified?" Irving paused, likely wary of another trap. "Any such prolonged investigation would have been conducted without my authorization or awareness." "What is their current status?" "Both are deceased." "They were killed in the line of duty several years ago. As the head of IAD, was it not your standard method to authorize discreet investigations into officers you had identified for removal?" "Was Detective Bosch not one such officer?" The answer to both questions is a definitive no. What was the disciplinary outcome for Detective Bosch regarding his procedural breaches during the shooting of the unarmed Norman Church? He received a suspension for one deployment cycle and was reassigned within Detective Services to the Hollywood Division. In simpler terms, that equates to a 1-month suspension and a transfer from the prestigious robbery homicide unit to Hollywood. Is that correct? You could characterize it that way. Chandler turned a page on her legal pad. "Chief, if no cosmetics had been discovered in the bathroom, and if there had been no evidence suggesting Norman Church was anything other than a solitary man with a prostitute in his apartment, would Harry Bosch still be a police officer? Would he have faced criminal prosecution for that killing?" "I'm not sure I follow the question." "I am asking, sir, if the purported evidence linking Mr. Church to the murders, evidence allegedly found in his apartment, is what rescued Detective Bosch. Did it not only preserve his career, but also shield him from criminal charges?" Belk rose to object, approaching the lectern. "She is asking for speculation again, Your Honor. He cannot hypothesize about an elaborate set of circumstances that never occurred." Judge Keyes folded his hands, leaning back in thought before leaning sharply toward the microphone. "Ms. Chandler is establishing a foundation to argue the evidence was fabricated. I am not ruling on the adequacy of that effort, but, as it is her apparent objective, I find the question permissible. I will allow it." After a considerable silence, Irving finally responded, "I cannot answer that. I do not know what would have happened." Chapter 11. Bosch managed to smoke 2 cigarettes during the 10-minute recess, following Irving's testimony. Belk's redirect had been brief and ineffective, an attempt to repair a collapsed structure without the necessary tools. The damage was profound. Chandler had spent the day meticulously sowing seeds of doubt, first about Church's guilt, and now about Bosch's motives, framing the shooting as an act of vengeance for a decades-old murder. He knew these seeds would flourish by the trial's end. Her words about his mother echoed in his mind, a persistent, unsettling whisper. Could there have been a sliver of truth in what she said? The question haunted him, a shadow he couldn't quite shake, as he stared at the courthouse steps, the city sprawling below in the afternoon haze. Bosch had never truly confronted the idea of revenge. It lingered in the back of his mind, a quiet companion to the faded memories of his mother. He had never held it up to the light and studied it. Why had he gone alone that night? Why hadn't he called for backup, Mora or any of the detectives under his command? He had always claimed, to himself and others, that he doubted the informant's credibility. Now, however, he was starting to question his own narrative. So lost was he in this introspection that he didn't notice Chandler entering until the flicker of her lighter caught his attention. He turned to face her. "Just a quick stop," she said. "Half a cigarette's worth. Fine by me." He was nearly finished with his second smoke. "Who's up next?" "Locke." The psychologist from USC. Bosch gave a nod, though he saw this as a departure from her usual pattern of alternating between sympathetic and hostile witnesses, unless, of course, she considered Locke to be on the good side. "You're on a roll," Bosch remarked. "Not that you need me to tell you that. No, I don't. You might even win this thing, you probably will. But in the end, you're wrong about me. Am I? Do you even know who you are? Yeah, I know. I should go." She crushed her cigarette, barely smoked, leaving it for Tommy Faraway to find later. Dr. John Locke was a bald, grey-bearded man with glasses, looking every bit the academic who'd feel at home with a pipe in hand. He testified that after reading about the killings in the papers, he had volunteered his expertise to the Dollmaker Task Force, assisting an LAPD psychiatrist in drafting the initial suspect profiles. "Could you describe your qualifications for the jury?" Chandler asked. "I direct the Psychohormonal Research Laboratory at USC, which I also founded," he replied. "My work involves extensive studies of sexual practices, paraphilias, and psychosexual dynamics. And what is a paraphilia, Doctor?" "In simple terms, please. In layman's terms, paraphilias are what the public often calls sexual perversions, behaviors widely deemed unacceptable by society." "Such as strangling a sexual partner?" "Yes, that would be a prime example, absolutely." A soft ripple of uneasy laughter moved through the courtroom, and Locke smiled, appearing completely comfortable on the stand. Bosch observed how the jury's attention was fixed on him, all 24 eyes locked on the so-called sex doctor. "Have you published work on these subjects?" "I've contributed many articles to academic journals and authored 7 books," Locke said. "Topics range from childhood sexual development and early paraphilias to studies on sadomasochism, bondage, pornography, and prostitution. My most recent book examines the developmental histories of violent offenders, so you've seen it all." "Only from a research perspective," Locke replied with another smile, and Bosch could see the jury warming to his calm, scholarly demeanour. "What was the title of that last book?" "Black Hearts, Cracking the Erotic Mould of Murder." Chandler paused to check her notes. "What do you mean by erotic mould?" "If I may provide some background," Locke said, and Chandler nodded for him to continue. "There are generally 2 schools of thought in the study of paraphilia. As a psychoanalyst, I believe these behaviors stem from hostilities rooted in childhood. In other words, both normal and deviant erotic interests are shaped early in life and later expressed in adulthood. Behaviorists, on the other hand, view paraphilias as learned behaviors. For instance, a child exposed to molestation might replicate such acts as an adult. The two approaches, to put it simply, are not as far apart as they might seem. In many ways, they are much closer than traditional psychoanalysts and behaviorists tend to acknowledge. He gave a slow nod, folding his hands in his lap as if the initial question had slipped his mind entirely. "You were about to explain the concept of an erotic mold," Chandler reminded him gently. "Ah, yes, my apologies. I lost my train of thought." The erotic mold is the term I use to describe the complete blueprint of an individual's psychosexual desires, everything that constitutes their ideal intimate scenario. You see, each person carries a vision of a perfect erotic moment. This encompasses the preferred physical traits of a partner, the setting, the specific nature of the act, even sensory details like scent, sound, or texture. It's the full recipe, if you will, for their ultimate experience. A prominent researcher from Johns Hopkins University refers to a similar concept as a Love map. It functions as a kind of guide to that peak scene. Now, in your published work, you applied this framework to individuals who commit sexual homicide, correct? I worked with 5 subjects, all men convicted of murders with a clear sexual motivation or component, to trace the origins of each one's erotic mold. The goal was to deconstruct it, to follow the pieces back to their developmental roots in childhood. These were, in a sense, damaged blueprints. My aim was to identify where that critical damage occurred. Can you describe your selection process for these subjects at that moment? Belk rose to his feet with an objection, moving toward the lectern. Your Honor, while this is undoubtedly fascinating, I fail to see its direct relevance to this trial. I am willing to stipulate to Dr. Locke's expertise in this area. I don't believe we need a detailed history of 5 other murderers. We are here for a trial concerning a killer who isn't even featured in Dr. Locke's book. I've read the work. Norman Church is not in it. Miss Chandler, Judge Keyes inquired. Your Honor, Mr. Belk is correct about the book's content. It focuses on sadistic sexual killers. Norman Church is not a subject. However, its significance to this case will become apparent with my next questions. I suspect Mr. Belk understands this, which is precisely why he's objecting now. Well, Mr. Belk, the appropriate time for an objection was likely about 10 minutes ago. We are rather deeply into this line of questioning now, and I think we need to see it through. Besides, you're right, it is quite compelling. Proceed, Miss Chandler. The objection is overruled. Belk dropped back into his chair beside Bosch and muttered under his breath, "He's definitely sleeping with her." The comment was just audible enough that Chandler might have caught it, though the judge did not. If she heard, she gave no indication. "Thank you, Your Honor," she said smoothly. "Dr. Locke, Mr. Belk and I were correct in stating that Norman Church was not one of the subjects in your study. Is that right?" "Yes, that is accurate. When was the book published?" "Just last year." "That would be 3 years after the Dollmaker investigation concluded." "Yes." "Given your role on the Dollmaker task force and your familiarity with those crimes, why did you exclude Norman Church from your study? He seems an obvious candidate." "It seems that way on the surface, but it wasn't feasible. Primarily, Norman Church was deceased. I sought subjects who were alive, incarcerated, and willing to be interviewed. I needed individuals I could speak with directly. Yet one of the 5 subjects in your book, a man named Alan Karps, was executed in Texas before you even began your writing. Why include him and not Church?" "Because Miss Chandler, Karps had spent most of his adult life within the prison system. There were extensive public records, psychiatric evaluations, treatment histories with Church. There was nothing. He had no prior criminal record. He was an utter anomaly." Chandler glanced down at her legal pad, deliberately turning a page and allowing the point she had just made to linger in the quiet courtroom like a heavy fog. "But you did at least make some preliminary inquiries regarding Church, didn't you?" Locke paused, a brief but noticeable hesitation. "Yes, I made a very preliminary inquiry. I reached out to his family asking his wife if she'd be willing to speak with me. She declined. With the man deceased and no personal records available, aside from the murder details I already knew, I decided not to press further. I moved on, joining Carps in Texas. Bosch watched as Chandler struck several questions from her legal pad, then turned to a fresh set of pages. She was shifting gears. While assisting the task force, she began, you developed a psychological profile of the killer. Is that correct? Yes, Locke replied, his tone measured. He shifted in his chair, sitting straighter, bracing for what came next. What did you base that profile on? It was an analysis of the crime scenes and the methods used, interpreted through our limited understanding of the deviant psyche. I identified common traits I believed might be part of the suspect's character. No pun intended. The courtroom remained silent. Bosch glanced around, noticing the spectator rows were filling up. This was clearly the hottest ticket in the building, maybe in all of downtown. You weren't very successful, were you? Assuming Norman Church was the doll-maker. No, not very, but that's not uncommon. Profiling involves considerable speculation. Rather than a reflection of my failure, it's more a testament to how little we truly understand about people. This man's behavior didn't register on anyone's radar, except, of course, for the women he killed until the night he was shot. You speak as if it's an established fact that Norman Church was the doll-maker. Do you know that to be true based on indisputable evidence? I know it to be true because that's what the police told me. Let's reverse the process, Doctor. If you start with what you now know about Norman Church, setting aside what the police have said about the alleged evidence, would you ever believe him capable of these crimes? Belk started to rise to object, but Bosch firmly placed a hand on his arm, holding him down. Belk shot him an angry look, but Locke was already answering. I couldn't rule him in or out as a suspect. We don't know enough about him. Frankly, we don't know enough about the human mind in general. What I do know is that anyone is capable of anything. I could be a sexual killer. Even you, Miss Chandler. We all possess an erotic blueprint. For most, it's quite normal. For some, it might be a bit unusual, but still harmless. For others, on the extreme end, who find they can only achieve arousal and fulfillment through inflicting pain, even killing their partners, that impulse is buried deep in the shadows. Chandler was writing on her pad as he finished. When she didn't immediately ask another question, he continued unprompted. Unfortunately, that darkness isn't worn on the sleeve. The victims who encounter it rarely live to tell the tale. Thank you, Doctor, Chandler said. I have nothing further. Belk dove in without any warm-up questions, his broad face set in a focused expression Bosch hadn't seen before. Doctor, these individuals with paraphilias, what do they look like? Like anyone, there's no outward appearance that gives them away. And are they constantly on the hunt, seeking to act out their aberrant fantasies? Actually, no. Studies indicate these individuals are often aware of their atypical desires and work to suppress them. Many who seek help lead entirely normal lives with therapy and medication. Those who don't may periodically be overwhelmed by the compulsion to act, which can lead to criminal behavior. Psychosexually motivated serial killers often display highly repetitive patterns, allowing investigators to predict within a narrow window when they might strike again. The pattern of escalating stress and the compulsion to act often follows a predictable rhythm. Typically, the intervals between these overpowering urges grow shorter and shorter, returning with increasing frequency. Belk leaned heavily against the lectern, his posture firm. I understand. But between these compulsive acts, does this individual appear to lead a normal life? Or is he visibly disturbed, perhaps standing in a corner, drooling or something of that nature? Not at all. At least, not until the intervals collapse entirely. Then you might have someone perpetually on the hunt, as you suggested. But between episodes, there is a facade of normalcy. The deviant act, whether it's rape, strangulation, voyeurism, or anything else, provides the subject with a memory to fuel his fantasies. He will use that memory to stimulate arousal during masturbation or even during what society deems acceptable sexual relations. Are you saying he mentally replays the murder to become aroused for, say, intercourse with his wife? After an objection, Belk rephrased the question to avoid leading the witness. Yes, he replays the aberrant act in his mind to facilitate the socially acceptable one. So, in such a scenario, a wife might remain completely unaware of her husband's true desires. That is correct. It has frequently occurred. And such a person could maintain a normal facade at work and among friends without revealing this hidden side. Again, that is accurate. There is substantial evidence from the case histories of sexual sadists who killed Ted Bundy famously led a documented double life. Randy Kraft, responsible for the deaths of numerous hitchhikers in Southern California, is another example. I could list many more. This ability to conceal is precisely why they often claim so many victims before capture, which usually results from a minor error. Similar to Norman Church, exactly. You testified earlier that you lacked sufficient information on Norman Church's early development and behavior to include him in your book. Does that absence of data weaken your belief that he was the killer the police allege? Not in the slightest. As I stated, these desires can be thoroughly masked by ordinary behavior. These individuals are acutely aware that their urges are socially unacceptable. They go to great lengths to hide them. Mr. Church was not the only subject I initially considered and then excluded due to insufficient information. I conducted preliminary studies on at least 3 other serial killers who were either deceased or uncooperative, and I dropped them for the same reason, a lack of reliable public record or background. You mentioned earlier that the roots of these issues are planted in childhood. How does that happen? I should have said may be planted. This is an imprecise science. Nothing is definitive. If I had a concrete answer, I suppose I'd be out of a job. But psychoanalysts like myself theorize that paraphilias can stem from emotional or physical trauma, or a combination of both. It's essentially a synthesis of these factors, possibly with some biological determinants and social learning mixed in. It's difficult to pinpoint, but we believe it occurs very early, generally between the ages of 5 and 8. One individual in my study was molested by an uncle at age 3. My thesis is that this trauma set him on a path toward becoming a murderer of homosexuals, a pattern in which he often emasculated his victims. The courtroom had grown so hushed during Locke's testimony that Bosch heard the soft click of a rear door opening. Glancing back, he saw Jerry Edgar slipping into a seat in the last row. Edgar gave a slight nod. Bosch checked the clock, 4:15 p.m. The trial would adjourn for the day in 15 minutes. He figured Edgar was returning from the autopsy, a detail that added a grim, practical weight to the theoretical discussion still hanging in the air. The childhood trauma that eventually leads someone into a life of crime. Does it always have to be something as blatant and horrific as molestation? Not necessarily. It can stem from more common, yet deeply damaging, emotional pressures placed on a child. Think about the crushing weight of a parent's expectations, the desperate need to earn their approval mixed with other complicating factors. Discussing this in the abstract is always tricky, given the countless layers of human sexuality and psychology. After a few more general inquiries about Dr. Locke's research, Belk wrapped up his questioning. Chandler attempted a brief redirect, but Bosch's focus had already drifted. He knew Edgar wouldn't interrupt the trial without significant news. His eyes flicked repeatedly to the wall clock and then to his own watch, the minutes dragging. Finally, when Belk declared he had no further questions, Judge Keyes adjourned for the day. Bosch watched as Locke exited the courtroom, trailed by a few reporters before the jury filed out. Belk turned to him, offering a prediction. "Be prepared for tomorrow. My guess is you'll be the one under the spotlight. Out in the hallway, Bosch caught up with Edgar near the escalators.
What's the news, Jerry? Is your car at Parker Center? Edgar confirmed it was, and they decided to walk together. The escalator ride was silent, crowded with departing spectators. Only when they hit the sidewalk, finding a moment of privacy, did Edgar pull a folded form from his coat pocket. "All right, confirmation," Edgar said, handing it over. "The prints Mora recovered from Rebecca Kaminsky are a perfect match for the hand mold from the concrete victim."
I just came from the autopsy, and the tattoo is there, right above the buttocks, Yosemite Sam. Bosch unfolded the photocopy, a standard missing person report. This is for Rebecca Kaminsky, also known as Magna Cum Loudly, reported missing 22 months and 3 days ago. Scanning the sparse details, Bosch nodded. No doubt about it, it's her. The autopsy confirms manual strangulation, the knot pulled tight on the right, likely a left-handed assailant. They walked in silence for a moment, the evening air surprisingly warm. Edgar finally broke the quiet. "So, it's confirmed. This looks like one of Church's victims, but there's no possible way he did it unless he's back from the grave. I checked at the bookstore near Union Station, Bremer's book, The Dollmaker, which has every detail a copycat would need, hit the shelves in hardback 17 months after you put Church down. Becky Kaminsky vanished about 4 months after the book's release. Our guy could have bought it and used it as a blueprint to mimic the Dollmaker." Edgar glanced over, a relieved smile on his face. "You're in the clear, Harry." Bosch gave a slow nod, but no smile returned the gesture. Edgar didn't know about the videotape. As they walked down Temple toward Los Angeles Street, Bosch was oblivious to the city around him, the homeless on the corners, the traffic. He nearly stepped into the street without looking until Edgar's hand pulled him back. Waiting for the light, he looked down at the report again. It was threadbare. Rebecca Kaminsky had left for a date and never returned, meeting an unnamed man at the Hyatt on Sunset. That was it. No follow-up. The report was filed by a Tom Cerrone, listed as her roommate in Studio City. The light changed, and they crossed, heading toward Parker Center. "You planning to talk to this Cerrone, the roommate?" Bosch asked. "Probably, eventually," Edgar replied. "But right now, I'm more interested in your take. Where do we go from here? Bremer's book was a damn bestseller. Anyone could have gotten their hands on it. Anyone who read it is under suspicion." Bosch stayed quiet until they reached the parking lot and paused near the entrance booth. He glanced at the report in his hands, then looked at Edgar. "Mind if I hold on to this? I might swing by and see the guy." "Go ahead," Edgar replied. "One more thing you should know, Harry." He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a yellow sheet of paper. A subpoena got served at the coroner's office. No idea how she knew I'd be there. "When's your court date?" "Tomorrow, 10 a.m. I was never on the Dollmaker task force. So we both know what she's really after, the concrete blonde." Bosch flicked his cigarette into the memorial fountain for fallen officers and pushed through the glass doors of Parker Center. After flashing his badge at the front desk, he headed toward the elevators. A red line painted on the black tile floor guided visitors to the police commission hearing room, while a yellow line led to internal affairs and a blue one directed police applicants. It was a petty tradition for cops waiting for elevators to plant themselves on the yellow line, forcing any citizen coming to file a complaint to step around them, usually under a cold, challenging stare. Every time Bosch waited here, he remembered the legendary academy prank he'd helped pull off. He and another cadet, fueled by liquid courage, had sneaked in before dawn with paintbrushes and cans of black and yellow paint hidden in their jackets. In a swift, daring move, his partner painted over the real yellow line with black, while Bosch laid down a new yellow stripe that led past the elevators, down the hallway, straight into a men's room, and right up to a urinal. The stunt earned them near mythic status in their class, instructors included. He stepped off the elevator on the 3rd floor and walked into the robbery homicide division. The place was deserted. Most RHD detectives stuck to a strict 7 to 3 schedule, leaving their afternoons free for lucrative side gigs. As the department's elite, they landed the best off-duty jobs, chauffeuring visiting Saudi royalty, providing security for Hollywood studio heads, or bodyguarding high rollers from Las Vegas. Since the LVPD barred moonlighting, those premium assignments fell to the LAPD. When Bosch first made it to RHD, there were still a few veteran detectives around who'd worked security for Howard Hughes. They talked about it as if that was the whole point of the job, a stepping stone to guarding some reclusive billionaire who never actually went anywhere, a bizarre but well-paid form of babysitting. Bosch made his way to the back of the room and powered up one of the computers. Lighting a cigarette while the monitor warmed up, he pulled the report Edgar had given him from his coat pocket. It was clear the document had been ignored, never reviewed, never acted upon, utterly forgotten. He noted it was a walk-in report. Tom Cerrone had come to the North Hollywood Division station and filed it at the front desk. That meant it was probably typed up by either a green probationary officer or a cynical veteran who couldn't care less. Either way, nobody had recognized it for what it was, a classic cover-your-ass document. Cerrone stated he was Kaminsky's roommate. According to the brief summary, 2 days before the report was filed, she told him she was going on a blind date, meeting an unnamed man at the Hyatt on the Sunset Strip, and joked that she hoped the guy wasn't a creep. She never returned. Worried, Cerrone went to the police. The report was filed, routed through the North Hollywood Division where it barely registered, then forwarded to the Downtown Missing Persons Unit, a team of just 4 detectives tasked with handling the city's average of 60 new missing persons cases each week. In practice, the paperwork was simply added to a towering pile and forgotten until Edgar and his partner Morg eventually unearthed it. This bureaucratic inertia didn't surprise Bosch. Anyone giving the report a cursory glance should have realized Thomas Cerrone was lying about his identity. But Harry was convinced Kaminsky had already been dead and buried in concrete long before that report was ever typed up. By then, it was far too late for anyone to intervene. He entered the name Thomas Cerrone into the computer, initiating a search through the California Department of Justice database. The result was immediate. Cerrone, age 40, had a record featuring 9 arrests for solicitation of prostitution and 2 for pandering within a decade. A classic pimp, Bosch concluded, undoubtedly Kaminsky's pimp. He noted Cerrone was currently serving a 36-month probation term for his latest conviction. Pulling out his worn black telephone book, Bosch wheeled his chair to a nearby desk and dialed the county probation department's after-hours line. He provided the clerk with Cerrone's name and DOJ number, receiving in return a current Van Nuys address. The pimp had clearly fallen on harder times, downgrading from Studio City after Kaminsky vanished following her trip to the Hyatt. After hanging up, Bosch considered calling Sylvia. He debated whether to mention that Chandler would likely call him to the witness stand tomorrow. The thought of Sylvia watching him being methodically cornered by Money Chandler gave him pause. He decided against the call, leaving the phone silent. Cerrone's listed address was an apartment on Sepulveda Boulevard, in a neighborhood where the working women made little effort to conceal their trade. In the fading afternoon light, Bosch counted 4 young women spaced along a 2-block stretch, dressed in halter tops and short shorts. They thumbed at passing cars with the practiced air of hitchhikers, though their intended destination was undoubtedly a quick transaction in a nearby parking lot. He parked across from the Van Eyre apartments, a building whose facade was stained a grimy beige by smog. Several numbers were missing from the address placard, but it was still legible. The place was in dire need of paint, repair, and better tenants. Frankly, it needed a bulldozer. Start from scratch, Harry thought as he crossed the street. Cerrone's name was on the resident directory beside the security door, But no one answered the buzzer for apartment 6. Lighting a cigarette, Bosch settled in to wait. With 24 units in the building, someone would be coming home around 6 o'clock for dinner. He stepped back to the curb, noting the black spray paint graffiti covering the sidewalk, local gang monikers, and a clumsily written question in block letters. Are you the next Roddy King? He shook his head at the misspelling of a name so infamous. Soon a woman emerged from the secured door, struggling with 2 small children. Timing his move, Bosch approached just as she got it open. "Have you seen Tommy Cerrone around?" he asked, slipping past her. She was too preoccupied to reply. Inside the courtyard, he got his bearings. Gang insignia, faded and unreadable, was etched into the concrete. Apartment 6 was on the first floor toward the rear, a rusted-out hibachi grill lying discarded by its door. The air held the lingering scent of stale grease and neglect, a stark contrast to the perfumed illusion Kaminsky might have once sold. It was a fitting, dismal end for the trail of a life already paved over. A child's bicycle with training wheels leaned against the wall beneath the front window, an object that felt out of place. Bosch attempted to peer inside, but the drawn curtains allowed only a narrow slit of impenetrable shadow. He knocked, and out of habit, moved to the side of the doorway. The door was opened by a Mexican woman in a faded pink robe, her form swollen with a late-term pregnancy. Behind her, a young boy sat on the living room floor, his attention fixed on the flickering images of a Spanish-language game show on a black-and-white television. "Hello," Bosch began. "Is Mr. Tom Cerrone here?" Fear flashed in the woman's eyes. She seemed to shrink inward, her arms instinctively crossing over her belly. "Not immigration," Bosch said quickly. "Police, Tomas Cerrone. Is he here?" She shook her head and began to push the door closed. Bosch stopped it with his hand. Struggling with the language, he asked if she knew Cerrone and where he might be found. She explained he only came by once a week to collect the rent and the mail. Taking a step back, she gestured toward a card table where a small stack of envelopes sat. Bosch spotted an American Express gold card statement on top. "A phone number? It's urgent." Her eyes dropped from his, and the hesitation told him she had one. "Please." She told him to wait and disappeared from the doorway. Inside, the boy turned from the television and stared at Bosch. The detective felt a sudden, sharp discomfort under the child's gaze and looked away into the dusty courtyard. When he glanced back, the boy was smiling, his hand raised in a pointing finger. He made a soft shooting sound and giggled. Then the mother returned, holding a scrap of paper with a local number scribbled on it. Bosch copied it into his notebook, then told her he would need to take the mail. She looked back at the table as if the answer lay there with the envelopes. Bosch assured her it was okay, and she finally handed the stack over. The frightened look returning to her eyes. He stepped back, about to leave, then paused. He asked how much the rent was. $100 a week, she told him. Bosch gave a slow nod and walked away. He found a payphone on the street in front of the next apartment complex. Calling the downtown communications center, he relayed the number and requested an address. As he waited, he flipped through Cerrone's mail, his thoughts lingering on the pregnant woman. Why did she stay? Was the life she fled in Mexico so much worse that this bleak existence was preferable? For many he knew, the journey north was so brutal that turning back became an impossible thought. A woman approached him, one of the hitchhikers from the street. She wore an orange tank top that strained over surgically enhanced breasts and cut-off jeans so short the white pockets dangled below the frayed edges. The distinct outline of a condom packet was visible in one pocket. Her face was gaunt, etched with a deep exhaustion that marked her as a strawberry, a woman who would trade anything, any time, for another hit of crack. Despite her worn appearance, Bosch guessed she was barely 20. To his surprise, she spoke first. "Hey there, handsome. Looking for some company?" He offered a thin smile. "You'll need to be a lot more careful than that if you want to stay out of a cell." "Oh, hell," she muttered, turning to leave. "Wait a second," Bosch called after her. "Don't I know you?" "Yeah, I think I do. What's your name?" "Look, I'm not talking to you, and I'm not doing anything else for you either, so I'm gone." "Hold on. I don't want a thing. I just thought we'd met before. Aren't you one of Tommy Cerrone's girls?" "That's it. That's where I know you from." The name made her stumble almost imperceptibly in her step. Bosch let the phone receiver drop, swinging on its cord, and caught up to her. She stopped. "Look, Tommy and I aren't together anymore, all right? I have to get to work." She turned away from him, raising her thumb as a line of southbound cars began to pass. "Hold on. Just tell me one thing. Where's Tommy staying these days? I need to connect with him about something." "About what?" "I don't know where he is." "It's about a girl, remember, Becky? From a couple years back, blonde, always wore red lipstick, had a figure similar to yours. She might have gone by Maggie. I'm trying to find her, and she was working for Tommy. Do you remember her? I wasn't even in the picture back then. I haven't seen Tommy in 4 months, and you're full of it." She started to walk off, and Bosch called after her, $20. She stopped and came back. "For what? An address?" "I'm serious. I need to talk to him." "All right, hand it over." He pulled the money from his wallet and gave it to her. It crossed his mind that Van Nuys Weiss could be watching from somewhere nearby, wondering why a detective was handing cash to a woman on the street. "Try the Grandview," she said. "I don't know the apartment number, but it's on the top floor. Don't tell him I sent you. He'll mess me up." She walked away, tucking the money into one of her loose pockets. He didn't need to ask where the Grandview was. He watched her slip between 2 apartment buildings and vanish, likely heading off to score. He wondered if she had been honest with him and why he found it easier to give her money than the woman in apartment 6. The police operator had disconnected by the time he returned to the payphone. Bosch dialed again, requested the information, and was given the address matching the phone number he had, Suite P1, the Grandview Apartments, on Sepulveda in Sherman Oaks. He had just wasted $20 on what was essentially a crack cocaine donation. He hung up. Back in his car, he finished sorting through the mail. Half was junk. The rest were credit card statements and political flyers from Republican campaigns. There was also a postcard invitation to an Adult Film Performers Guild Awards banquet in Reseda the following week. Bosch opened the American Express bill. The illegality of going through someone else's mail didn't bother him in the slightest. Cerrone was a criminal lying to his probation officer. There would be no complaint from that quarter. The pimp owed American Express $1,855.05 for the month. The 2-page bill showed charges for 2 airline flights to Las Vegas and 3 purchases from Victoria's Secret. Bosch was familiar with Victoria's Secret, having occasionally browsed the lingerie catalogue at Sylvia's place. In a single month, Cerrone had ordered nearly $400 worth of lingerie by mail. The rent money from the poor woman leasing the apartment Cerrone used as a probation address was essentially subsidizing the lingerie bills for his workers. It pissed Bosch off, but it also sparked an idea. The Grandview Apartments embodied a certain California fantasy. Built adjacent to a shopping mall, the building allowed residents to walk directly from their homes into the mall, effectively removing the previously essential component of Southern California life, the car. Bosch parked in the mall garage and entered the rear lobby, an Italian marble space with a self-playing grand piano in the center. He recognized the tune as a Cab Calloway classic. "Everybody that comes to my place has to eat." A directory and a phone were mounted on the wall beside the security door leading to the elevators. The name listed next to P1 was Kuntz. Bosch took it as an inside joke. He picked up the phone and pressed the button. A woman answered, and he said, "UPS, I have a package." She said. "From who?" The writing's hard to read. Looks like it's from Victor's secretary or something."
"Oh," she replied, and he heard a giggle. "Do I need to sign for it?"
"Yes, ma'am, I need a signature." Instead of buzzing him in, she said she would come down. Bosch waited by the glass door for 2 minutes before realizing this particular ruse wasn't going to work. He stood, waiting in a suit, empty-handed. As the elevator's chrome doors began to slide open, he turned his back to them, taking a step toward the grand piano and looking down as if captivated by its finish, pretending not to notice the arrival. From behind him came the sound of the security door unlatching. He turned. "Are you from UPS?" She was blonde, striking even in faded blue jeans and a light blue button-down. Their eyes locked, and Bosch instantly saw the recognition. She knew this was a setup. She moved to slam the door, but he was quicker, shouldering his way inside. "What do you think you're—" He pressed a hand over her mouth, fearing a scream. The gesture framed the terror in her eyes, and in that moment her beauty faded for him. "Easy. I'm not here to hurt you. I just need to talk to Tommy. Let's go upstairs." He carefully withdrew his hand, and she didn't cry out. "Tommy isn't here," she whispered, a tone meant to convey compliance. "Then we'll wait." He guided her back toward the elevator and hit the button. She was telling the truth. Cerrone wasn't home, but Bosch didn't have long to wait. He'd only just begun to take in the lavish furnishings of the 2-bedroom apartment with its loft and private rooftop garden when the front door opened. Cerrone walked in, a copy of the Racing Forum tucked under his arm, just as Bosch stepped in from the balcony overlooking Sepulveda Boulevard and the clogged lanes of the Ventura Freeway. At first, Cerrone offered a smile of greeting, but then his expression went utterly blank. Bosch was used to this reaction from criminals. They often thought they recognized him, and they probably did. His face had been in the papers and on the local news several times over the past few years, including just this week. Harry figured most crooks who followed the news studied the photos of cops, thinking it gave them an edge, someone to watch out for. Instead, it bred a shaky sense of familiarity. Cerrone had smiled as if at an old acquaintance, then realized this was likely the enemy, a detective. "That's right," Bosch said. "Tommy, he made me let him in," the girl blurted. He rang from the— "Shut your mouth," Cerrone snapped. He turned to Bosch. "If you had a warrant, you wouldn't be here solo. No warrant. Get the hell out of my home." "Very observant," Bosch replied. "Have a seat. I've got questions." "Screw you and your questions. Get out."
Bosch settled onto a sleek black leather sofa and pulled out his cigarettes. "Tom, if I leave, it'll be to go visit your probation officer and discuss revoking your parole over this little address scam. They tend to frown on cons who claim to live in a dump when they're actually settled someplace like the Grandview." Cerrone hurled the Racing Forum across the room toward the girl. "See," he snarled. "See what your carelessness dragged into my life." She knew enough to stay silent.
Cerrone crossed his arms, planting himself in the middle of the living room, refusing to sit. He was a man whose once solid build had softened into paunch. Too many afternoons spent at Hollywood Park or Del Mar, nursing cocktails and betting on the horses. "All right. What do you want?" "I want to know about Becky Kaminsky." Cerrone looked genuinely confused. "You remember? Maggie Come loudly. The blonde with the enhanced assets you probably financed. You were managing her video career, booking some side gigs, and then she just vanished on you." "What about her?" "That was ages ago. 22 months and 3 days to be precise." "So, if she's surfaced and is running her mouth, it doesn't mean a thing. Take it to court, man. We'll see how." Bosch launched off the couch, striking Cerrone hard across the face and shoving him over a matching leather chair onto the floor. Cerrone's eyes immediately darted to the girls, a look that told Bosch he now had total control of the room. The sting of humiliation could be a more potent weapon than any firearm. Cerrone's entire face flushed a deep crimson. Bosch's own hand throbbed from the impact. He leaned over the man, now sprawled on the floor. She never showed up, and you knew it. She was dead when you filed that report. You were just covering your tracks. Tell me how you knew. Come on. I didn't have anything to do with, but you knew she wasn't coming back. How? It was just a feeling. She was gone for a few days. Men like you don't run to the police on a feeling. Men like you get robbed and don't even dial 911. Like I said, you were covering yourself. You didn't want the blame because you knew she was already gone. All right, fine. It was more than a feeling. The guy who called, I never saw him, but his voice, some of the things he said, it rang a bell. After I sent her out and she didn't return, it finally clicked. I remembered. I'd sent another girl to him once, and she ended up dead. Who? Holly Lear. I can't recall her real name. Bosch could. Holly Lear was the stage name for Nicole Knapp, the dollmaker's 7th victim. He sank back onto the couch and lit a cigarette. Tommy, the blonde girl piped up. He's smoking. Shut your mouth, Cerrone snapped at her. But you said no smoking in here, except on the bow. I said, shut the fuck up. Nicole Knapp, Bosch stated. Yeah, that's the one. You knew the police said the dollmaker took her. Yeah, and I believed it until Becky vanished, and I remembered this caller, his exact words. But you told no one. You didn't call it in. It's like you said. Guys like me, we don't call. Bosch gave a slow nod. What did he say, the caller? What were his words?
He said, I have a special need tonight. Both times, exactly the same, and his voice was strange, tight, like he was talking through gritted teeth. And you sent her to that. I didn't connect it until she was gone. Look, I made a report. I gave the cops the hotel. They did nothing. I'm not the only one at fault here. Hell, the cops said that guy was caught, that he was dead. I thought it was safe. Safe for you, or for the girls you put on the street? You think I would have sent her if I knew. I had a lot invested in her. I'm sure you did. Bosch glanced at the blonde, a sudden, vivid image flashing in his mind of her a few years from now, hollow-eyed and shivering on a street corner, just like the woman he'd handed $20 to earlier. It was the inevitable trajectory here, used up and discarded or dead. He turned his gaze back to Cerrone. Did Rebecca smoke? What? Smoke? Did she smoke? You lived with her, you should know. No, she didn't. It's a disgusting habit. Cerrone shot a venomous look at the blonde Bosch, dropped his cigarette onto the white rug and crushed it under his heel as he stood. He moved to the door, pausing after he pulled it open. Cerrone, that woman in the apartment where your mail goes. What about her? She doesn't pay rent anymore. What are you talking about? Cerrone pushed himself up from the floor, a flicker of defiance returning. Bosch continued, his tone flat. I'm talking about her rent being free. I'll be checking on her. If she's paying you, your probation officer gets a call and your little scheme blows up. Probation revoked. You do your time. It's hard to run an out-call service from county jail. 2 phones per floor, and let's just say the other inmates decide who uses them. You'd probably have to cut them in for a piece. Cerrone just stared, anger pulsing visibly at his temples. And she better still be there when I check, Bosch added. If I hear she went back to Mexico, I blame you and make the call. If I hear she bought a damn condo, I make the call. She just needs to be there. That's extortion, Cerrone spat. No, you asshole, that's justice. Bosch left, the door hanging open behind him. Standing in the hallway by the elevator, the sharp echo of Cerrone's voice cut through the air once more. Shut the fuck up. The drive up to Sylvia's place was sluggish.
the tail end of the evening commute still clogging the streets. He found her at the dining table, dressed in worn jeans and a Grant High School T-shirt, grading a stack of papers. The class she taught, Los Angeles in Literature, was her own creation for the 11th graders at Grant High in the Valley. She'd said she wanted these kids, many of whom hailed from other states or other countries, to truly understand the city they lived in. He remembered her telling him about one class where the students collectively spoke 11 different native languages. He placed a hand gently on the back of her neck, leaning in for a kiss, and noticed the book reports were on Nathaniel West's The Day of the Locust. "Ever read it?" she asked. "A lifetime ago," he said. "Some high school English teacher forced it on us. She was a real piece of work." She nudged him with her elbow. "Very funny. I tried to balance the challenging reads with the more accessible ones. I just had them tackle The Big Sleep." "Bet they wish this one had been called The Big Nap," he quipped. "Aren't you just a ray of sunshine tonight? Did something good happen?" "Honestly, no. Everything out there is going straight to hell. But in here, it's a different story." She stood up, and they held each other close. He moved his hand in slow circles on her back, the way she always liked. "Any progress on the case?" "None. And yet too much. I feel like I'm about to wade into a swamp. Maybe I can get a job as a private investigator afterward, like Marlowe." She pulled back slightly. "What are you talking about?" "I'm not entirely sure. Something's off. I need to work on it tonight. I'll take the kitchen table. You can stay out here with your literary locusts. Remember, it's your night to cook. Then I'm hiring the Colonel. Oh, for crying out loud. Hey, language. What's wrong with the Colonel? He's been dead for a decade. Forget it. It's fine." She gave him a small, knowing smile. This was their usual dance. When it was his turn, dinner typically meant going out. He could see the flicker of disappointment at the thought of take-out fried chicken, but his mind was too crowded, too tangled with other things. Her face had a way of making him want to spill every secret, every regret, but he couldn't. They both understood that. "I embarrassed a man today," he confessed. "What? Why?" "Because he makes a habit of embarrassing women."
"Don't they all, Harry? What did you do?" "Knocked him on his backside in front of his girlfriend." "He probably had it coming." "I don't want you in court tomorrow. Chandler will probably call me to the stand, but I don't want you there. It's going to get ugly." She was quiet for a long moment. "Why do you do this, Harry? You tell me about the men you confront, but you keep everything else locked away. We're so close in some ways, and in others." "What do I actually know about you? About your past? We need to get to that, or we'll just end up hurting each other." "That's how it ended for me last time." He nodded, his eyes dropping to the floor. He was weighed down by too many other thoughts to navigate this conversation now. "You want the extra crispy?" he finally asked. "Sure," she said, her tone resigned. She returned to her papers, and he headed out to pick up their dinner. Later, after they had eaten, and she had gone back to the dining room, he opened his briefcase on the kitchen table and pulled out the blue binders. A bottle of Henry Weinhard's sat nearby, but no cigarette. He wouldn't smoke inside, at least not while she was awake. He opened the first binder and spread the sections for each of the 11 victims across the tabletop. Standing up with his beer, he looked down, taking in the grim gallery all at once. Each section was led by a photograph of the victims' remains as they were discovered. 11 photos stared back at him. He turned the cases over in his mind, then walked into the bedroom to check the suit he had worn the day before, a sudden, mundane task in the midst of the horror. The Polaroid of the concrete blonde remained in his pocket. He carried it back to the kitchen and placed it on the table with the rest. Victim number 12. It was a grim exhibition of shattered lives, their garish cosmetics painting grotesque smiles beneath lifeless stares. Stripped bare, each woman was laid open under the unforgiving glare of the crime scene flash. Bosch finished his beer, his eyes not leaving the table.
He read the names, the dates, traced the contours of their faces with his gaze, all fallen angels in this endless city of shadows. He was so absorbed he didn't hear Sylvia enter until her sharp intake of breath broke the silence.
"My God!" she whispered, taking an involuntary step back. She held the student's essay in one hand, the other flying to her mouth. "I'm sorry, Sylvia," Bosch said, the words feeling inadequate. "I should have told you not to come in here." "Are those the women?" He gave a single nod. "What are you doing with them? Trying to force a connection, maybe?" "Staring at them until something clicks, until I see a pattern I missed before. But how can you just stand there and look?" Her voice was a mix of horror and disbelief. "Because it's the job." She glanced down at the paper in her hand. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing, really. One of my students wrote something. I thought I'd share it with you. Go on." He moved to the wall and switched off the overhead light, plunging himself and the photographs into gloom. Sylvia stood framed in the softer light from the dining room. "Read it," he said. She lifted the paper. "It's from a girl." She wrote, "West predicted the end of Los Angeles's golden age. He saw the city of angels transforming into a city of broken dreams, a place where hope is trampled by the heedless masses. His work was the prophecy." She looked up. "There's more, but that was the part. She's only a sophomore in an advanced class, but she captured something powerful." Bosch felt a familiar, cynical thought surface. Where does a 10th grader get a word like halcyon? Probably copied it. But Sylvia, of course, saw past that. She always looked for the light in things. His own vision was calibrated for the dark. "It's good," he conceded. "She's African-American, takes the bus for over an hour each way to get here. She's one of the brightest I've ever taught, and I worry about her on that long ride. She says it's when she does all her reading for my class, but she feels everything so deeply, maybe too much. Give it time. She'll grow a thicker skin. Everyone does out here." "No, Harry, not everyone. That's exactly what frightens me for her." She studied his shadowed form for a long moment. "I'm sorry I interrupted." "You never interrupt me, Sylvia. I'm the one who's sorry for bringing this into your home. I can take it all to my place if you want. No, I want you here. Can I make some coffee?" "I'm all right." After she returned to the living room, he flicked the light back on. His eyes travelled over the gallery once more. In death, the killer's makeup made them look eerily similar, a uniform chorus line of the damned. Yet in life, they had been a spectrum, different races, builds, hair colours. The profiler, Locke, had told the task force this pointed to an opportunistic hunter. The doll-maker wasn't chasing a specific type. He was a bottom feeder, grabbing whatever vulnerable life drifted into his path, unconcerned with colour or form so long as the snatch was quiet and clean. These were women who had already surrendered their bodies to the cold appraisal of strangers long before he found them. They were out there waiting. The real question Bosch understood now as a cold certainty settled in his gut was whether the monster who collected them was still out there waiting too. He pulled a worn map of West Los Angeles from the binder's pocket, its creases cracking like dry earth as he spread it open, laying it over the silent faces on the table. The black circular markers indicating where the victims were discovered remained on the map, each accompanied by a handwritten note with a name and date. For the task force, the geographical spread initially seemed random, a conclusion that only solidified after Church was killed. The crime scenes stretched across the west side, from Silver Lake all the way to Malibu, though the killer seemed to favor certain areas. Most were concentrated in Silver Lake and Hollywood, with just single outliers in Malibu and West Hollywood. The concrete blonde was discovered further south in Hollywood than any other, and she was also the only one who had been buried. At the time, Locke had suggested disposal sites were simply a matter of convenience, a theory that appeared accurate in hindsight. 4 bodies were dumped within a mile of Church's Silver Lake apartment,
and another 4 were in eastern Hollywood, an easy drive away. The timeline of discoveries offered no help either. There was no discernible rhythm. The intervals between victims would shrink, then expand unpredictably 5 weeks, then 2, then 3. Detectives had eventually stopped looking for meaning in the calendar and moved on. Bosch shifted his focus to the victim background files, most of which were brief, tragic summaries of lives cut short. One woman working Hollywood Boulevard at night was studying to be a beautician by day. Another had been sending money home to Chihuahua, Mexico, where her parents proudly believed she was a tour guide at the famous Disneyland. There were occasional eerie connections between some victims, but they never led anywhere. 3 of the streetwalkers, for instance, visited the same clinic for weekly treatments. The task force put that doctor under watch for 3 weeks. But their surveillance was embarrassingly interrupted when the real killer picked up a prostitute on Sunset Boulevard. Her body was found in Silver Lake the next morning. 2 other victims shared a different doctor, a Beverly Hills plastic surgeon who had performed breast implants on both. This got the team excited. A surgeon who remakes images seemed poetically connected to a killer who used makeup. They dubbed him the Plastic Man, and started watching him too, observing what appeared to be a perfectly content domestic life with a wife whose features he had literally sculpted. They were still on him when Bosch got the anonymous tip that led to church. As far as Bosch knew, neither doctor ever realized they'd been suspects. It wasn't until he was nearly 2/3 through the files, reading about the 7th victim, Nicole Knapp, that Bosch saw the hidden thread everyone had missed. The task force, Locke, the press, they'd lumped all the victims into one grim category, but they weren't all the same. Some were streetwalkers, some were escorts. Within those groups, some were dancers, one delivered stripograms. And then there were 2, including the latest victim, Becky Kaminsky, who worked in the pornography industry while also taking private out-call appointments. Bosch separated the files and photos for Nicole Knapp and the 11th victim, Shirlene Kemp, known in their films as Holly Lear and Heather Come Hither. He then found the binder for the lone survivor, the woman who had escaped. Her name was Georgia Stern, who performed under the name Velvet Box. She, too, was a porn actress who supplemented her income with out-call services advertised in the local adult tabloids, and her arranged date at the Hollywood Star Motel was where she narrowly avoided becoming another statistic. After she got there, her client told her to take off her clothes. She turned away to do it, a small gesture of modesty in case that was something he liked. Then she felt the leather strap of her purse slip over her head from behind, and his hands tightened around her throat. She struggled, just as every other victim must have, but she managed to break free, driving her elbow hard into his side, then spinning to deliver a sharp kick between his legs. She fled the room naked, any thought of modesty completely forgotten. By the time the police returned, her attacker had vanished. It took 3 days for the reports to reach the task force. By then, the room at the Hollywood Star, a place that rented by the hour, had been used countless times, destroying any chance for physical evidence. Reading those reports now, Bosch understood why the composite sketch Georgia Stern helped create looked nothing like Norman Church. It had been someone else entirely. About an hour later, he flipped one of the binders to the back, where he kept a list of contact numbers for everyone connected to the old investigation. He went to the wall phone and dialed Dr. John Locke's home number, hoping the psychologist hadn't changed it in 4 years. Locke answered after 5 rings. "I'm sorry to call so late, Dr. Locke. It's Harry Bosch." "Harry, how are you? I'm sorry we didn't get to speak today. I know the circumstances weren't ideal for you, but Doctor, listen, something's come up. It's about the doll-maker case. There are some things I need to show you and discuss. Is there any chance I could come over?" There was a long pause before Locke replied. "Would this be related to that new case I saw in the papers?" "Yes, that and some other developments." "Well, let's see. It's almost 10 o'clock. Are you certain this can't wait until tomorrow morning? I'm in court all day tomorrow, Doctor. This is important. I'd really value your time. I can be there before 11 and gone by midnight. When Locke stayed quiet, Harry wondered if the gentle-spoken doctor was afraid of him or just didn't want a cop with a killer's reputation in his home. Besides, Bosch said into the silence, I think you'll find it pretty interesting. All right, then, Locke finally said. After getting the address, Harry gathered all the paperwork back into the 2 binders. Sylvia appeared in the kitchen doorway, waiting until she was sure the photos were put away. I heard you on the phone. Are you going to his house tonight? Yeah, right now, up in Laurel Canyon. What's happening? He paused, the binders tucked under his arm. Well, we missed something. The whole task force, we got it wrong. I think there were 2 of them all along, and I just didn't see it until now. 2 killers. That's what I'm thinking. I want to get Locke's take on it. Are you coming back tonight? I'm not sure. It'll be late. I was thinking I might just head to my place. Check my messages. Grab some clean clothes. So much for our weekend plans, huh? What? Oh, right, Lone Pine. Yeah, well, don't worry about it. But I might want to stay at your place while they're having the open house here. Sure, of course. She walked him to the door and opened it, telling him to be careful and to call her tomorrow. He said he would. On the threshold, he hesitated. You know, he said, you were right about what you said. About what? About men. Chapter 14. Laurel Canyon carves a twisting path through the Santa Monica Mountains, linking Studio City with Hollywood and the Sunset Strip. On the south side, where the road dips below Mulholland Drive and the wide 4 lanes narrow into 2 crumbling strips, begging for a collision, the canyon turns into funky Los Angeles here. 40-year-old Hollywood bungalows sit beside sleek, multi-level glass houses which neighbor quaint gingerbread-style homes. It's a place of odd contrasts. Where Harry Houdini once built a castle tucked into the steep hillsides, Jim Morrison's old clapboard house stood not far from the small market that remained the canyon's sole commercial hub. Laurel Canyon had become a refuge for the newly wealthy rock musicians, authors, Hollywood actors, and even a few affluent dealers. They endured the threat of mudslides and the notorious traffic snarls just for the privilege of calling this place home. Locke's residence was on Lookout Mountain Drive, a sharply inclined road off the main boulevard that had Harry Bosch's department, Caprice, straining up the grade. The house was impossible to miss, its address blinking in a garish blue neon sign mounted on the front wall. Bosch parked behind a multicolored Volkswagen van that looked a quarter-century old. The canyon had that effect, like stepping into a time capsule. He killed the engine, stepped out, and crushed his cigarette underfoot on the quiet, dark street. The only sounds were the ticking of the cooling engine and the faint, acrid smell of burning oil drifting from underneath. He leaned back into the car to retrieve the 2 binders. The drive had taken nearly an hour, giving him time to sharpen his theory about the hidden pattern he'd detected and to identify a crucial method for testing it. Locke answered the door barefoot, holding a glass of red wine. He wore faded jeans and a surgeon's green scrub top, a large pink crystal dangling from a leather cord around his neck. "Detective Bosch, come in," he said, his tone oddly casual. He led Harry through an entryway into a spacious combined living and dining area. A wall of French doors opened onto a brick patio encircling a glowing blue pool. The pinkish carpet was stained and threadbare, but for a college professor who wrote about sex, the place wasn't bad. The pool water was unsettled, as if someone had just been swimming, and Bosch caught a faint, stale whiff of marijuana in the air. "Nice spot," Bosch commented. "We're practically neighbors. I'm on the other side of the hill, over on Woodrow Wilson." "Really? Then what took you so long to get here?" Locke asked, a sly edge to his voice. "Actually, I wasn't coming from home. I was visiting a friend up in Bouquet Canyon." Ah, a lady friend. That explains the 45-minute delay. Locke said, taking a slow sip of his wine. My apologies, Doctor. Let's get to it so I don't take up any more of your evening. By all means. Locke gestured toward the dining table, offering no wine, no ashtray, not even a pretense of hospitality. I appreciate you seeing me on short notice, Harry offered. I'll be quick. So you've said I'm a bit put out myself. Testifying set my research back a day, and I was hoping to make up ground tonight, Locke replied, his gaze drifting toward the pool. Bosch noted his hair was dry. Perhaps the swimmer was someone else. Locke took a seat at the table, and Bosch began, laying out the copy of the new note left at the station. He then walked Locke through the concrete blonde investigation in precise chronological order, culminating in the details of the latest murder. As Bosch spoke, he saw a spark of keen interest ignite in Locke's eyes. When Harry finished, the psychologist folded his arms, closed his eyes, and said, "Give me a moment to think this through." He sat motionless. Bosch waited, unsure of the performance. After 20 seconds of silence, he finally said, "If you're going to meditate, I need to use your phone." "Kitchen," Locke said, eyes still shut. Bosch found Amado's number in the task force binder and dialed. The coroner's analyst sounded groggy when he answered. "Amado, it's Bosch. Sorry for the late call. Things are moving fast on this new doll-maker angle. You see the papers?" "Yeah, but they said it wasn't confirmed to be him." "Right. That's what I'm trying to figure out." "I have a question," Bosch said. "Go ahead." "You testified yesterday about the rape kits collected from each victim. Where is that evidence now?" A long pause followed before Amado replied. "They're likely still in evidence storage. The coroner's policy is to retain evidence for 7 years after a case is closed for appeals and such. Since your perpetrator is deceased, there's technically no reason to keep it that long, but clearing an evidence locker requires a formal order from the medical examiner. Given the bureaucracy, the ME at the time probably never got around to it after you dealt with Church. My guess is the kits are still there. The custodian would only request disposal after the 7-year mark." "Okay," Bosch said, his voice edged with anticipation. "What about the condition? Would the evidence still be viable for analysis? There shouldn't be any significant deterioration. How busy are you right now? My plate is always full. But you've got my attention. What's the plan?" "I need someone to pull the kits from victims 7 and 11, Nicole Knapp and Charlene Kemp. Think of it like the convenience store, 7 and 11. Got it. Then what? Cross-reference the pubic hair combs. Look for a matching foreign hair on both women. How long will that take? 3 or 4 days. We have to send it to the DOJ lab. I can put a rush on it, maybe get it back sooner. But can I ask why we're doing this? I believe there was someone else besides Church, a copycat. He committed the 7th, 11th, and this latest one, and I'm thinking he might not have been as meticulous as Church about shaving. If you find the same hair in both kits, that could confirm it. Well, I can tell you something interesting about those two right off the bat. 7 and 11. Bosch waited. I reviewed all the files before testifying, so it's fresh in my mind. Remember I testified that 2 victims had severe internal damage, vaginal tearing. Those were the 2. 7 and 11. Bosch considered this. From the dining room, Locke called. "Harry." "Be right there," he answered to Amado. He said, "That is interesting. It means this second guy, whoever he is rougher than Church. Those 2 women suffered the worst injuries. Suddenly, something clicked in Bosch's mind, a detail from Amado's testimony that hadn't sat right yesterday. Now it made sense. "The condoms," he said. "What about them? You testified it was a box of 12 with only 3 left. That's right, 9 used. If you subtract victims 7 and 11 from the list, that leaves 9 victims. It fits, Harry. All right, first thing tomorrow I'm on this. Give me 3 days, tops. They hung up, and Bosch wondered if Amado would sleep at all tonight. Returning to the dining room, he found Locke had refilled his own wineglass, but again offered nothing to Bosch. Bosch took his seat across the table. I'm ready to continue, Locke said. Let's proceed. You're saying the body found this week matches every known detail attributed to the dollmaker? Correct, except now we have a new disposal method. A private disposal as opposed to the public taunting of the earlier ones. It's all very compelling. What else? Well, from the trial testimony, we can likely eliminate Church as the perpetrator in the 11th killing. A witness, a friend of Church's, brought in a video placing Church at a party during the abduction window. The tape is convincing. Locke nodded thoughtfully, rubbing the grey stubble on his chin, a gesture Bosch unconsciously mirrored. Then there's victim 7, Bosch continued. He relayed the information he'd gotten from Cerrone about the voice the pimp had recognized. While voice analysis alone wouldn't hold up in court, let's assume the pimp's identification is correct. That links the woman from the concrete, our 7th victim, to a specific perpetrator. The recovered videotape definitively clears Church for the 11th case. Then there's Amado from the coroner's office. He pointed out that victims 7 and 11 shared distinctive injuries not seen in the others. There's also the makeup evidence. After Church was killed, they found that kit in his Hyperion apartment. It was matched to 9 victims. The 2 it didn't match were 7 and 11, Locke finished. Right. So we have multiple points linking those 2 cases. Then we have a weaker tangential link to this week's victim, number 12, based on the voice recognition. The connection solidifies when you look at their professions. All 3 were in adult films and worked outcall services. I see the secondary pattern emerging, Locke said, a note of grim satisfaction in his voice. It gets more compelling. Include our sole survivor in that group. She was also in adult films and did outcall work. And she described an attacker who looked nothing like Church. Precisely because I don't believe it was Church. I believe those 3 women, plus the survivor, constitute one set of victims from one killer. The remaining 9 are a separate set with a different killer. Church Locke stood and began a slow, measured pace along the length of the dining table, his hand thoughtfully pressed to his chin. Is there more? Bosch opened a binder and carefully extracted the city map and a folded sheet where he had earlier compiled a chronology. He smoothed the map onto the table's surface, leaning over it. All right, look, let's label the 9 as Cluster A and the 3 as Cluster B. On this map, I've circled where the Cluster A victims were discovered. If you mentally remove the Cluster B victims, a clear geographic concentration appears. The B victims were dumped in Malibu, West Hollywood, South Hollywood. But Cluster A was tightly focused here, in Eastern Hollywood and Silver Lake. Bosch traced a circle on the map with his finger, outlining the dumping ground their original suspect had used. And almost at the dead center of this zone is Hyperion Street Church's apartment. He straightened up and placed the folded paper atop the map. Here's a list of the dates for the 11 killings originally pinned on Church. You can see a clear interval pattern at the beginning, 30 days, 32, 28, 31, 31. But then the pattern completely falls apart. Remember how that confused the investigation? I do. We get 12 days, then 16, then 27, 30, and 11. It disintegrates into randomness, but now separate the dates for Cluster A and Cluster B. Bosch unfolded the paper to reveal 2 neat columns. Locke leaned in, the light glinting off the faint, pale scar on his freckled scalp. For Cluster A, we now have a clear, discernible pattern of intervals. Bosch continued, 30 days, 32, 28, 31, 31, 28, 27, and 30. For Cluster B, we have a single interval, 84 days between the 2 killings. Superior stress management, Locke stated flatly. What? The intervals between these violent acts are dictated by the internal build-up of psychological stress. I've testified on this. The more effectively the individual manages that stress, the longer the interval between events. Your second killer demonstrates better stress management, or at least he did back then. Bosch watched him pace, then took out a cigarette and lit it. Locke offered no objection. What I need to know is this scenario even plausible? Bosch asked, the smoke curling into the still air. Is there any precedent you're aware of? Of course it's plausible. Darkness rarely operates in solitude. You don't have to look beyond your own city's history for proof. Consider the Hillside Stranglers. There was even a book published about them titled Two of a Kind. Consider the operational similarities between the Night Stalker and the Sunset Strip Strangler back in the early 80s. The simple answer is yes. It's entirely possible. I'm familiar with those cases, but this is something else. I worked on some of those investigations, and I know this is different. The Hillside Stranglers were a team cousins. The other two had parallels, but the distinctions were significant. Here, someone arrived and replicated the other's actions with perfect precision, so perfectly that we overlooked it, and he slipped away, two murderers operating separately, yet employing an identical methodology. Exactly. Once more, I believe anything is possible. Take another example. Remember the freeway killer case in Orange and Los Angeles counties during the 80s? Bosch gave a nod. He hadn't been involved, so his knowledge was limited. Well, they got a break one day and arrested a Vietnam veteran named William Bonin. They linked him to several of the murders and were convinced he was responsible for the others. He was sent to death row, but the killings didn't stop. They continued until a highway patrol officer pulled over a man named Randy Kraft, who was driving down the freeway with a dead body in his vehicle. Kraft and Bonin had never met, yet for a time they unknowingly shared the nickname the Freeway Killer. Each was operating independently, out there killing and being mistaken for the same individual. That narrative aligned closely with the theory Bosch was considering. Locke kept talking, now fully engaged despite the late hour. Did you know there's a guard on death row at San Quentin? I've met through my research. He told me there are 4 serial killers, including Kraft and Bonin, awaiting execution. And get this, the 4 of them play cards together every day. Bridge. Between them, they have 59 murder convictions, and they play bridge. The guard says Kraft and Bonin think so much alike that as a partnership at the card table, they're nearly unbeatable. Bosch began carefully refolding the map on the table. Without looking up, he asked, did Kraft and Bonin kill their victims in the same manner? The exact same way? Not precisely, but my point is that a duo is feasible. In your situation, however, the follower is sharper. He understood precisely how to manipulate the police, to direct everything toward Church. Then, once Church was dead and could no longer serve as a shield, the follower essentially vanished from sight. Bosch looked up at him, and a sudden jarring thought rearranged everything he knew. It was like the crack of a cue ball scattering the rack, sending possibilities in every direction. But he kept the idea to himself. Voicing it felt too risky. Instead, he posed another question to Locke. But even after going underground, this follower maintained the dollmaker's exact ritual. Why continue the program if no one was meant to see the result? With the dollmaker, we believed leaving the bodies in public, with their faces painted, was part of his erotic fixation, a key part of his thrill. So why would the second killer adhere to that same script if the body was never intended to be discovered? Locke placed both hands on the table, leaning his weight on them as he considered this. Bosch thought he heard a faint noise from the patio. He glanced through the open French doors, but saw only the dark silhouette of the steep hillside above the lit, kidney-shaped pool, its surface now perfectly still. He checked his watch. Midnight. It's an excellent question, Locke finally said. "I don't have the answer. Perhaps the acolyte believed the body would eventually be revealed, or that he might choose to reveal it himself. We likely have to assume now that it was the follower who sent those notes to you and the newspaper 4 years ago. That demonstrates the exhibitionistic component of his own pathology church. It seems didn't share the same compulsion to taunt his pursuers. The follower got a thrill out of needling us." "Precisely. He was playing a game, really, toying with the people hunting him while the real doll-maker took the blame for every murder he committed. Understand?" "Yes." "All right. So what changed? You killed the actual doll-maker, Mr. Church. Now the copycat has no cover, so he keeps on killing. But this time he buries the victim, hides her under concrete. You're telling me he still goes through the whole ritual, the makeup, the staging, but then covers her up so nobody finds her, so nobody ever knows exactly. He follows the same script because that's what excites him, but he can't leave the bodies out in the open anymore. That would give him away." "Then why the note? Why send something to the police now and risk exposure?" Locke circled the dining table, thinking it over. "Arrogance," he finally said. "This follower's grown bold over 4 years. He believes he's untouchable. It's classic in the unraveling phase of a psychopath, a surge of overconfidence just as they're actually making more mistakes, coming apart, becoming sloppy. So, because he's gotten away with it this long, he thinks he's in the clear and sends another note just to mess with us. That's part of it. But there's also pride ownership. The doll-maker trial is all over the news, and he wants a piece of that spotlight. Don't forget, he craves recognition. It was him, not Church, who sent those earlier letters. Now, feeling superior, almost godlike, he writes this new note. Catch me if you can. One of the oldest taunts in the book. And lastly, he might still be angry at you. Me? Bosch was caught off guard. He'd never considered that. Yes, you took Church away. You wrecked his perfect disguise. I doubt the note showing up in the press has helped your court case much, has it? No. It might bury me. Maybe this is his way of paying you back. His revenge. Bosch let it sink in. He could feel the adrenaline kicking in, sharpening his focus. It was past midnight, but fatigue was the last thing on his mind. The void he'd been lost in was gone. You think there are more out there, don't you? You mean more women in concrete, or something similar? Unfortunately, yes. 4 years is a long time. I'm afraid there are others. How do I find him? I'm not sure. My work usually starts after they're caught, or after they're dead. Bosch nodded, gathered the binders under his arm, then paused. There is one thing, Locke added. Look at his victims. Who are they? How does he reach them? You said the 3 dead and the survivor all worked in adult films. Bosch set the binders back down and lit a cigarette. They all did outcall work too, right? So while Church killed opportunistically any age, any type, the follower had a type. Bosch ran through the victims in his mind. White, young, blonde, large-breasted. That's a clear pattern. Did these women advertise their outcall services in adult magazines or websites? 2 of them did, and the survivor? The latest victim did outcall, but I'm not sure how she advertised. Did the ones who advertised include photos? Bosch could only clearly recall Holly Lear's ad. No photo, just a stage name, a phone number, and a promise. I don't think so. The one I remember didn't, but her stage name was listed. Anyone who had seen her videos would recognize her face and figure. Excellent. We're starting to build a picture of our follower. He's a man who uses adult films to select women for his own twisted fantasy. He then reaches out to them through ads in those same magazines, using either their stage names or promotional photos. Does that help, Detective Bosch? Absolutely. I appreciate your time. And let's keep this between us for now. I'm not sure we're ready to take this public. Bosch gathered the binders and moved toward the exit. But Locke's voice stopped him. We're not quite finished here, you know. Turning back, Bosch feigned ignorance. What do you mean, though? He knew exactly where this was headed. You haven't addressed the most disturbing part of all this, Locke continued. How did our follower learn the killer's specific routine? The original task force didn't release every gruesome detail to the press. They held things back, a standard practice to weed out the false confessions from the attention seekers. It was a filter, so the question remains, how did he know? I don't. Yes, you do. The book Bremer published laid those details out for anyone to read, which might explain the concrete blonde, but not as I'm certain you've already figured out victims 7 and 11. Locke was right, and it was the very thought Bosch had been avoiding because of where it led. The answer, Locke pressed on, is that the follower had inside access. Those specific details are what set him off. Remember, we're likely dealing with someone already in a profound personal crisis, when he discovered a violent fantasy that mirrored his own deepest urges. This man was already broken, Harry. He saw the dollmaker's blueprint and had a revelation. That's me. That's what I need. He didn't just copy the crimes, he adopted the entire program down to the last horrific detail. The real mystery is how he found it. And the answer is, someone gave him a key. For a long moment, they simply held each other's gaze in the quiet room. Finally, Bosch broke the silence. You're suggesting a cop, someone on the task force. That can't be right. I was there. Every single one of us wanted this monster caught. Nobody was getting some kind of thrill from it. Possibly a task force member, Harry. Only possibly. But think bigger. The circle of people with knowledge was wide. Medical examiners, forensic techs, beat cops, crime scene photographers, reporters, even the paramedics and civilians who discovered the bodies, any one of them could have seen enough to piece the program together. Bosch's mind raced, trying to assemble a profile from the fragments. Locke, watching him, added, "It had to be someone connected to the investigation, Harry. Not necessarily at the center, but someone whose path crossed it at just the right point to absorb the full, ugly picture. More than what the newspapers ever printed." When Bosch stayed quiet, Locke nudged him. "What else, Harry? Narrow it down." Left-handed. Possibly, but not a certainty. Church was left-handed. The follower might have used his left hand just to make the copy perfect. True, but there are the notes. The document examiners thought the writer was likely left-handed. They're never 100% sure, but it's a clue. All right, possibly left-handed. What else? Bosch thought a new, unsettling detail surfacing. Maybe a smoker. They found a cigarette pack in the concrete. The victim Kaminsky didn't smoke. Good. That's exactly the kind of detail you need. It's all in the specifics, Harry. I'm sure of it. A sudden cool gust swept down from the hillside and through the French doors, cutting through the room and raising a chill on Bosch's skin. It was time to leave, to sit alone with this growing, dark suspicion. "Thanks again," he said, moving toward the exit once more. "What's your next move?" Locke's voice followed him. "Still figuring that out?" "Harry?" Bosch paused in the doorway, glancing back at Locke, the swimming pool casting an unnatural glow in the night behind him. This follower, he might be the sharpest we've seen in years. Because he's on the job? Because he likely knows every detail of this case that you do. The Caprice was an icebox. The canyon nights always held a deep, penetrating cold. Bosch turned the car around, gliding silently down Lookout Mountain into Laurel Canyon. He hung a right, stopping at the market to pick up a six-pack of Anchor Steam. With his beer and his circling thoughts, he headed back up toward Mulholland Drive. He turned onto Woodrow Wilson and descended to his cantilevered house overlooking the Cahuenga Pass. He'd left no lights on. With Sylvia around, his time here was unpredictable. He cracked open the first beer the moment he parked at the curb. A car crept past, its taillights vanishing, leaving him in darkness. He watched a searchlight beam from Universal City slice through the clouds above his roof, another chasing it moments later. The beer was crisp and satisfying at first, but then it settled in his gut like a lead weight, and he stopped drinking, returning the bottle to its carton. He knew the discomfort wasn't really from the beer, it was Ray Mora. Of everyone with intimate knowledge of the case details, Mora was the one who gnawed at him. The followers' victims were adult film actresses. That was Mora's world. He probably knew every one of them. The question now forcing its way into Bosch's mind was brutal. Did he kill them all? It was a sickening thought, but he couldn't avoid it. Mora was the logical starting point, following Locke's advice. The vice cop stood out as someone who navigated both spheres effortlessly, the porn industry and the shadowy realm of the doll-maker. Was it mere coincidence, or was it enough to make Mora a genuine suspect? Bosch wasn't sure. He knew he had to tread as carefully with a potentially innocent man as he would with a guilty one. Inside, the air was stale and closed in. He went straight to the back sliding door and opened it, standing for a moment to listen to the constant, whispering rush of traffic from the freeway far below. The sound was perpetual, no matter the hour or the day. There was always traffic down there, like the relentless pulse of the city. The light on his answering machine blinked 3 times. He hit rewind and lit a cigarette. The first voice was Sylvia's. "Just calling to say good night, sweetheart. I love you. Please be careful." Jerry Edgar was next. "Harry, it's Edgar. Wanted to give you a heads up. I'm off the case. Irving called me at home, ordered me to hand everything over to RHD in the morning, to a Lieutenant Rollenberger. Take care, buddy, and watch 6. Watch 6, Bosch thought. Watch your back. He hadn't heard that phrase since Vietnam, and he knew Edgar had never been there. "It's Ray," the final voice on the tape said. "I've been turning over this concrete blonde job in my head. Got a couple of ideas you might want to hear. Call me in the morning and we'll talk." Chapter 15. I need a continuance. What? You have to get the trial postponed. Tell the judge. What the hell are you talking about, Bosch? Bosch and Belk were seated at the defense table waiting for the Thursday morning session to begin. They spoke in tense, hushed tones, and when Belk swore, it sounded painfully rehearsed, like a kid trying too hard to sound tough. "I'm talking about that witness yesterday, Wieczorek. He was right. Right about what? The alibi, Belk. The alibi for the 11th victim. It's solid. Church didn't. Hold on a second." Belk yelped, his voice cracking. He lowered his voice to a near whisper. "If you're here to tell me you got the wrong man, Bosch, save your breath. I don't want to hear it. It's far too late for that." He turned his attention back to the legal pad in front of him. "Belk, listen to me, damn it. I'm not confessing to a mistake. We got the right man for 9 of those murders, the ones we matched with the make-up evidence. But we missed something. There was another player. 2 killers were involved. The other 2 victims, including the one we just pulled from the concrete, were someone else's work. You have to put a pause on this trial until we sort it out. If this gets aired in open court, it's going to tip off the second killer, the copycat, and show him exactly how close we are. He'll vanish." Belk tossed his pen onto the pad, and it skittered off the table onto the floor. He made no move to retrieve it. "Let me tell you what's going on, Bosch. We are not stopping anything, even if I wanted to, which I don't. I probably couldn't. The judge is practically in the opposing counsel's pocket. All she'd have to do is object, and any request for a delay is dead, so I'm not even going to ask. You need to get this through your head. This trial is the sun your world orbits around right now. You don't control its gravity. You can't expect the whole proceeding to halt every time you decide the narrative needs an adjustment." "Are you done?" "Yes, I'm finished. Belk, I heard every word. But we have an active investigation to protect. There's another murderer out there." If Chandler puts me or my partner on that stand and starts peeling back the layers, this guy is going to read the transcripts and know our entire playbook. We'll lose him forever. Is that what you want? Bosch, my duty is to win this case. If doing that complicates but don't you care about the actual truth? Bosch cut in, a sudden, sharp frustration edging his voice. I think we're close. Push it back 1 week. Just 1 week. By then, we'll have it locked down, and we can walk in here and blow Money Chandler's whole defense strategy right out of the water. Bosch leaned back in his chair, the fight draining out of him for a moment. He was just so tired of pushing against this wall. Bosch, Belk said, still not looking up. How long have you been a cop? 20 years, give or take. It was close enough, but Bosch stayed silent. He knew where this was headed. And you're going to sit there and lecture me about truth? Belk continued, his tone shifting from bureaucratic to bitterly sarcastic. When was the last time you saw a completely truthful police report? When was the last time you wrote a search warrant affidavit with nothing but the unvarnished facts? Don't talk to me about truth. You want truth. Find a church. I don't know where you get it, but you don't get it in here. After 2 decades on the job, you should know better. Truth has nothing to do with what happens in this room. Neither does justice. They're just words in a law book I read in what feels like another lifetime. Belk turned away, plucking a fresh pen from his shirt pocket. Fine, Belk, you're in charge, Bosch said, his own voice hardening with a cold, clear resolve. But I'm going to tell you how this is going to play out. It's going to leak in fragments, and every piece will make us look worse. That's Chandler's specialty.
It's going to look like I targeted an innocent man. Belk ignored him, scribbling on the yellow pad. You're a fool, Bosch pressed, leaning forward. She's going to drive a stake so deep into us it'll come out the other side. You keep dismissing her by saying she's got the judge wrapped around her finger, but we both know that's just how you cope with the fact that you aren't fit to carry her briefcase. For the last time, get a delay.
Belk stood up, walked around the table, and picked up the fallen pen. He straightened his tie and adjusted his cuffs before sitting back down. He leaned over his pad and, without lifting his eyes, said, "You're just scared of her, aren't you, Bosch? You don't want to be on that stand with her asking the questions that might finally show everyone what you really are, a cop who gets a thrill from pulling the trigger." Now he turned and looked directly at Bosch.
Well, it's too late for fear. Your moment is here. There's no backing out, no delays. It's showtime. Harry stood up and loomed over the seated man. Go to hell, Belk. I need some air. That's fine, Belk said dismissively. You know, you cops are all the same. You take a life, and then you waltz in here acting like that badge gives you some holy permission to do whatever you please. That badge is the ultimate power trip. Bosch muttered to himself. He stepped out to the row of payphones and dialed Edgar, who answered on the first ring at the homicide desk. Got your message from last night? Right. Well, that's the whole story. I'm out. Robbery Homicide Division showed up this morning and confiscated my case file. I saw them poking around your area too, but they left empty-handed. Who was it? Sheehan and Opelt. You know them? Yeah, they're decent. You heading over here for the subpoena? Yep. I need to be there by 10. Bosch noticed the door to courtroom 4 swing open. The deputy marshal leaned out and gestured for him. I have to go back inside. Chandler was standing at the lectern while the judge addressed the room. The jury box was still empty. And the remaining subpoenas, the judge inquired. Your Honor, my office is contacting those individuals this morning to release them from their obligations. Very well, Mr. Belk. Are you prepared to proceed? As Bosch moved through the gate, Belk brushed past him toward the lectern without a glance. Your Honor, given the unexpected nature of this, I request a 30-minute recess to consult with my client. We will be ready to proceed afterward. Granted. We will recess for 30 minutes. I expect all parties back promptly. And Mr. Bosch, I expect you to be in your seat when I return. I do not appreciate sending marshals to search the halls when the defendant is well aware of his schedule.
Bosch remained silent. "Our apologies, Your Honour," Belk said on his behalf. They stood as the judge departed, and Belk motioned toward the door. "Let's find one of the attorney-client conference rooms down the hall. What's going on?" "Let's talk in the hall." As Bosch exited the courtroom, Bremer was entering, notebook in hand. "Hey, what's the latest?" "No idea," Bosch replied. "Half-hour recess. Harry, we need to talk later. It's important."
Near the restrooms at the end of the corridor were several small conference rooms, each about the size of an interrogation room at the Hollywood station. Bosch and Belk entered one and sat on opposite sides of a dull grey table. "What happened?" Bosch pressed. "Your heroine has rested her case. Chandler rested without calling me to testify." This made no sense to Bosch. "What's her strategy?" he asked. "She's being incredibly shrewd. It's a brilliant tactical move. Why?"
"Look at the situation. Her position is strong. If the case went to the jury right now, who would win? She would. She knows you have to take the stand to defend your actions. As I mentioned before, this case hinges on you. You either seize control and dominate, or you falter. She understands that. If she called you first, she would ask the tough questions. Then I would follow with the easy ones, the softballs you could knock out of the park. Now she's flipped the script. My choice is to either not call you and lose, or call you and essentially hand her the first shot at cross-examining you. Very clever. So what's our move? We call you? What about the delay we discussed? What delay? Bosch gave a slow nod. There would be no postponement. He realized he had mishandled the approach with Belk. He should have made Belk believe a delay was his own idea. Instead, a familiar unease began to settle in, that jittery feeling before facing the unknown. It reminded him of the moments before descending into a Viet Cong tunnel for the first time, a cold fear unfurling deep in his chest like a dark flower. "We have 25 minutes, Belk said. Let's focus on mapping out your testimony. I'll guide you through it, and the jury will follow. But remember, take it slow and steady, or you'll lose them, understood?" 20 minutes, Bosch corrected him. "I need to step outside for a smoke before I take the stand." Belk continued as though he hadn't heard a word. "Keep in mind, Bosch, there could be millions on the line here. It might not be your money, but it could very well be your career." "What career?" Bremer was lingering by the conference room door when Bosch emerged 20 minutes later. "Get everything you needed?" Harry asked, walking past him toward the escalator. Bremer fell into step beside him. "No, I wasn't listening in, just waiting for you." "Seriously? What's the deal with the new case?" "Edgar's giving me nothing. Did you get an identification or not?" "Yeah, we identified her." "Who was it?" "Not my case anymore. I can't release that. Besides, if I tell you, you'll just run straight to Money Chandler with it, won't you?" Bremer halted, then quickly caught up, lowering his voice. "What? Come on, Harry. You're one of my best sources. I wouldn't do that to you. If she's getting inside information, you need to look somewhere else." Bosch felt a pang of guilt for the accusation, which he'd made without any real proof. "You're sure? I've got this wrong, right?" "Absolutely. You're too valuable. I wouldn't risk it." "All right, then." It was the closest he'd come to an apology. "So, what can you tell me about the ID?" "Nothing. It's still not my case. Try RHD. RHD has it." They took it from Edgar. Bosch stepped onto the descending escalator and glanced back, giving a single nod. Bremer didn't follow. Money Chandler was already on the steps, smoking when Bosch came out. He lit his own cigarette and looked over at her. "Surprise, surprise," he said. "What? Resting your case?" "Only a surprise to Belk," she replied.
Any competent lawyer would have seen it coming. I almost feel sorry for you, Bosch. Almost, but not quite. In a civil rights suit, a win is always a long shot, but going up against the city attorney's office does tend to level the field. Guys like Belk, they couldn't cut it in private practice. If he had to win to eat, your lawyer would be skin and bones. He needs that steady city paycheck, win or lose. What she said was accurate, of course, but it was nothing new. Bosch offered a faint smile, unsure how to react. A part of him admired her. She was wrong about him, yet he found himself liking her, perhaps for her tenacity, or because her anger, though misplaced, felt genuine. Maybe it was simply that she wasn't afraid to speak to him outside the courtroom. He'd noticed how Belk meticulously avoided any contact with Church's family, lingering at the defense table during breaks until they were safely down the hall. Chandler didn't play those games. She was straightforward. It reminded him of two boxers touching gloves before the bell. He shifted the subject. I ran into Tommy Faraday out here the other day. He goes by Tommy Faraway now. I asked him what happened, but he didn't say. Just muttered something about justice being served, whatever that means. She exhaled a long stream of blue smoke and remained silent for a moment. Bosch checked his watch. They had 3 minutes. Remember the Galton case, she finally asked? It was a civil rights, excessive force suit. Bosch thought it over. The name was familiar, but hard to place among the many excessive force cases he'd encountered over the years. The dog case, right?
Yes. Andre Galton. This was before Rodney King, back when most people in this city refused to believe their police routinely engaged in horrific abuses. Galton was a black man driving with an expired tag through the hills of Studio City when an officer decided to pull him over. He hadn't done anything else wrong, wasn't wanted, just had a tag 1 month overdue, but he ran one of life's great mysteries. He ran. He made it all the way up to Mulholland and abandoned his car at one of those scenic overlooks. Then he jumped out and scrambled down the incline. There was no safe path down that slope, yet he refused to come back up, and the police wouldn't go down after him. Too risky. They testified later at the trial. Bosch recalled the details now, but remained quiet, letting her speak. Her anger was raw and unpolished, free from any legal posturing, and he found himself drawn into her telling of it. So they sent a police dog down instead, she continued. Galton was mauled. He lost both testicles and suffered permanent nerve damage in his right leg. He could still walk, but it was more of a heavy, awkward drag behind him. Which is where Tommy Faraday entered the picture, Bosch offered. Exactly. He took the case. It was a solid win, a sure thing. Galton had done nothing except run. The police response was wildly disproportionate to the situation. Any reasonable jury would see that. Even the city attorney's office knew it. I believe the file landed on Belk's desk. They offered $500,000 to settle right out of the gate. Faraday turned it down. He was convinced a trial would net at least triple that amount, so he passed. She took a slow drag from her cigarette. This was the old days, what civil rights attorneys now call BK, before King. The jury sat through 4 days of testimony and came back with a verdict for the police in under 30 minutes. Galton got nothing from the whole ordeal, except a ruined leg and a shattered life. After the verdict, he came out here, right to that hedge. She pointed with her chin. He had a gun hidden there, wrapped in plastic and buried. He walked over to this statue, put the barrel in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Faraday was just coming through the courthouse doors. He saw it happen. Blood was everywhere, all over the statue. Bosch stayed silent, the memory now vivid and sharp. He looked up at the City Hall tower, watching the gulls circle high above. He'd always wondered what brought seabirds so far inland, miles from the ocean, to perch atop that building. Chandler wasn't finished. 2 questions have always haunted me about that day, she said, her voice dropping. First,
why did Galton run in the first place? And second, why did he hide the gun beforehand? I believe the answer is the same for both. He had zero faith in the system, no hope left. He'd done nothing wrong, but he ran because he was a black man in a white neighborhood, and he'd heard the stories his whole life about what happens in those situations. His lawyer promised him a dead-bang case, but he brought a gun to the courthouse anyway because he'd also heard his entire life what juries decide when it's a black man's word against the police. Bosch checked his watch. It was time to head inside, but he felt rooted to the spot, unwilling to break the connection.
So that's what Faraday meant when he said justice happened, she concluded. That was Andre Galton's justice. After that, Faraday referred every single one of his cases to other lawyers. I took a few. He never stepped foot in a courtroom again. She crushed the remains of her cigarette under her heel. End of story. I'm sure the civil rights lawyers tell that one often enough, Bosch said. And now you're putting me and Church into that narrative. Is that it? He asked. I'm like the officer who sent the dog down the hill. There are degrees, Detective Bosch, she replied, her tone turning cool and analytical. Even if Church was the monster you describe, his death wasn't a necessity. When the system looks the other way at abuses inflicted on the guilty, who's next in line but the innocent? That's precisely why I have to do what I'm about to do to you in there. It's for the innocents. Well, good luck, he said, extinguishing his own cigarette.
I won't need it, she answered. Bosch followed her line of sight up to the statue, the very spot where Galton had ended his life. Chandler stared at it as if the stains were still fresh. That's justice, she said, giving a slow, grim nod toward the stone figure. She doesn't hear you. She doesn't see you. She can't feel anything, and she won't speak. Justice, Detective Bosch, is just a concrete blonde.
The courtroom held a silence as deep and still as a stopped heart, while Bosch made his way past the plaintiff and defense tables, moving in front of the jury box to reach the witness stand. After taking the oath, he stated his full name for the record. Hieronymus Bosch, he said. The clerk asked him to spell it. Hieronymusbosch. Then the judge nodded to Belk, signaling for him to begin.
Detective Bosch, could you give the court a brief overview of your professional background? Belk asked, leaning slightly against the lectern. Bosch shifted in the witness chair. I've served as a police officer for close to 2 decades. My current assignment is with the homicide unit at Hollywood Division. Prior to that? Why is it called a table? Belk interrupted, tilting his head. Bosch suppressed a sigh. Because that's what it physically is.
6 individual desks arranged into one long surface, 3 detectives on either side. It's just the term we use. Understood. Please continue. Before Hollywood, I spent 8 years with the Homicide Special Section of Robbery Homicide Division. My earlier detective work was on the Homicide Unit in North Hollywood, and before that I handled robbery and burglary cases in Van Nuys. I started with about 5 years on patrol, primarily in the Hollywood and Wilshire areas. Belk meticulously guided him through each posting, the pace dragging until they reached the dollmaker investigation. The questions were tedious, even for Bosch, who was recounting his own history. He glanced at the jury during his answers. Only a handful appeared engaged. A familiar, unwelcome heat crept up his neck, his palms growing clammy. He'd testified countless times, but never like this, fighting for his own freedom. The courtroom's chill air did nothing to cool the flush he felt. Where was this task force physically based? Belk inquired. We commandeered a second-floor storage room at the Hollywood station, normally used for evidence and files. We moved those items to a rented trailer. The team also had space at Parker Center. The night shift, which I supervised, primarily operated out of Hollywood. To be closer to the source of the crimes, is that correct? That was the strategy, yes. Most victims were taken from Hollywood streets, and many were later discovered in the vicinity. So proximity allowed for a quicker response to tips and leads. Correct? On the night you received the call from Dixie McQueen, how did that transpire? She dialed 911. Once the dispatcher understood the nature of her call, it was patched through to the task force line in Hollywood. And who answered? I did. Is that typical? You testified you were the shift supervisor. Absolutely nowhere to go, and there others to handle calls? Normally, yes. But this call came in very late. The rest of the team had already left for the night. I was the only one there, catching up on paperwork. The weekly chronological investigation record needed to be finalized. So I picked up the phone. When you decided to meet this woman, why didn't you request backup? Her initial statement over the phone wasn't sufficiently detailed to justify it. We were fielding dozens of calls daily, nearly all of them dead ends. Frankly, I drove out to take her statement with considerable skepticism that it would lead anywhere. A hint of sarcasm edged into Bosch's tone as he continued, "If you were so doubtful, Detective, why make the trip at all? Why not simply gather the information over the phone?" 2 reasons. First, she claimed she didn't know the specific address but could direct me to the location if we drove along Hyperion. Second, there was a genuine fear in her voice. Something had clearly shaken her. I was wrapping up for the night anyway, so I decided to swing by and see for myself. It felt like the right thing to do, even if it was probably another wild goose chase. Describe what occurred once you arrived on Hyperion. As we approached, we could see lights on in the apartment above the garage. We even observed a shadow move across one of the windows, confirming someone was inside. It was then that Miss McQueen mentioned the collection of makeup she'd seen in the cabinet under the sink. What significance did that hold for you? Everything, Bosch stated, his voice firming with conviction. It immediately captured my full attention. The press had never reported that the killer was keeping the victim's makeup. While it had leaked that he was painting their faces, the detail about him retaining their cosmetics was never made public. So when she described that specific cabinet, all the pieces fell into place. It was the first solid lead we'd had in weeks. Her words carried an instant weight of truth. Bosch took a sip of water from the paper cup the marshal had provided. "All right," Belk prompted. "What was your next move?" A chilling thought struck Bosch. In the time it took for her to call him, for him to pick her up, and for them to return to Hyperion, the man could have already gone out and found another victim. The possibility that another woman was in that apartment, in immediate peril, felt overwhelmingly real. He knew he had to go up. He ran. "Why didn't you call for backup?" Belk asked. 2 reasons, Bosch replied. First, I didn't believe we had 5 minutes to spare. If he had someone in there, 5 minutes could be the difference between life and death. Second, I didn't have a rover with me. I couldn't have called even if I wanted to. A rover. A portable radio. Detectives are supposed to have them, but there's a shortage. Since I was heading home for the night, I didn't take one. That would have left one less unit available for the day shift. So, no radio. What about a phone? It was a residential area at 1 in the morning. I could have driven around looking for a payphone or knocked on a stranger's door. I didn't think anyone would answer quickly for a lone man claiming to be a cop. It all came down to time. I believed I had none. I went up alone. What happened next? Believing someone's life was in immediate danger, I entered without knocking. My weapon was drawn. You forced the door? Yes. What did you see? I announced myself. Yelled police and moved a few steps into the room. It was a studio. The man later identified as Norman Church was standing beside the bed, which was a fold-out couch. What was he doing? He was standing there, completely naked, next to the bed. Did you see anyone else? No. Then what? I shouted for him to freeze, to not move, and took another step forward. For a second he was still. Then he suddenly reached down toward the bed, his hand sweeping under the pillow. I yelled, "No," but he kept going. I saw his arm tense as if he'd grabbed something, and he started to pull his hand out. I fired once. It was fatal. How far away were you? About 20 feet. It was one large room. We were on opposite ends. Did he die instantly? Very quickly. He collapsed across the bed. The autopsy later confirmed the bullet entered under his right arm. The one he'd reached with travelled through his chest, striking his heart and both lungs. After he was down, "What did you do?" I approached and checked for signs of life. He was still alive, so I cuffed him. He died moments later. Then I lifted the pillow. There was no weapon. What was there? Bosch looked directly at Chandler. "The great mystery of life," he said, his tone shifting from grim recollection to something bitterly ironic. He was reaching for a hairpiece. Chandler, who had been writing, stopped and looked up. Their eyes met briefly before she said, "Objection, Your Honor." The judge ordered the comment about life's mystery-stricken. Belk asked a few more questions about the scene before moving on. "You were removed from the subsequent investigation into church. Correct?" "Correct." "Standard procedure, I was placed on desk duty pending the shooting investigation." "But were you made aware of the task force's findings regarding Church's background?" "Generally, yes. Given my personal stake, I was kept in the loop." "What did you learn?" "That the makeup found in his bathroom cabinet was forensically linked to 9 of the victims." "Did you ever have any doubts or hear of any doubts from other investigators about whether Norman Church was responsible for those women's deaths?" "For those 9? No, no doubts at all, ever." "Detective Bosch, you heard Mr. Wicherek's testimony regarding his whereabouts with Mr. Church on the night Shirlene Kemp, the 11th victim, was murdered. You also viewed the video evidence presented. Did that not create any uncertainty for you? It introduces questions about that specific case. However, Shirlene Kemp was not one of the 9 women whose cosmetics were discovered in Church's residence. I have no doubt, and neither does anyone on the task force, that Church was responsible for those 9 deaths." Chandler objected to Bosch speaking for the entire team, and the judge agreed. Belk quickly shifted topics, avoiding any deeper discussion of victims 7 and 11. His plan was to steer clear of hinting at a second killer, leaving that potential minefield for Chandler to navigate during her cross-examination. If she chose to, you faced disciplinary action for entering the situation without backup. Do you believe the department's handling of the matter was appropriate? No. Can you elaborate? As I stated, I felt I had no alternative in my actions. Even knowing it would result in a transfer, I would make the same choice again. I would have to. If there had been another potential victim in that apartment and I had saved her, I likely would have received a commendation instead. When Belk hesitated, Bosch continued. The transfer was a political inevitability. The simple fact is, I shot an unarmed man. It didn't matter that he was a serial killer, a monster. I also had prior history. That's sufficient. Previous conflicts with Detective Bosch. Bosch stopped. He had said what he needed to. Belk, seeking clarity, asked, "So you're stating you have no regrets about the events in the apartment, is that correct?" "No, that's incorrect." The answer seemed to catch Belk off guard. He glanced at his notes, having anticipated a different response, but pressed on. "What do you regret?" "I regret that Church forced the confrontation. He initiated the action that drew my fire. My response was unavoidable. My goal was to end the killings, not necessarily to kill him to achieve it. But that's how it unfolded. The final move was his. Belk exhaled audibly into the microphone, a clear sign of relief, before stating he had no further questions. Judge Keyes announced a 10-minute recess before cross-examination would commence. Bosch returned to the defense table, where Belk whispered that he thought their session had gone well. Bosch remained silent. I believe everything now hinges on her cross-examination. If you can emerge without significant damage, I think we're in a strong position. What about when she brings up the follower, when she introduces the note? I don't see how she can. If she attempts it, she'll be operating without a clear roadmap. She has an informant within the department. Someone leaked the details about that note to her. I'll request a sidebar conference if it comes to that point. The response offered little comfort. Bosch checked the clock, considering if he had time for a cigarette, but decided against it. He stood and walked back to the witness stand, passing behind Chandler, who was writing intently on a legal pad. "One of life's great mysteries," she remarked without looking up. "Yeah," Bosch replied, not turning to face her. As he settled into his seat, he noticed Bremer entering the courtroom, trailed by a reporter from the Daily News and a couple of wire service journalists. Word had clearly spread that the main event was about to begin with cameras prohibited in federal court. One television station had sent a sketch artist. From his vantage point, Bosch watched Chandler preparing, likely drafting her questions for him. Deborah Church sat beside her, hands folded on the table, her gaze deliberately avoiding Bosch. A moment later, the jury filed in from their room, followed by the judge's return. Bosch took a steadying breath and prepared himself as Chandler approached the lectern, her yellow notepad in hand. "Mr. Bosch," she began, her tone cutting through the quiet room, "how many people have you killed?" Belk immediately objected and asked for a sidebar conference. The lawyers and the court reporter stepped to the side of the judge's bench for a hushed 5-minute conference. Bosch caught only fragments, mostly from Belk, whose voice carried the farthest. At one point, Belk insisted that only the church shooting was under dispute, labeling the rest as irrelevant. Chandler countered that the information was crucial to understanding the defendant's state of mind. Bosch couldn't make out the judge's quiet response, but when everyone returned to their places, the judge instructed, "The defendant will answer the question." "I can't," Bosch stated. "Detective Bosch, the court is ordering you to answer." "I can't answer it, Your Honor." "I don't know how many people I've killed." "Did you serve in combat in Vietnam?" Chandler asked. "Yes." "What were your duties?" "I was a tunnel rat. I entered enemy tunnels that led to direct confrontations. Other times I used explosives to collapse tunnel networks. There's no way to know how many were inside." "All right, Detective. Since leaving the military and becoming a police officer, how many people have you killed?" 3, including Norman Church. "Can you describe the 2 incidents not involving Mr. Church in general terms?" "Sure. The first was before Church, during a murder investigation. I went to question a man I believed was a witness. He was actually the killer. He fired a shot through the door when I knocked. I kicked it open, pursued him through the house to the backyard. He was climbing a fence, twisted to fire again, and I shot first. The second time was after Church, during a joint murder-robbery case with the FBI. A shootout occurred with 2 suspects. I killed one of them. So, in both instances, the men were armed. That's correct. 3 fatal shootings is a significant number, even for a 20-year veteran, isn't it? Bosch paused, expecting an objection from Belk, but his lawyer was intently scribbling on his notepad. "I know officers with 20 years who've never drawn their weapon, and others involved in more incidents. It depends on the assignments you get." "It's about the luck of the draw." "Good luck or bad luck," Belk finally objected, and the judge sustained it. Chandler moved on. "After you killed Mr. Church while he was unarmed, did you feel remorse?" "Not particularly. Not until I got sued and found out you were the attorney." A wave of laughter spread through the courtroom, and even Honey Chandler allowed a slight smile. After gaveling for order and admonishing Bosch to keep his answers focused, the judge allowed him to continue. "No hard feelings," Bosch said. "As I stated, I would have preferred to take Church alive, but my goal was to get him off the street, one way or another." "But you orchestrated the entire confrontation to ensure it ended with his permanent removal, didn't you?" "No, I did not. Nothing was orchestrated. Events unfolded as they did. Bosch kept his tone measured, adhering to the strategy of answering as if correcting a simple misunderstanding. You were, however, content that Mr. Church was killed while unarmed, naked, and completely defenseless. Contentment isn't the right word. It was an outcome, not a goal. Your Honour, Chandler said, may I approach the witness with an exhibit? It's marked Plaintiff's 3A. She distributed copies to Belk and the clerk, who passed one to the judge. As the judge reviewed it, Belk approached the lectern to object. Your Honour, if this is intended for impeachment, I fail to see its validity. The psychiatrist's words, not my client's, Chandler clarified, moving to the microphone. Your Honour, if you direct your attention to the section labelled Summary, the final paragraph is what I'd like the witness to read. You'll also note the defendant's signature at the bottom of the document. Judge Keyes reviewed the pages, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and nodded. I'll allow it. You may show it to the witness. Chandler carried a copy to Bosch, setting it before him without meeting his gaze before returning to the lectern. Detective Bosch, can you identify this document? It's a confidential psychological release form. Supposedly confidential, I should probably say. Indeed. And what does it pertain to? My clearance to return to active duty following the church shooting. It's standard procedure to be evaluated by the department's psychiatrist after an officer-involved shooting. Once they clear you, you're back on the job. You must be quite familiar with him by now. Pardon me, Miss Chandler. That's uncalled for, Judge Keyes interjected before Belk could rise. Strike that comment. Detective, you were cleared to return to duty to your new assignment in Hollywood after this interview, is that correct? Correct? Isn't it true this process is largely a formality, that the psychiatrist never actually holds an officer back on psychiatric grounds? No to the first part. I can't speak to the second. Let me rephrase, in your experience, have you ever heard of an officer being held back after that psychiatric interview? No, I haven't. Those interviews are confidential, so I doubt I'd hear about it either way. Please read aloud the last paragraph of the summary section on the report in front of you. All right. He picked up the paper and began reading silently. Out loud, Detective Bosch, Chandler said, an edge of exasperation in her voice. I assumed that was implied in the request. Of course, it states, through his military service and police career, particularly including the recent fatal shooting, the subject has become largely desensitized to violence. He discusses violence as an accepted, routine element of his daily existence, a constant throughout his life. Consequently, it is improbable that prior events will serve as a psychological barrier should he again find himself in a situation requiring the use of deadly force to protect himself or others. I believe he will act without hesitation. He will pull the trigger. In fact, his dialogue shows no adverse effects from the shooting, unless one considers his expressed satisfaction with the incident's outcome, the death of the suspect, to be inappropriate. Bosch set the paper down. He felt the weight of the entire jury's attention now fixed on him, a palpable silence in the room. He couldn't gauge whether the report was devastating or oddly neutral to his defense. The subject of that evaluation is you, correct? Chandler pressed. Yes, it's me. You testified earlier that you felt no satisfaction, yet the psychiatrist report indicates you did express a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. Which account is accurate? Those are his words on the report, not mine. I don't believe I would have phrased it that way. How would you have phrased it? I'm not sure. Just not like that. Then why did you sign the release form? I signed it because I needed to get back to work. If I'd argued with him over his word choice, I'd still be sitting on the sidelines. A flicker of dark irony crossed his mind, the bureaucracy of trauma neatly filed and stamped. Tell me, Detective, Chandler continued, her tone shifting from clinical to something more probing. Did the psychiatrist who examined you and authored that report know about your mother? Bosch hesitated, his thoughts suddenly scattering like leaves in a wind. "I don't know," he finally answered. "I didn't tell him. I have no idea if he had access to that information previously. His mind was racing, scrambling for footing. What happened to your mother?" He locked eyes with Chandler for a long, silent moment. She held his gaze, unwavering. "As was stated in earlier testimony," he said, the words measured and heavy, "she was murdered. I was 11 years old. The memory usually a dull ache sharpened briefly, a sudden, unbidden image of a rainy afternoon and a social worker's too gentle voice, a detail he never shared in any interview. It happened in Hollywood, he said, his voice flat, and no one was ever arrested for that crime. Is that right? That's correct. Can we move on? This has already been covered." Bosch glanced toward his attorney, who stood to object to the repetitive questioning. The judge looked at Bosch. "Detective, would you like a short recess to collect yourself?" "No, Your Honor. I'm fine." "Very well. I cannot restrict proper cross-examination. The objection is overruled," Chandler continued, her tone softening to a false sympathy. "I'm sorry to ask something so personal, but after your mother's death, did your father raise you?" "You're not sorry."
"You, Detective Bosch!" the judge's voice thundered. "That will not be tolerated. You will answer the questions posed to you and nothing more. Do you understand? No, I never knew my father. I went into the youth hall, then a series of foster homes. Any siblings? No. So the man who murdered your mother didn't just take her. He effectively shattered the life you knew at that time, didn't he? I suppose you could say that."
"Did that crime influence your decision to become a police officer?" Bosch could feel the heat in his face and found he couldn't meet the eyes of the jurors. He felt utterly exposed. "I don't know. I've never psychoanalyzed myself that deeply." "Did it influence the sense of satisfaction you felt when you killed Norman Church?" He took a slow breath. "If there was any satisfaction, and you seem fond of that word, it was in closing the case. The man was a monster, a killer."
"I was satisfied we stopped him. Wouldn't you be?" "You're the one answering questions here, Detective," Chandler replied coolly. "My question now is, did you stop all the killings?" Belk immediately requested a sidebar. The judge addressed the jury. "We will take that break now. Please return when you are summoned."